Preface of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. An outline narrative tracing briefly the causes, connections, and consequences of the great events. The Napoleonic Era. No conqueror since the days of Charlemagne has so altered the political boundaries of Europe as did Napoleon, and none has so changed the minds of men. Intentionally or not, he became one of the greatest benefactors of the human race. In France, he suppressed the Republic, but abroad he was its apostle, and spread its basic principle of equality over the entire face of civilization. Future ages may date an epoch from him as having been the last great military conqueror, for the ideas established by him and by his generation seem to have made further conquests like his own impossible. If we try to imagine the French Revolution without Napoleon, we must picture it driven back within French borders by the armies of united Europe, with its principles perhaps permitted to continue in feeble existence among Parisian philosophers, but inoperative and even unknown among the mass of men. It is true that the United States was at the same moment displaying to the world a noble example of the success of republican government, but the United States was feeble, distant, and little understood. France was the center of civilization, the heart of the world, leader of Europe in intellect and culture, and the French Republic in 1799 seemed staggering to its fall, beaten down by the armies of kings, tangled in the meshes of an impracticable constitution, given over to the rule of incompetence and corruption. Then stepped forward General Bonaparte. In 1795, he had rescued his country from the rule of King Mob. In 1799, he saved it from its feeble government of paper, defended it against the cannon of Europe. He assumed a military dictatorship, swept away the inefficient constitution, and substituted one of his own, which left all power with himself. In name, however, the country continued a republic, and the common folk of Europe were little likely to appreciate the meaning of Bonaparte's changes. Indeed, Frenchmen themselves remained a bit confused, and years afterward, even when their chief had assumed the rank of emperor, their coins were inscribed, Napoleon, Emperor of the French Republic. So it was still as the champion of liberty that Napoleon appealed to Europe. As soon as he assumed power, the whole aspect of affairs changed. In 1800, he crossed the Alps with an army, and for the second time drove the Austrians out of Italy. His chief lieutenant, Moreau, gained a decisive victory over Austrians and Germans at Hohenlinden. A peace was established, which left Bonaparte the chief potentate of Europe. The many minute details arranged by this treaty dragged its final settlement on until 1803. Then emerged from it a new and wholly reconstructed Central Europe, with France made more than ever its chief state. A row of little republics, dependent on French support, extended over Italy, Switzerland, Holland, and most of Germany. The tiny German states, previously near 400 in number, were reduced to 40. And most of these were included in a confederation of the Rhine, from which both Prussia and Austria were shut out. The next year, General Bonaparte definitely assumed the title of Emperor Napoleon I, was crowned by the Pope, and began changing his set of dependent republics into kingdoms, to be ruled by his lieutenants and members of his family. His ambition to become the successor of Charlemagne, to unite Germans and French in one huge empire, was clearly announced. And the cry of liberty, by which France had everywhere summoned the common people to her aid, began to fail her. Even Napoleon could scarce continue to assert himself, the high priest of that republicanism which he was suppressing on every hand. Strife of France and England. So strong was the power the dictator had established that there might have been none to dispute it but for England. England, finding her commercial supremacy threatened by the astonishing strides of France, had become Napoleon's most persistent enemy, and he returned her antagonism in kind. His ill-fated expedition to Egypt had been partly an attack upon her trade, but the destruction of his fleet by Nelson in the Battle of the Nile had made England as powerful on the seas as France on land. Neither state could match the other on its chosen element. England, however, has always one vulnerable point: Ireland. The last great Irish rebellion had arisen in 1798, and in 1800 the country was finally united with England under a single government. Irish members entered Parliament to continue the weary struggle for liberty which they had so long maintained at home. Napoleon was constantly seeking to arouse rebellion anew in the dependent island, and at length in 1804 he gathered an enormous army on the shores of the English Channel with the avowed intention of invading England and crushing forever her opposition to him and to freedom. In face of this tremendous danger, the British government bestirred itself vigorously. Austria, Russia, Sweden, and Naples were persuaded to join it in what is known as the Third Great Coalition against Napoleon, and from Britain's wealth large sums were distributed to the Allies to enable them to put their armies in motion. At the same time, an English fleet defeated a portion of the French and, occupying the Channel, made the threatened invasion temporarily impossible. Napoleon promptly turned his army against his other foes. By a campaign considered his military masterpiece, he compelled a large Austrian army to surrender at Ulm in Germany. Then, pressing on into Austria, he seized Vienna and met the combined Russian and Austrian forces under command of their sovereigns themselves at Austerlitz. This, the Battle of the Three Emperors, was Napoleon's most important success. The Russians fell back defeated into their own land. Austria, helpless at the conqueror's feet, submitted to whatever terms he chose to dictate. The following year, the Austrian ruler even abandoned his title of Emperor of Germany. The ancient empire, which had maintained a precarious existence for more than 1,000 years, 800 to 1806, disappeared at last, and gave place to the new French Empire, which extended over much of Germany. To offset this greatest of Napoleon's triumphs came the Battle of Trafalgar, in which, but 2 days after the surrender at Ulm, Nelson, greatest of England's naval heroes, crushed the combined fleets of France and her unwilling ally, Spain. Remembering the victories of Frederick the Great and believing themselves to be invincible in arms, the Prussians had watched not unwillingly the overthrow of their ancient rival Austria, and had protested little against the annihilation of a German empire in which they could only hold a secondary place. But by degrees, the exactions of Napoleon, the insolence of his demands, became such as no state could submit to except as an acknowledged dependent. Prussia, which for a dozen years had refused all the overtures of the other powers to join the alliance against France, suddenly declared war single-handed. Her ill-commanded, antiquated troops were defeated with ridiculous ease at Jena and Auerstadt by the veterans of Napoleon, 1806, and the conqueror entered a new capital, Berlin, as he had entered Rome and Vienna. Russia, safe in its distance from the arch-enemy, had taken up Prussia's cause, so Napoleon, pressing farther east than his standards had yet been seen, encountered the Russians on their own borderland in 2 bloody battles at Eylau and Friedland, 1807. The first of these was indecisive, the second a severe defeat for Russia, and following it came the famous interview of the young Tsar Alexander with his rival on a raft in the Niemen, Russia's boundary river. Which of the 2 emperors had the better of the meeting has been much discussed. Certain it is that they clasped hands and came to a friendly agreement to divide Europe between them. Napoleon was to do what he liked in the west. Alexander seized from Sweden the east coast of the Baltic Sea, thus extending Russia's northwest limits where they stand today, and he also appropriated liberal slices of Turkey and Prussian Poland. In return, the Tsar pledged himself to support Napoleon in the vast commercial warfare which the latter was planning against England. The wealth of the island empire consisted in her commerce. She supplied the wants of Europe. Now every European port was to be closed against her. This policy, of course, bore quite as hard upon the lands which sold and the lands which purchased goods as it did on England which transported them, and to the installation of this mistaken system, to the attempt to enforce it, is commonly traced the downfall of Napoleon. The common folk of Europe, who had at first admired the man of destiny, grew resentful and rebellious under their privations. Downfall of Napoleon. No one man can be stronger than all men. Those who seem to us most powerful in dominance over the age in which they live have in reality only recognized the current of the times and swept along upon its surface, guiding it perhaps, but never thwarting it. Napoleon in his earlier career had been in harmony with his age, with its revolt against old formulas, its defiance of absolutism, its insistence on individual worth, recognition of the man and not the title. More and more, however, did he, in his overweening self-confidence, set himself in opposition to the new influences by which he had risen. He became but another oppressor, replacing those he had overthrown. Especially was this manifest in Spain. There the ancient royal family had proved so worthless, so subservient to his will, that at length he deposed them entirely and declared his own feeble brother king. The deposed Bourbons resisted as little as the conqueror expected, but there was in the Spaniards themselves a changelessness, a loyal conservatism that made them intensely patriotic. They could not stand against the trained armies of France, which easily established Joseph Bonaparte in Madrid, but all over the country arose a guerrilla warfare which not even the greatest of the Bonapartes was able to subdue. Portugal also insisted on keeping her ports open to English commerce, so Napoleon attacked her too. England eagerly accepted this chance of renewing the war against her enemy and sent troops to the aid of both Portugal and Spain. Wellington began in that desolate peninsula the strife which was to lead him to Waterloo. Next, Austria revolted against French tyranny and rose in her turn, not now at the command of her sovereign, but at the insistence of her people. Napoleon left Spain and came in person to suppress the rebellion. He succeeded, but not until the Austrians had inflicted on him at Aspern the first defeat of his career. The Prussians also were grown savage against him. The very men who had cheered him on his entry to Berlin in 1806 saluted him with such grim reluctance in 1812 that he marvelled at the change. At last, Alexander of Russia declared he would no longer ruin his country by excluding British ships from her ports. Napoleon, in answer, planned his Great Russian Campaign of 1812. Its issue is too well known to need repetition. The once invulnerable conqueror was defeated not more by the severity of the Russian winter than by the unity of the Russian people in resistance against him. As he fled back to Paris, nation after nation rose behind him in rebellion, not in obedience to their kings, but answering to the cry for freedom, which France herself had first sent out. There is something awe-inspiring in that uprising of Europe. The Prussians led the way, then the other German peoples, then Austria, joined with the advancing Russians. The Spaniards, led by Wellington, swarmed over the Pyrenees. The Britons crossed from their island refuge. The Swedes came down from the north. And there was much that was heroic in Napoleon's defiance. He raised a new army from exhausted France, an army of old men and boys. Never did he conduct a more masterly campaign. But the men he was facing now were not mere military machines. When the Prussians found their powder worthless, they charged French cannon with their clubbed muskets and beat their way to victory through sheer brute desperation. At the Katzbach, they annihilated an entire army. Napoleon himself was defeated in the great Battle of the Nations at Leipzig, different indeed from the Battle of the Emperors at Austerlitz. The vanquished victor fled back to France with a remnant of his army. Still did he fight battle after battle, still with impotent genius resist the irresistible. At last the Allies forced their way to Paris, and his own Senate declared the Emperor deposed. He yielded and was exiled to the island of Elba, over which he was permitted to rule. The delighted monarchs of Europe gathered in the celebrated Congress of Vienna to rearrange their household, readjust the boundary lines which France had so tumultuously disarranged. Each king was warm in congratulations and gratitude to his people who had rescued him. Each promised them the liberty they desired. As a matter of fact, however, the monarchs proved less interested in arranging constitutions for their subjects than in grasping territory for themselves. So loud grew the wrangling at Vienna that it seemed the result must be another war, one of the ancient kind where kings fought for provinces and the people had no part except in the slaughter. Napoleon, seeing his opportunity in this disunion, left his little kingdom of Elba and reappeared suddenly in France. His old soldiers flocked to his standard. The Allies for a moment hesitated, and soon the Emperor was firm upon his throne as ever. He led his armies hurriedly to the frontier to attack those which Prussia and England, his two most obstinate enemies, were gathering against him. For a moment the old days of his victories seemed come again, but English steadiness and Prussian vengefulness overthrew him at Waterloo. He was exiled to St. Helena, where he died a prisoner. The monarchs returned to their bargaining at Vienna, and the people resumed their waiting for the constitutions they had earned. The other continents. The wild confusion which Napoleon had caused in Europe found naturally its echo in other parts of the world. In 1806, England, taking advantage of the league into which all Europe had been forced against her, wrenched South Africa from the Dutch. After Napoleon had been driven from Egypt, British forces were landed there to take advantage of the civil strife to which the inhabitants had been abandoned. The expedition was unsuccessful, but it opened the way for a daring adventurer, Muhammad Ali, to establish himself as Pasha of Egypt. Ali threw off all but a nominal allegiance to Turkey. He massacred the Mamelukes and thus made himself practically absolute monarch of a new and independent state. When in 1807 the royal family of Portugal were driven to flee from the troops of France, they took refuge in their colony of Brazil, and seeing its vastness, proclaimed it an American empire. When the Spanish colonies in America found that they were receiving orders from 3 different governments at home, that of Jerome Bonaparte of the Bourbons and of a revolutionary tribunal, when moreover they found each government threatening them with death if they obeyed their orders, and when they realized that no one of the governments was able to enforce its threats or uphold its officials, naturally in this dilemma they began governing themselves. The Mexican Revolution began in 1810, but independence was not won till 1822. The colonies were stimulated by the cry of liberty, which was everywhere upon the air. Over all South America, one rebellion flamed up after another. The yoke of helpless Spain was everywhere thrown off. The freedom of America from Europe, which the United States had proclaimed in the north, the Spanish states now echoed through the south. The gospel of equality, which America had taught to France and France to Europe, now returned from Europe to America. Advance of democracy in America. Meantime, what had been the experiences of the United States? While in Europe democracy was being trampled down, first by Napoleon, whom it had placed upon his throne, then by the monarchs whom it had rescued from his grip, in America it was being ever more widely extended. Scarce was Washington dead ere his cautious conservatism was brushed aside, and a new party, vigorously proclaiming its trust in the common people, rose to power under Thomas Jefferson. The older statesman lamented his election to the presidency as an evil almost equal to revolution. They felt that the madness of the mob was upon them, and feared to see repeated in their own country the excesses of the French reign of terror. Nothing of the sort happened. Democracy, frenzied in Europe, proved admirably calm and self-controlled in America, and out of the bitter political controversies of its earliest years, the United States passed into a period of calm, wherein the great majority of its leaders were closely agreed as to measures and policies. The era of good feeling began. Most important of the great measures for which Jefferson was responsible was the purchase of Louisiana. This was another of the consequences of the great European strife. Napoleon had taken Louisiana from Spain. He had visions of building there a vast colonial empire, but England's complete mastery of the sea soon rendered any such hope chimerical. When in 1803 the conqueror began planning his huge English campaign, it was obvious that at the first note of war the British Navy could seize Louisiana unopposed. To prevent this, he sold, or gave would be the better word, gave Louisiana to the United States. An almost worthless gift, men thought it then, this vast unpeopled wilderness. Many Americans protested against the president's paying even $3 million for it. They saw in the treaty only a shrewd Napoleonic move to embroil their nation with Great Britain, a democratic scheme to bind them closer to democracy in France. But war did not immediately follow, and the internal development of the country during this period of peace was so enormous as soon to give a new importance to the purchased territory. In 1804, Lewis and Clark were dispatched on their famous exploring expedition to the northwest, upon the results of which the United States based its claim to the Oregon region. In the east, roads were everywhere built, and in 1807, Fulton's invention of a practical steamboat revolutionized commerce, made of every one of the vast rivers of the continent a highway, inexpensive, swift, and safe. The wilderness ceased to be remote. Intercourse with foreign nations during this time consisted chiefly of trying to keep out of trouble. All Europe was at war. If the United States could keep at peace with the needy nations, vast commercial profits were to be gained. The trade of all the world might be gathered in her hands. American ships were seen in every ocean of the globe. Britain, hampered by Napoleon's decrees, could scarce compete with this new and daring rival. Naturally, there was constant friction. Since Europe was too busy or too little interested, the United States in 1801 and 1803 undertook the chastisement of the Barbary powers whose plundering hampered her merchant ships. 20 years before, Paul Jones, appearing suddenly upon European coasts, had been called a pirate, but here was a full-armed, full-manned fleet of war sailing into European waters from another continent. Such an event had not occurred since the day of the Saracens. Except from invaders dwelling around the Mediterranean, it had never occurred. It was an epoch in history, the first sign of the fading of European supremacy. Both England and France began taking measures against the American trading invasion. Decree after decree was issued against our ships. The situation grew ever more strained. There would have been war, only the United States knew not which of its huge hectoring antagonists to attack, and could hardly fight both. Finally, Napoleon made an offer of amity, and instantly the United States attacked England. Canada saw in this war only an attempt of the overthrown and grasping republic to conquer her, and indeed it must be admitted that for a time the contest had somewhat of that aspect. England, involved in her huge European struggle, could do little to aid Canada, and though the New England states in particular felt small enthusiasm for the war, yet American troops gradually increased in numbers along the border, and bade fair to overwhelm the brave resistance of the Canadians. The central victory of the frontier contest was that of Perry on Lake Erie. He built a fleet to match that of the Canadians, completely overwhelmed his opponents, and thus gained control of the lake. With it came American supremacy over all the vague Northwest. At sea, meanwhile, the tiny American Navy was covering itself with glory, its individual ships meeting those of England with unexpected success. The privateers of each nation did great havoc to the other's trading vessels, while France looked on with delight at the mutual destruction. Of course, in the end, England's huge fleets drove the American men of war from the seas, and the shrewd traders of New England saw ruin staring them in the face. In 1814, a convention met in Connecticut at Hartford to protest against the war. There was nothing really treasonable in this, but through the excited country the cry of treason was raised and believed, and gave the final blow to the ever-fading Federalist party of New England. Napoleon's defeat and first abdication early in 1814 caused a complete change in the American war. England found herself dictator of a triumphant European peace, and all her fleets and veteran armies were free for use in America. She turned them immediately to that purpose. The presumptuous state which had dared to dispute her commercial supremacy was to be crushed completely. 3 powerful expeditions were sent out, one to strike southward from Canada, one to ravage the coast midway, and one to penetrate northward from New Orleans. The central expedition reflected little credit on either of the contestants. A force of hardly 4,000 British broke through a large number of bewildered militia and burned Washington, committing such irreparable and profitless destruction as civilization has grown to regard as mere vandalism. They treated the city as even infuriated Europe in the same year had not dreamt of treating captured Paris. The marauders then assailed Baltimore, but were repelled. To north and south there was a different tale to tell. The powerful Canadian expedition, attempting to penetrate by Lake Champlain, was met by a few militia and an American squadron feebler than its own. The Britons were completely defeated, their fleet destroyed, and their army driven back to Canada. The New Orleans invasion was met by General Jackson and his straight-shooting frontiersmen. The determined resolution of the defenders of their homes, the deadly aim of the men, and the military instinct of their leader proved irresistible. The entire force of British veterans, long trained to European victory in Wellington's wars, suffered that most disastrous defeat which Louisiana still celebrates as a yearly holiday. Both Britain and the United States grew wise. Nay, perhaps the whole world had learned its lesson, that invasion of the homes of a resolute people is a far different and far more difficult matter than ordinary even-sided battle. France, at the outset of her revolution, had hurled back all the armies of Europe. Yet the insulted Prussians, in their hour of vengeance, had annihilated the invading troops of France. Even the irregular guerrillas of Spain, in defense of home, had proved able to maintain themselves against all the genius of Napoleon. The United States had twice failed to conquer Canada. Britain had failed even more signally to conquer the United States. Neither party has ever renewed the futile attempt. The War of 1812 has been called America's Second War of Independence. In Europe, the era of 1815 left democracy bewildered and helplessly entangled, but in the United States it was free, triumphant, and advancing. What wonder that the one continent should progress more rapidly than the other, that its example, its attraction, should prove irresistible in allurement to the downtrodden common folk of Europe. End of preface. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 15th July, 2024. Section 1 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Union of Ireland with Great Britain, A.D. 1800, by William O'Connor Morris. For more than 3 centuries, the condition and claims of Ireland have engaged the attention of the world. That country is often spoken of as having been during this long period in a state of chronic rebellion against English rule. Of the actual organised rebellions which mark its history from 1565 to 1870, no fewer than 9 distinct outbreaks or serious demonstrations are recorded. Among these, the Great Rebellion of 1798 was the most formidable. Although unsuccessful, it taught the insurgents how better to estimate the forces at their command for advancing the country's interests, and gradually led to more intelligent and systematic endeavours in the fields of discussion and statesmanship. From time to time during the 19th century, clear gains for the cause of Irish liberty were won by her champions in Parliament, on the hustings, and in the ranks of literature. The Great Rebellion was preceded by the organisation of many Irish societies in hostility to the British government. Chief among them was the Society of United Irishmen, founded at Belfast in 1791, mainly by Theobald Wolfe Tone, a young barrister of English descent, and, like most of the members of the society, a Protestant. At first, the United Irishmen formed an open organisation, whose chief avowed aims were parliamentary reform, repeal of the penal laws, and Catholic emancipation. Later, it became a secret society with revolutionary objects. The story of its acts, of the rebellion which it was instrumental in causing, and of the union with Great Britain which soon followed, is well told by Morris, long a member of the Irish judiciary, and one of the most competent historians of these events. United Irish leaders, seeing there was no hope of accomplishing their ends by constitutional means, began, as Tone had done from the first, to think that revolution was their only chance. Their organisation was made military, their societies were prepared for a call to the field, supplies of arms were eagerly sought, the districts in which they possessed influence were placed under the command of officers, and attempts were made secretly to enrol and drill levies capable of an armed rising. The emissaries sent to France became more numerous. The principal of these was Lord Edward Fitzgerald, a scion of the great Geraldine name, and the heads of the French Republic were invited to strike England through Ireland and to set the Irish people free. At the same time, true to their policy from the first, the United Irishmen made renewed efforts to drag Catholic Ireland into their wake. The confiscation of the land was held out as a bribe to the peasantry. Irishmen were to have their own when they were released from the bonds of landlords and the collectors of tithe. A movement, now distinctly rebellious, was thus linked with a movement springing from the land. Thousands of Catholics fell into the United Irish ranks. Agrarian outbreaks in many places assumed the aspect of a predial war, and the tendency of Irish agrarian trouble to resist the power of the state and to become revolutionary grew very manifest. As yet, however, the United Irishmen, except in Ulster, were hardly organised, and the Catholic peasantry were still a chaotic mass, tossed hither and thither without real leaders. A movement, meanwhile, of a very different kind, directly opposed to that of the United Irishmen, but indirectly giving it powerful aid, had been acquiring considerable strength in Ulster and even extending beyond its limits. In the northern province, the Celtic Irish, all Catholic, and the Protestant descendants of the old settlers were, in many districts, closely intermixed. Perennial feuds had existed between them. This state of disorder had greatly increased as lawlessness had spread through parts of Ulster, and from 1791 to 1795, The Protestant Peeper Day Boys, as they were called, and the Catholic Defenders came into repeated conflict. The first named body, largely composed of members of the established church, disliked the Presbyterian and United Irish movement, which Catholic Ireland was invited to join, and formed the Orange Society. The ranks of the Orangemen rapidly increased. Their organization became powerful and spread even to the southern provinces. Undoubtedly, it obtained the support of a considerable number of the Ulster gentry, and possibly even of the Irish government. It is certain, however, that the Irish Catholics were not prepared to attempt to rise against the state in force. Wolfe Tone landed at Havre, France, in the first months of 1796, one of other emissaries but their born leader, and his capacity and earnestness made a real impression on the Directory, then in the seat of power in Paris. He advocated a formidable descent on Ireland with the arguments of an enthusiast. It is to his credit that he made scarcely a stipulation for himself, and that he tried to obtain pledges that, in the event of success, his country was not to be made a dependency of France. A large fleet carrying 15,000 troops under the command of the illustrious Hoche set sail from Brest in December upon the enterprise. It is remarkable that it did not make for Dublin or a port of Ulster, as Tone had advised. It sought to effect a landing on the extreme verge of Munster, perhaps because an attempt of the kind had proved successful more than a century before. The French navy, however, was in a wretched state. Hoche, in a frigate, never reached the Irish coast, and the principal part of the invading fleet, after making Bantry Bay in safety, was driven out to sea by a furious tempest. It has been thought, however, that Grouchy, the second in command, might have landed with a not inconsiderable force. If so, Munster might have been overrun and become for a time a French province. On this occasion, as on the day of Waterloo, Grouchy perhaps did England really good service. The failure of the expedition has been ascribed to chance. History more justly points out that it is not easy to invade an island cut off from the continent by a dangerous and most stormy sea, especially with an inferior naval force. The failure at Bantry did not change the purpose of the United Irish leaders, but it made them cautious, and they resolved, if possible, not to attempt a rising before the French had made a successful landing. Ulster, nevertheless, and other parts of Ireland were in a state of hardly suppressed rebellion, sustained by a savage war of classes throughout nearly the whole of 1797. A united Irish Directory had been formed in Belfast, enforcing its mandates far and wide. An insurrectionary army was held in the leash, drilled, and to a certain extent disciplined. It may have numbered, on paper, 100,000 men. Another united Irish Directory had its seat in Dublin. Some of its leaders were able men, but their chief trust was placed in Lord Edward Fitzgerald, who was to command the armed levies of the south, and whose great name seemed a tower of strength. These levies, it was said, numbered 200,000 men, an estimate beyond doubt excessive, but tens of thousands of the Catholic peasantry had by this time become united Irishmen, and many of them had been rudely armed and disciplined. The plan of the conspirators was to seize the castle of Dublin, as in 1641, to occupy the capital and to make the men in power prisoners, and then to rise generally throughout the country when the invasion of the French had been made certain. In the interval of time remaining, fresh efforts were made to exasperate and extend the agrarian war. Maps of the old confiscated lands were prepared. Old prophecies that the Saxon was to be expelled from Ireland were noised abroad, and the peasantry were told that their alien masters were doomed. In this way, the rebellious and the agrarian movements became thoroughly united in some districts. Plantations were cut down, and smithies blazed for the manufacture of a formidable weapon, the pike, and the organization of the white boy system with its central and local secret societies was set on foot to promote the united Irish cause. This combination, however, does not appear to have been complete in more than a few counties, and it did not exist, it has been said, in Connaught. This state of things in Ireland was perilous in the extreme. Affairs in Europe and even in England increased the peril. Notwithstanding the failure of 1796, a great French fleet had assembled at Brest, and a Dutch fleet was at anchor near the Texel in order to renew a descent on Ireland. Tone had indefatigably pressed on the enterprise. France had already nearly mastered the continent. The very naval power of Great Britain had been shaken, especially by symptoms of disaffection in the fleet. The Irish government was perfectly justified in resolving to crush out rebellion in time. Clare, its master spirit, deserves credit for a resolution and daring worthy of Strafford. But it was more unfortunate that it had not the support of a regular and well-organised military force. The army in Ireland was only a few thousand men. The militia had become deeply tainted. The men at the castle had largely to rely on the yeomanry, a numerous volunteer levy raised to a great extent by the local gentry and mostly Protestants. Ulster was selected as the first point of attack. The leaders of the conspiracy were arrested. The incendiary press was scattered to the winds. A general process of seizing and collecting arms was enforced in the province without scruple or mercy. Houses were burned down wholesale to compel the surrender of weapons. Bands of yeomen harried the Catholic districts. Confessions were extorted by atrocious methods. Wherever an attempt at resistance was made, it was repressed by wild and relentless cruelties. In a word, a kind of savage guerrilla warfare not unlike that of the Desmond conflict, and aggravated by a furious strife of race and creed, raged for a time in many parts of Ulster, and hundreds of captives were hurried off and put on board the fleet, an event ominously connected with the mutiny at the Nore. The head of the rebellion was broken. It should be added that, ruthless as the means were, they had been sanctioned by the Irish Parliament. The government, after a pause of a few weeks, turned against the conspiracy in the capital. It must be borne in mind that though a French invasion had been stopped by the great fight of Camperdown, the warrior of Italy was at this very moment on the French coasts, planning a descent on England. Spies and informers had kept Camden, Clare, and the council apprised of all that was going on. The members of the Directory were made prisoners, and the arrest and subsequent death of Lord Edward Fitzgerald deprived the leaders of the intended rising of a head in whom they placed extraordinary trust. Though there was little to recommend him except a name, still a spell of power among the peasantry of the south. If excesses had already occurred, the Irish government, up to this point of time, recollecting the situation, can be hardly blamed. The brain of the conspiracy had, so to speak, been smitten, but the paralysed members still stirred with life. All prospects of a rising had not disappeared. Fitzgibbon knew that the plan of the leaders was not to move until the French had landed. He seems, like Claverhouse, to have deliberately resolved to force insurrection into premature being and to stifle it before it could obtain aid from abroad. By his counsels, more than by those of any other personage, the system which had succeeded in the north was carried out in parts of the southern provinces. This policy, which, be it observed, was denounced by Abercrombie, the commander-in-chief of the regular army, and a true soldier, had the result expected from it. It became impossible to await the coming of the French. The people in several counties were driven into revolt, and the sanguinary rebellion of 1798 broke out on May 23rd in that year. The rising was confined to a part of Leinster. It was generally feeble and ill-combined. It became formidable in a nook of the province only. An attempt to attack Dublin from without, connected with an insurrection within, was equally quelled by the armed force on the spot, and though deeds of blood were done, Kildare, Carlow, and Meath were quickly subdued. The rising, however, was universal and fierce in the two beautiful counties of Wicklow and Wexford, the fairest part of the southeastern tract of Ireland. In this prosperous region, the strife between the Orangemen and defenders had raged for some months, and the efforts of the government to bring rebellion to a head had been marked with peculiar cruelties. The conflict from the first was a savage war of religion. It was also to some extent a struggle of race, but in this instance the double lines of distinction in Ireland did not coincide. The rebels were for the most part of Anglo-Norman or English descent. It was a war of armed Protestants backed by a military force, waged with the Catholic peasantry half maddened by wrong. For nearly a month the issue of the contest was very doubtful. It assumed a terrible and hideous aspect. It is impossible to adjust the balance of evil deeds done on either side. The horrors of the scene are relieved by the proofs of devoted courage that were shown. The Protestants fought with the reckless pride characteristic of a dominant race. The Catholics exhibited heroic daring. At Vinegar Hill, Owlet, and New Ross, the fowling piece and the long pike had great effect in brave and resolute hands, and one of the rebel leaders displayed a capacity worthy of a born general. After many efforts, the rising was at last quenched in ashes and blood, but the Catholics had occupied the town of Wexford for a time, and had the march of the Catholics on Arklow proved successful, the capital would have been probably taken. The uprising scarcely made a sign in Connaught. It appeared in Munster in only a few weak gatherings. Ulster, where the conspiracy had been most deeply laid, did not stir during the war in the southeast. The causes of this deserve passing notice. The preparations for a rising had been already prevented. The Presbyterians waited the advent of the French. They resented, too, a quarrel between France and the United States. But the most effective cause of their inaction was this. The struggle in Wicklow and Wexford was one of religions, and the United Irishmen of Ulster stood aloof from a purely Protestant and Catholic conflict which ran counter to their hopes and sympathies. The rebellion of 1798 was almost wholly fought out by Irishmen. It had nearly ceased when troops poured in from England, but it had called out high Irish qualities. By this time, Camden had been replaced by Cornwallis, a capable and humane soldier, but a kind of guerrilla struggle lingered for a few months among the valleys and hills of Wicklow, the fastness of the Celtic mountaineers of old. Nevertheless, the state of Ireland was lamentable after the close of 1798. It left a legacy of blighted hopes and most evil memories. It was not only that fair parts of the country had been ravaged by a barbarous strife. The material was as nothing to the moral ruin. The influences that had, for many years, seemed to lessen the differences of blood and faith, and even to have healed many wounds of the past, had disappeared in an inhuman struggle. The old distinctions had come out, deeply marked as ever. The conflict, if not wholly, had been in the main a war of race and, above all, of religion. The hopeful visions of the united Irishmen had gradually disappeared. The ideal of Grattan had proved impossible. The aspirations of a new era had been as idle as the French dreams of 1789. The ruling orders of Ireland had been made revengeful. The classes beneath them had beheld the prospect of enlarged liberties suddenly withdrawn. The lines of demarcation between the owners and occupiers of the soil and between Catholic and Protestant had been greatly widened. This change for the worse, which put the whole country back, was very marked in the Irish Parliament. It had become a mere court to register what the Castle and Clare ordered. The independent party in it had dwindled almost to nothing, and Grattan and his followers, indignant at recent events, unable to check the course of the government, and saddened at the failure of the hopes of 1782, had seceded from it in anger and despair. Long before this time, they had made a last fruitless effort in the cause of Catholic emancipation and parliamentary reform. Before the end of the struggle, a French squadron and a few hundred men had landed near Killala on the coast of Mayo. Napoleon had taken the main fleet of France to the east, where it perished in the Great Battle of the Nile. He had no taste for rebellion, Irish or other. The French Directory sent only an insignificant force to the shores of Ireland. Its leader, Humbert, however, was a brilliant soldier. He routed a body of militia, threefold in numbers, in a combat known as the Race of Castlebar. He gave Cornwallis much to do before he was compelled to surrender. Another petty French descent was remarkable only for the capture of Wolfe Tone after a sharp engagement. The unfortunate chief of the United Irish movement, he had served in the expedition to Bantry and had witnessed the disaster of Camperdown, was doomed to the ignominious death of a felon, though he held the commission of a French general and only averted his fate by suicide. Tone was unquestionably the first of the Irish leaders. He had capacity, resource, true faith in his cause, and patriotism. His figure will live in Irish history. After a few severe examples had been made, the conspirators who had fallen into the hands of the Irish government were amnestied under not unfair conditions. Their lives were spared, but they had to leave the country. They were, none of them, men of marked powers, but some won honour in foreign lands. 2 or 3 gallantly followed Napoleon's eagles. More than one made a name for himself in America. Much in their conduct is to be sternly condemned, yet at this distance of time it deserves a kind of sympathy. They had at first only constitutional reforms in view. They were drawn into rebellion in part by the revolutionary ideas of France, but in part by the mistakes of the Irish government. The rebellion of 1798 had only just ended when Pitt began to lay grounds for the Union. The contest had been tardily put down. Reinforcements from England had come in late, but we may summarily reject the wicked myths, evil phantoms rising from a field of carnage, that Pitt fomented a rising in arms, and let Irish factions tear each other to pieces in order to promote a measure he had at heart. The union of Great Britain and Ireland had not only been projected by many able thinkers, it had been in the minds of several English statesmen ever since the Revolution of 1782. Apart, however, from this, Pitt, it is evident from his letters and speeches, did not thoroughly comprehend the whole reasons that made a union a necessity of state at this time, or perceive the consequences that might flow from it. He saw, as the Regency question had made manifest, that the two legislatures might dangerously clash. He saw, too, the danger of this at a period of war, though in England's struggle with revolutionary France, the Irish Parliament had given him most cordial support. He saw also that probably the best means to secure the established church in Ireland, to keep the land in Protestant hands, in a word, to maintain what he called the Protestant settlement, was to make Ireland one with Great Britain. Nor was he blind to the possible evils of the existing state of Catholic Ireland. But though he was not insensible to them, he did not completely grasp the truths that, after the horrors of 1798, the only hope for Ireland, torn as she had been by a barbarous strife of race and faith, was to bring her under the control of an imperial parliament, and that the only wise policy for a British minister was, with the aid of a strong and just government, to place Catholic and Protestant, Saxon and Celt on an equal level of civil and religious rights. This justification of the Union he did not fully realize, at least he did not act boldly as if he did, and we may smile at his notions that the introduction of Irish members into the United Parliament might largely increase the power of the Crown, and that a union would cause Irish faction quickly to cease. Pitt, in fact, as we have before remarked, was ignorant of the true state of Ireland, and in the case of Ireland, as in that of France in 1792-93, he had not the genius to perceive what was beyond his immediate ken. It was the wish of Pitt to combine the union with the emancipation of the Irish Catholics, and with measures to provide funds for the support of the Catholic Irish priesthood, and for the commutation of the tithes of the established church. He had seen, we have said, the bad effects of this impost. This policy was in the right direction, but it was not original. As has been alleged, the Irish Parliament would have conceded the Catholic claims in 1795. The payment of the priests was an old idea and had been advocated by Irish writers and statesmen. The commutation of the tithe was a favourite plan of Grattan. Pitt, however, did not persist in the project which he had hoped to make an essential part of the Union. He yielded to the counsels of Clare, greatly trusted by him in Irish affairs, and consented to deprive his measure of these features. He knew too at this time that George III was obstinately opposed to the demands of the Catholics. This was the first of his grave mistakes on the subject. It is the more to be blamed because Cornwallis, able to gauge Irish opinion on the spot, always insisted that the Union could not succeed if Catholic emancipation was not made, so to speak, its gift. Means were taken toward the close of 1798 to ascertain the judgment of Irishmen on the question of Union and Catholic emancipation. A few of the great peers agreed to support the scheme should it serve their interests. A number of members of the Irish Houses were ready to obey the minister on the usual terms. Some of the independent landed gentry, alarmed at the events of 1798, beheld in the Union safety for themselves. The leading men of Catholic Ireland, much as they had resented Fitzwilliam's recall, were not unwilling to consider the subject. But an immense majority of the Irish Protestants, the trading classes of Dublin almost to a man, and 9/10 at least of the Irish bar, were indignant at the very thought of a union, and expressed their sentiments in emphatic language. This is the more remarkable because the country was held down by a British armed force, and the views of the British ministry were perfectly well known. In these circumstances, Robert Stewart, Lord Castlereagh, the Chief Secretary of Cornwallis, announced somewhat vaguely the policy of Pitt in the Irish House of Commons in a speech on the address made in January 1799, but an amendment was rejected by one vote only, and as this was plainly equivalent to a defeat, the measure was permitted to drop for a time. Though the government had been baffled in the Irish lower house, it obtained a large majority in the Irish House of Lords, where the influence of Clare was easily supreme. The British Parliament had, about the same time, passed resolutions in favour of the Union by an overwhelming majority of votes, and Pitt insisted that the measure could be carried out in Ireland. But it was far from easy to give his purpose effect, and means were adopted, the exact nature of which has been matter of controversy ever since, but of which the general character is not doubtful. The Irish Parliament had long been swayed by a corrupt influence. This had probably increased since 1782. It had been openly exercised on the regency question. Direct bribery was not employed, but promises of peerages were lavishly scattered. Places were created and places unscrupulously filled in order to obtain support for the scheme. Officials were threatened with dismissal if they did not vote for the government. Appeals were persistently made to the hopes and the fears of the members in both parts of the Irish Parliament. Simultaneously, pledges were given that immense sums were to be paid to the patrons and the proprietors of the numerous boroughs to be disfranchised, and one of the reforms effected in 1793, by which placemen in the House of Commons were compelled to vacate their seats, was twisted into a method to secure a majority. By these expedients, regarded by Cornwallis with disgust, but employed by his chief secretary with unflinching boldness, the Irish Parliament was packed to vote for a union. But it is only just to add that, from the first, many of its members, and the number certainly tended to increase, conscientiously approved of Pitt's policy. Recourse, too, was had to other means to influence Irish opinion outside the Parliament in behalf of the contemplated measure. Able pamphlets were published, and the press subsidized. Cornwallis went through different counties to canvass, so to speak, for the Union, and many favourable addresses were obtained, though these were of a questionable kind, and the adverse petitions were much more numerous. The Irish government, however, chiefly directed its efforts to enlist Catholic Ireland on its side, and incidents occurred, even yet obscure, that form an unhappy passage in Irish history. Pitt had informed Cornwallis that the union was to be a Protestant union, in the phrase of the time. He told the Lord Lieutenant very plainly that Catholic emancipation was to be no part of the measure. But his own speeches in the British House of Commons implied that he approved of the Catholic claims, and that they might be conceded when the union had become law. He certainly encouraged Cornwallis and gave him power to bid openly for Catholic support. He perhaps authorized Cornwallis to assure the Irish Catholic leaders that their cause was his own. That upright but not very astute nobleman, always the earnest champion of the Irish Catholics, placed his own interpretation on Pitt's hints and words. He had many conferences with the heads of Catholic Ireland, and entreated them to use their influence to promote the union. He unquestionably held out hopes, if he did not make promises. He left them under the impression that their emancipation was certain and at hand. It should be added that, before this time, Cornwallis had been negotiating with the Irish Catholic bishops with reference to a provision for the priesthood. Pitt seems to have been not aware of this, but the fact is not the less of extreme significance. The broad result was that the Catholic leaders generally threw in their lot with the union and drew the Catholic masses with them. Catholic Ireland in the main declared for the measure, and this, Pitt and Cornwallis agreed, was of supreme importance. A small minority, however, of the Irish Catholics, with more insight and perhaps with more ambitious views, protested vehemently against the proposed scheme. Among these was Daniel O'Connell, a young lawyer just beginning his career. The devices employed to bring about the union made their effects apparent in the Irish Parliament when it assembled again in January 1800. An amendment to the address by which it was sought to stop the progress of the measure was rejected. The question was introduced a few days afterward by a message from the Viceroy sending to both houses the resolutions voted by the British Parliament and recommending the policy sanctioned by it. The debates on the subject, arising in different ways, were impassioned and took up much time, but they are marked by ability of a very high order. Castlereagh advocated the scheme with calm power and thoroughness. Clare, in a speech of real insight and force, insisted that in a union lay the only hope of property, of law, and of the established church in Ireland. A fine array of eloquence was marshalled on the other side. The bar engaged its most brilliant ornaments, Saurin, Plunkett, Bush, and other eminent worthies. The speaker, Foster, rose to the height of a great argument in a most weighty and thoughtful harangue. But Grattan towered above all his fellows. He had lately returned to the House of Commons. In language of singular beauty and pathos, accompanied by solemn and prophetic warnings, he advised the Parliament not to destroy itself and to preserve its existence for the Irish nation. All opposition, however, proved vain. The government retained the majority it had procured. Resolutions passed by the Irish Parliament in favour of a union were translated into articles and bills, and the measure of Pitt received the sanction of both the Irish and the British Parliaments. It deserves notice that a proposal to refer the decision of the question to the Irish electorate was angrily resented by Pitt and Castlereagh. The voice even of Protestant Ireland, though that of a minority of the Irish people, and of a minority in the main loyal, was not allowed to pronounce on this matter. It is certain, however, that in its later stages at least, the measure did not provoke widespread discontent. There was no passionate outburst of opinion against it. Dublin and the Irish bar, indeed, remained bitterly hostile, but there was little murmuring in the country districts. The mass of Catholic Ireland did not stir. Its leaders looked forward with anxious hope. The trading classes were induced to expect that the union would bring them large benefits. Presbyterian Ireland seems to have thought that its favourite linen manufacture would make great progress. The attitude of the majority of the people was one of apathy. It was felt that a measure backed by the British Parliament and the British Army could not be withstood, but unquestionably a minority growing in strength inclined very decidedly toward a union. The union was accomplished by questionable means, nor was it a well-conceived measure even within the narrow limits traced out by Pitt. The Irish and British legislatures were merely combined and emerged in a single imperial parliament. Ireland retained the viceroy, a separate government, a separate administration, separate courts of justice, even separate exchequers for a considerable time, and the shadow of an independent state was suffered to exist. The remaining portions of the scheme were of less importance and do not deserve particular attention. The maintenance of the established church was made a solemn and fundamental law. With what results time was to show in its fullness. The settlement of the land was left, of course, as it was, but undoubtedly the hope of preserving this had weight with numbers of the landed gentry alarmed at the threats uttered in 1798 to undo the confiscations of the past. The fiscal arrangements were harsh to Ireland. She was to contribute 2/17 to the imperial expenditure, a proportion certainly in excess. Her trade was somewhat further enlarged, and ultimately was to be completely free. But the commercial benefits which Castlereagh declared would follow the union were not realised. The Irish peers lost their seats in the Irish House of Lords. A small body of the order have ever since been chosen to represent them in the imperial parliament. The 300 members of the Irish House of Commons were reduced to 100 in the imperial house, a number that ought to have been adequate to make the will of Ireland sufficiently felt. For the rest, while much that the Union should have contained was unhappily not comprised in it, much that was discreditable in its incidents was faithfully carried out. The borough-mongering nobles and commoners were gorged with the spoil that had been promised, and the pledges of corruption were duly fulfilled. Pitt was a large-minded and enlightened statesman. He certainly desired, when the Union was secure, to carry out the measures of relief for the Irish Catholics, which, from the outset, he had had in view. He probably reckoned on his prodigious influence, but he had unhappily kept the king in the dark, though fully aware of the king's sentiments. A ministerial cabal was formed against him, and George III, on a preposterous plea, pressed with the obstinacy of a distempered mind, peremptorily refused to listen to the Catholic claims. The subsequent conduct of Pitt in this matter has indisputably thrown a shadow on his name. He resigned his office when he had persuaded himself that he could not carry out his Irish Catholic policy. He is entitled to every credit attaching to the act, but in a very short time he let his master know that he would not urge the question again. He supported a violent anti-Catholic ministry. He returned to office, but took no steps to vindicate the demands of Catholic Ireland. All this has exposed his memory to grave suspicion, and history can hardly withhold its censure. It is idle to say that he told Cornwallis that the Union was to be a Protestant one only. He held out hopes himself to the Irish Catholics. He invited Cornwallis to do the same. He carried the Union, to some extent at least, by obtaining Irish Catholic support, secured only by what were deemed promises that Catholic relief would certainly follow. In these circumstances, it was not enough to have simply abandoned the helm. He ought to have insisted on the king's adopting his measures, and had he done so, he must have attained his object, and his subsequent attitude has a look of insincerity, if not worse. We fear it must be said that, in his wish to accomplish the union, he did not scruple to allow the Irish Catholics to entertain hopes which he well knew might not be fulfilled, that he all but pledged himself to them through the Lord Lieutenant, though he felt he might not be able to redeem the pledge, and that he thought his conscience absolved by a resignation which he took care should not last long, without even trying to give effect to a policy to which he stood committed as a man and a minister. The best excuses, perhaps, to be made for him are that In his ignorance of Ireland and her real state, he did not understand all that was involved in the course he took, and that in the death struggle of the rebellion, he believed it was his duty to become the head of the state, without regard to consistency or too fine a sense of honour. Under the Constitution of 1782, Ireland unquestionably made social and material progress. The ancient divisions of blood and creed, which for centuries have kept her races apart, and her feuds of class, had to some extent disappeared. In these circumstances, it was not impossible, though in our judgment it was not probable, that Grattan's idea might have, with a free parliament and a powerful landed gentry, the respect of a contented peasantry. But the French Revolution scattered these hopes to the winds. Its destructive influence was as fatal, perhaps, in Ireland as in any part of Europe. It blighted the fair promise of the close of the 18th century. We must add, too, that having regard to the relations it created between Great Britain and Ireland, the Constitution of 1782 was not likely to endure. It was hardly compatible with the security of the British Empire. It was distrusted by British statesmen. Be this as it may, the French Revolution, searching Irish institutions to the very core, proved how errors of policy and faults of the British and Irish governments prevented reforms which might, conceivably, have averted the disastrous events that followed. Rebellion, however, began to lift its head. A revolutionary movement to combine Irishmen in a league against England, the common enemy, and to stir up anarchical strife, was crossed and baffled by another movement, characteristic of the ill feeling of the past, and the end was a horrible war of race and religion. For much that was done in 1798, Clare and the men at the castle are to be severely blamed, but their position, we must recollect, was difficult in the extreme, and if they forced civil war to come to a head, they certainly prevented a worse catastrophe. As affairs stood when the rebellion had ended, a union had become a necessity of state, in the interest of Ireland and of Great Britain alike. But Pitt managed the settlement badly, and the union was an ill-designed measure carried by sinister means through the Irish Parliament, and accompanied by an act of wrong to Catholic Ireland, of which the results were long felt. Still, Pitt must not be too harshly judged. In the existing state of the world, he was bound to accomplish a union at almost any risk or cost. Ireland entered into a union with England under unhappy conditions and at an inauspicious time. The Catholic question was one of pressing importance, and if unsettled, certain to cause trouble. The country required other reforms, the necessity of which had begun to be seen by some of the best men in the Irish Parliament. Ireland was in want of a strong but progressive government, but she had been united with Great Britain at the very time when the conflict with France was soon to become one of life and death, when all hopes of changes in the state seemed gone, when reactionary ideas had immense force, when unbending Toryism was supreme, nay, absolute, and the reforms she needed were, in some instances, in direct conflict with British ideas. In others were little understood by British statesmen, and Ireland was to be ruled by a parliament that knew her not, and by politicians well-meaning indeed, but often ill-informed and without sympathy. It being doubtful, too, if in the peculiar state of her representation she would possess sufficient influence of her own. The prosperity of Ireland had been largely destroyed. The land had been devastated by civil war. The dregs of rebellion lingered. Animosities of race and faith had been fearfully revived, and the island was behind England in cultivation and wealth. These circumstances alone made it no easy task to govern Ireland well in an imperial parliament and by ministers dependent on it. If the union was a necessity of the time, if on the whole it was to effect good, it was to be seen that it was not an unmixed blessing, and that it was to be accompanied at least with some real evils. End of section 1. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 26th of July, 2024.
Section 2 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 3. Rise of the Democratic Party in the United States. Jefferson's Inaugural, A.D. 1801. Hermann von Holst, Thomas Jefferson. Among the political parties which have appeared in the United States since the founding of the Republic, many arose through temporary influences, and, with or without accomplishing noteworthy aims, came to an end. Of those which, whatever changes at one time or another they may have undergone, have long remained as persistent factors in American politics, that which, almost from its origin, has been known as the Democratic Party, is the oldest and at many periods has been the dominant party of the country. It has controlled the national or the executive government under 9 presidents: Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Jackson, Van Buren, Polk, Pierce, Buchanan, and Cleveland. Under Washington and John Adams, the national executive was controlled by the Federalists, a party formed in 1787 to support the federal Constitution. Its importance ceased soon after the War of 1812. It was opposed by the Anti-Federal Party, which stood against strengthening the national government at the expense of the states. The name anti-federal went out of use about 1794, and the opponents of the Federal Party took the name of Republicans. Their party was afterward called the Democratic Republican, and still later, 1828, the Democratic Party, a name chosen as being novel, distinct, and popular. Of this party, as the Democratic Republican, Jefferson is regarded as the founder, and the Democratic Party to the present day is often called the Party of Jefferson, while the term Jeffersonian democracy is as frequently applied to its principles. In the survey of von Holst, an eminent authority on the political foundation and development of the United States, the origin and principles of the Democratic Party are clearly set forth, and in Jefferson's first inaugural, which follows, the political faith of the party, as given by himself, is definitely stated. Hermann von Holst. Footnote. From von Holst's Constitutional and Political History of the United States, New York, Callahan and Company, by permission. End of footnote. Washington's presence made Adams' inauguration a moving spectacle. Adams remarked that it was difficult to say why tears flowed so abundantly. An ill-defined feeling filled all minds that severer storms would have to be met now that the one man was no longer at the head of the state, who, spite of all oppositions, was known to hold a place in the hearts of the entire people. The Federalists of the Hamilton faction gave very decided expressions to these fears, and Adams himself was fully conscious that his lot had fallen on evil days. It was natural that the complications with France should for the moment inspire the greatest concern. The suspicion that France was the quarter from which the new administration was threatened with greatest danger was soon verified by events. The inaugural address touched on the relations between France and the United States only lightly. Adams had contented himself with speaking of his high esteem for the French people, and with wishing that the friendship of the two nations might continue. The message of May 16, 1797, on the other hand, addressed to an extraordinary session of Congress, treated this question exclusively. The President informed Congress that the Directory had not only refused to receive Pinckney, but had even ordered him to leave France, and that diplomatic relations between the two powers had entirely ceased. In strong but temperate language he counseled them to unanimity, and recommended that effectual measures of defense should be adopted without delay. It is necessary to convince France and the world that we are not a degraded people, humiliated under a colonial spirit of fear and sense of inferiority, fitted to be miserable instruments of foreign influence, and regardless of national honor, character, and interest. At the same time, however, he promised to make another effort at negotiation. Pinckney, Marshall, and Gerry were chosen to make an effort to bring about the resumption of diplomatic relations and the friendly settlement of the pending difficulties. Their efforts were completely fruitless. The Directory did not indeed treat them with open discourtesy, but met them in such a manner that only new and greater insults were added to the older. Gerry, for whom Adams entertained a feeling of personal friendship, was most acceptable to the Directory because he was an anti-federalist. Talleyrand endeavored to persuade him to act alone. There can be no doubt whatever that Gerry had no authority to do so. Partly from vanity, and partly from fear of the consequences of a complete breach, he went just far enough into the adroitly laid snares of Talleyrand to greatly compromise himself, his fellow ambassadors, and the administration. The want of tact was so much the greater, as Talleyrand by 3 different mediators gave the ambassador to understand that the payment of a large sum of money was a condition precedent of a settlement. In the early part of April 1798, the President laid before the House of Representatives all the documents bearing on this procedure. Even if before his administration had begun, the general feeling of the country had been constantly turning against France, now a real tornado of ill will broke forth. The anti-federalists would willingly have given currency to the view that the ambassadors had been deceived by common cheats, but their ranks grew so thin that they were obliged to proceed with great caution. While Jefferson had called the President's message of March 19th mad, he now declared, "It is still our duty to endeavor to avoid war, but if it shall actually take place, no matter by whom brought on, we must defend ourselves. If our house be on fire, without inquiring if it was fired from within or from without, we must try to extinguish it. In that I have no doubt we shall act as one man." That such would have been the case will be scarcely questioned now. But although the anti-federalists did not think of playing the part of traitors, and although they gave expression to their sympathy for France only in a suppressed tone, Jefferson was right when he said that party passions were indeed high. The visionaries became sober, and those who had been sober intoxicated. Hence the discord grew worse than ever. A small number of the Federalists were anxious for war, and the rest of them considered it at least as probable as the preservation of peace. Warlike preparations were therefore pushed forward with energy. But it was not considered sufficient to get ready to receive the foreign enemy. It was necessary to fetter the enemy at home. The angry aliens were to be gotten rid of, while it was not yet too late, and the extreme anti-federalists were to be deterred from throwing too great obstacles, at this serious time, in the way of the administration. In the desire to effect both of these things, the so-called Alien and Sedition laws, which sealed the fate of the federal party and gave rise to the doctrine of nullification, had their origin. The plan of this work does not permit us to dwell on the contents of these laws. Suffice it to say that for a long time they have been considered in the United States as unquestionably unconstitutional. At the time, however, there was no doubt among all the most prominent Federalists of their constitutionality. Hamilton even questioned it as little as he did their expediency. But he did not conceal it from himself that their adoption was the establishment of a dangerous precedent. Lloyd of Maryland had, on June 26th, introduced a bill more accurately to define the crime of treason and to punish the crime of sedition, which bill was intended for the suppression of all exhibitions of friendship for France and for the better protection of the government. Hamilton wrote to Walcott, in relation to this bill, that it endangered the internal peace of the country and would give to faction body and solidity. Lloyd's bill did not come up to be voted upon in its original form, but the Alien and Sedition laws were of themselves sufficient to realize Hamilton's fears. The supremacy of Massachusetts and Connecticut had become so unbearable to the South that the idea of separation arose again in May. The influential John Taylor of Virginia thought that it was not unwise now to estimate the separate mass of Virginia and North Carolina with a view to their separate existence. Jefferson wrote him in relation to this advice on June 1, 1798, that it would not be wise to proceed immediately to a disruption of the Union when party passion was at such a height. If we now reduce our Union to Virginia and North Carolina, immediately the conflict will be established between those two states, and they will end by breaking into their simple units. As it was necessary that there should be some party to oppose, it was best to keep the New England states for this purpose. He had nothing to say against the rightfulness of the step. He contented himself with dissuading from it on grounds of expediency. He counseled patience until fortune should change, and the lost principles might be regained. For this is a game in which principles are the stake. Considering these views, it is not to be wondered at that in consequence of the Alien and Sedition laws, Jefferson began to see the question in a different light. We shall have something to say later on the question whether and to what extent he considered it timely to discuss the secession of Virginia from the Union. But he was soon satisfied that his opponents had bent the bow too nearly to the point of breaking to permit him to look upon further patient waiting for better fortune as the right policy. It was no longer time to stop at the exchange of private opinion and the declarations of individuals. The moment had now come when the principles should be distinctly formulated and officially proclaimed and recognized. Not to do this would be to run the risk of being carried away by the current of facts to such a distance that it would be difficult and perhaps impossible to get hold of the principles again. But if, on the other hand, this were done, everything further might be calmly waited for, and the policy of expediency again brought into the foreground. The protest was officially recorded, and so long as it was not, either willingly or under completion, as officially recalled, or at least withdrawn, it was to be considered as part of the record which might be taken advantage of at any stage of the case. Herein lies the immense significance of the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions. Their importance is enhanced by the fact that Madison, who had merited well of the country on account of his share in the drawing up and adoption of the Constitution, and whose exposition of it is therefore of the greatest weight, was the author of the Virginia Resolution of December 24, 1798, and by the further fact that Jefferson, the oracle of the Anti-Federalists, had written the original draft of the Kentucky Resolutions of November 10, 1798. Although not in accord with chronological order, it is advisable to consider the Virginia resolutions first, for the reason that they do not go as far as the Kentucky resolutions. According to the testimony of their authors, the resolutions of both legislatures had the same source, and there were special reasons why it was necessary to make the Virginia resolutions of a milder character. Although a violation of chronological order, it seems, therefore, proper to consider these as the basis of the Kentucky resolutions, or rather as a lower round of the same ladder. The paragraph of the Virginia resolutions of most importance for the history of the Constitution is the following: Resolved, that this Assembly doth emphatically and peremptorily declare that it views the powers of the federal government as resulting from the compact to which the states are parties, as limited by the plain sense and intention of the instrument constituting that compact, as no further valid than they are authorized by the grants enumerated in that compact, and that in case of a deliberate, palpable, and dangerous exercise of other powers not granted by the said compact, the states who are parties thereto have the right, and are in duty bound, to interpose for arresting the progress of the evil, and for maintaining within their respective limits the authorities, rights, and liberties appertaining to them. The legislature of Kentucky disdained to use a mode of expression so vague and feeble, or to employ language from which much or little might be gathered as occasion demanded. In the first paragraph of the resolutions of November 10, 1798, we read, Resolved, that whenever the general government assumes undelegated powers, its acts are unauthoritative, void, and of no force, that to this compact each state acceded as a state, and is an integral party, that this government, created by this compact, was not made the exclusive or final judge of the extent of the powers delegated to itself, since that would have made its discretion, and not the Constitution, the measure of its powers, but that, as in all other cases of compact among parties having no common judge, each party has an equal right to judge for itself as well of infractions as of the mode and measure of redress. Thus were the principles established. But in order that they might not remain a thing floating in the air, it was necessary to provide another formula by which the states might be empowered to enforce the rights claimed, or at least to find a word which would presumably embody that formula, and which was sufficient so long as they limited themselves to the theoretical discussion of the question. The legislature of Kentucky, in its resolutions of November 14, 1799, gave the advocates of states' rights the term demanded, in the sentence, "Resolved, that the several states who form that instrument, being sovereign and independent, have the unquestionable right to judge of the infraction, and that a nullification by these sovereignties of all unauthorized acts done under color of that instrument is the rightful remedy." In later times, the admirers of Madison and Jefferson, who were true to the Union, have endeavored to confine the meaning of these resolutions within so narrow limits that every rational interpretation of their contents has been represented by them as arbitrary and slanderous. When about the end of the third and the beginning of the fourth decade of this century, the opposition to the federal government in Georgia, and especially in South Carolina, began to assume an alarming form, the aged Madison expressly protested that Virginia did not wish to ascribe to a single state the constitutional right to hinder by force the execution of a law of the United States. The resolution, he wrote, March 27, 1831, was expressly declaratory, and, proceeding from the legislature only, which was not even a party to the Constitution, could be declaratory of opinion only. In one sense, this cannot be questioned. In the report of the Committee of the Virginia Legislature on the answers of the other states to the resolutions of 1798, we read as follows: "The declarations are expressions of opinion, unaccompanied by any other effort than what they may produce on opinion, by exciting reflection." But to concede that this was the sole intention of the resolutions of December 24th is to deprive the words, according to which the states had the right and were in duty bound to interpose in case the general government had, in their opinion, permitted itself to assume ungranted power, of all meaning. But it has never yet been denied that these few words express the pith of all the resolutions. More was claimed than the right to express opinions, a right which had never been questioned. If expression was not clearly and distinctly given to what was claimed, it was to leave all possible ways open to the other states to come to an agreement in all essential matters. Jefferson was, in this instance, less cautious than Madison, and his vision was more acute. He thought that the crisis of the Constitution had come, and therefore assumed a standpoint from which he could not be forced back to the worthless position adopted by Madison in his celebrated report of 1800. Jefferson allowed it to depend upon the further course of events whether force should be used, or whether only the right to employ force should be expressly and formally claimed. At first he was anxious that a middle position should be assumed, but a middle position which afforded a secure foothold. The legislature of Kentucky had done this, inasmuch as it had accepted that passage in his draft, in which it was claimed that the general government and the states were equal parties, and in which it was recognized that the latter had an equal right to judge when there was a violation of the Constitution, as well as to determine the ways and means of redress. Madison, and later Benton, as well as all the other admirers of the Sage of Monticello, who were opposed to the later school of secessionists, have laid great weight on the fact that the word nullification, or anything of a like import, is to be found only in the Kentucky resolutions of 1799, which did not originate with Jefferson. This technical plea in Jefferson's behalf has been answered by the publication of his works. Among his papers, 2 copies of the original draft of the Kentucky resolutions of 1798 have been discovered in his own handwriting. In them we find the following: "Resolved, that when the general government assumes powers which have not been delegated, a nullification of the act is the rightful remedy. That every state has a natural right, in cases not within the compact, casus non federis, to nullify of their own authority all assumptions of power by others within their limits. That Jefferson was not only an advocate, but the father of the doctrine of nullification, is thus well established. It may be that Nicholas secured his assent to the striking out of these sentences, but no fact has as yet been discovered in support of this assumption. Still less is there any positive ground for the allegation that Jefferson had begun to doubt the position he had assumed. Various passages in his later letters point decidedly to the very opposite conclusion. The Virginia and Kentucky resolutions produced no further immediate consequences. The recognized leaders of the Anti-Federalists or Republicans had given their interpretation of the Constitution and of the Union created by it. Their declarations remained a long time unused, but also unrecalled and unforgotten. The internal contests continued, and their character remained the same. The revolution in the situation of parties now necessitated a change of front on both sides, and for a time also the battles between them were waged over other points, and in part in another way. The next collision was an actual struggle for supremacy. An inadequate provision of the Constitution alone made this battle a possibility to the Federalists, but the struggle over the question of the Constitution was, after all, considered only as a mere accidental collateral circumstance. End of Section 2. Section 3 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Rise of the Democratic Party in the United States, Jefferson's Inaugural, A.D. 1801, Hermann von Holst, Thomas Jefferson. The Republicans, Democrats, had won the presidential election by a majority of 8 of 9 electoral votes. Their two candidates, Jefferson and Aaron Burr, had each received 73 votes. They intended that Jefferson should be president and Burr vice president. Spite of this, however, they gave both the same number of votes, either not to endanger Burr's election or because he became a candidate only upon that condition. This was, considering Burr's reputation and the boldness of his character, a dangerous experiment. Judge Woodworth charged that Burr had won over one of the electors in New York to withhold his vote from Jefferson, and that this was prevented only by the fact that the other electors of the state had discovered it in time. If this charge be well founded, it was by mere accident that the country escaped electing a man president whose name had never yet been connected with the presidency by any party. If an equal number of electoral votes should be cast for 2 or more candidates, the House of Representatives would have to elect one of them to the presidency. In this case, the votes would be cast by states, and it would be necessary that a majority of all the states should vote for one of the candidates in order to have a valid election. The Federalists had a majority in the House of Representatives, but voting by states, they could control only 1/2 the votes. This was just sufficient to prevent an election. No one denied that the majority of the people, as well as the Republican electors, desired to make Jefferson president. But party passion had reached such a feverish height that the Federalists resolved, spite of this, to plant themselves on the letter of the Constitution and to hinder Jefferson's election. The possibility of electing their own candidates, footnote, Adams and Pinckney, editor, end of footnote, was completely excluded by the Constitution. They could therefore do nothing except to obtain for Burr a majority of the votes of the states, or prevent an election. In case no president was elected by the states, they thought of casting the election on the Senate. The Senate was to elect a provisional president, from among the senators or not, who then might be declared President of the United States. Such a proceeding could not be justified by any provision of the Constitution. The case had not been provided for at all. It is impossible to say whether this is the reason why the plan was soon dropped. Certain it is, however, that Gibbs's statement that such a plan never existed is incorrect. After some hesitation, they resolved to try to elect Burr. Only 6 states, it is true, voted for him, but it was necessary to win over only 4 votes in order to guarantee him the legal majority of 9 states. The prospect of the success of both plans was at least great enough to inspire the Republicans with serious fear. Jefferson had written on December 15th to Burr that decency compelled him to remain completely passive during the campaign. But now he considered the situation so serious that he thought himself no longer bound by decency. He personally requested Adams to interfere by his veto if the Federalists should attempt to turn over the government during an interregnum to a president pro tem. Although he declared that such a measure would probably excite forcible resistance, Adams refused to be guided by his advice. Madison proposed another means of escape. He thought that an interregnum until the meeting of Congress in December 1801 would be too dangerous. Jefferson and Burr should therefore call Congress together by a common proclamation or recommendation. This step could no more be justified by any provision of the Constitution than an interregnum under a provisional president. Madison himself conceded that it would not be strictly regular. But the literal interpretation was presumably the alpha and omega of the political creed of the Republicans. Spite of this, the notion met with Jefferson's approbation. Between the two parties, or rather above them, stood the founder of the Federalist Party himself. Even Hamilton advised that a concession should be made to the interests of political expediency. The possibilities which the equal electoral vote placed in the hands of the Federalists in the House of Representatives were to be used whenever possible to force certain promises from Jefferson. But Hamilton did not wish to go any further. He declared the project of the interregnum to be dangerous and unbecoming, and thought that it could not possibly succeed. Jefferson or Burr was the only question. When his party associates also seemed to have adopted this view, he used his whole influence to dissuade them from smuggling Burr into the White House. He had written to Walcott on December 16th that he expected that at least New England would not so far lose her senses as to fall into this snare. When he was mistaken in these expectations, he wrote letter after letter to the most prominent Federalists who might exert an influence directly or indirectly on the election. "If there be a man in the world," he wrote to Morris, "I ought to hate, it is Jefferson." Spite of this, however, he pleaded for Jefferson's election harder than any Republican. "For in a case like this," he added, "it would be base to listen to personal considerations." Besides, he always dwelt with emphasis on the folly, the baseness, the corruption and impolicy of the Burr intrigue. In all these letters, some of which are very lengthy, he shows himself the far-seeing statesman and examines everything with calmness and incision, but at times he rises to a solemn pathos. With the greatest firmness, but at the same time with a certain amount of regret, he writes to Bayard, "If the party shall, by supporting Mr. Burr as president, adopt him for their official chief, I shall be obliged to consider myself an isolated man. It will be impossible for me to reconcile with my motives of honor or policy the continuing to be of a party which, according to my apprehension, will have degraded itself and the country." Hamilton's intellectual superiority was still recognized by the Federalists, but spite of this he stood almost isolated from everyone. The repulsive virulence with which the party war had been waged during all these years, and the consciousness that their defeat was in a great measure due to the bitter and exasperating contentions among themselves, had dulled the political judgment and political morals of most of the other leaders. Hamilton's admonitions were not without effect, but he was not able to bring about a complete surrender of the plan, which was as impolitic as it was corrupt. The electoral contest in the House of Representatives continued from February 11th to the 17th. Not until the 36th ballot did so many of the Federalists use blank ballots that Jefferson received the votes of 10 states and was declared the legally elected president. According to the testimony of the Federalist representatives themselves, the field would not even yet have been cleared, were it not that Burr had surrendered his ambiguous position. He could not completely and formally renounce his Republican friends, and hence the Federalists received from him only vague and meaningless assurances. All the dangers to the party and the country, which would have been the consequence of the success of their intrigues, they would have knowingly entailed in order to place at the head of the government one whom they believed would turn his back on them the moment they had helped him into power. They would have been throwing dice to determine the future of the Union simply for the satisfaction of venting their hatred on Jefferson. Everyone was fully conscious of the magnitude of the crisis. Bayard wrote to Hamilton on March 8th concerning the last caucus of the Federalists. All acknowledged that nothing but desperate measures remained, which several were disposed to adopt, and but few were willing openly to disapprove. We broke up each time in confusion and discord, and the manner of the last ballot was arranged but a few minutes before the ballot was given. Some years later he repeated the assertion under oath that there were some who thought it better to abide by their vote and to remain without a president rather than choose Jefferson. But reason and patriotism at length obtained the mastery. Bayard seems to have been the instrument of this decision. How much Hamilton contributed to the defeat of the advocates of the va-banque it is not easy to estimate. Randolph, at the time a member of the House of Representatives, often expressed his conviction that the safety of the Republic was due to Hamilton. There was no difference of opinion in the two parties on this, that the victory of the stubborn Federalists would have seriously endangered the Republic. 1 month before the balloting began, we find the conviction prevalent among Federalists that the Republicans would, under no circumstances, be satisfied with an interregnum or with the election of Burr. James Gunn, a Federal senator from Georgia, wrote to Hamilton on January 9th, "On the subject of choosing a president, some revolutionary opinions are gaining ground, and the Jacobins are determined to resist the election of Burr at every hazard. I am persuaded that the Democrats have taken their ground with the fixed resolution to destroy the government rather than yield their point." The Republicans did not oppose this conviction, but declared it to be well-founded with all the emphasis with which such declarations have always been made in America. Jefferson wrote to Monroe on February 15th, 2 days before the election, "If they, the Federalists, had been permitted to pass a law for putting the government into the hands of an officer, they would certainly have prevented an election. But we thought it best to declare openly and firmly, one and all, that the day such an act was passed, the Middle States would arm, and that no such usurpation, even for a single day, should be submitted to." This first shook them, and they were completely alarmed at the resource for which we declared, to wit, a convention to reorganize the government and to amend it. Armed resistance, followed by a peaceful revolution. Such was the last word of the Republicans. The Federalists rightly considered this ultimatum to be no vain threat. In a letter written the day after the election to Madison, Jefferson speaks of the certainty that legislative usurpation would have met with armed resistance. And Jefferson's testimony is by no means the only evidence. Even the press began to treat the subject of bella horrida bella. More than this, in Virginia, where the excitement was greatest, establishments had already been erected to supply the necessary arms and even troops. John Randolph, in the speech already mentioned, had completely lifted the curtain that hung over this subject. Reliance was to be placed on Darke's brigade, which had promised to take possession of the arms in the United States Armory at Harper's Ferry. The idea of waging war on the Union with its own weapons is very old. The secessionists did nothing more than carry out the plan which the fathers of the Republic had considered as embodying the proper course under certain contingencies. The victory of the Republicans did not by any means produce the revolution in internal politics which was to be expected. When the electoral vote had been made known, Jefferson, in the first transports of his joy over the victory, blew with all his might the trumpets of the opposition. He tendered Chancellor Livingston a place in his cabinet, that he might be of some service in the new establishment of republicanism. I say for its new establishment, for hitherto we have only seen its travesty. The stubborn resistance of the Federalists, which wounded his vanity not a little, increased his angry feeling against them. On February 18th he furnished Madison with an account of the election. He lays particular stress on the fact that the Federalists did not finally vote for him, but that there was an election only because a part of them abstained from voting, or only used blank ballots. We consider this, therefore, he says, a declaration of war on the part of this band. These utterances are thoroughly in keeping with Jefferson's preceding course, and with his words and actions toward the Federalists and their policy. Spite of this, however, his own future policy is not to be inferred from them. Hamilton did not fall into this error, because he was well acquainted with the main traits of Jefferson's character and estimated their relative value correctly, although his judgment on the whole may have been somewhat too severe. He therefore saw and foretold the character of Jefferson's policy better than Jefferson himself could have done, while under the influence of the excitement of the political campaign. Hamilton writes to Bayard, January 16, 1801, "Nor is it true that Jefferson is zealot enough to do anything in pursuance of his principles which will contravene his popularity or his interest. He is as likely as any man I know to temporize, to calculate what will be likely to promote his own reputation and advantage, and the probable result of such a temper is the preservation of systems, though originally opposed, which being once established could not be overturned without danger to the person who did it." To my mind, a true estimate of Mr. Jefferson's character warrants the expectation of a temporizing rather than of a violent system. This judgment of Hamilton found its confirmation in the inaugural address of the new president. In it, Jefferson counsels that the rights of the minority should be held sacred, that a union in heart and soul should be brought about, and that an effort should be made to do away with despotic political intolerance as religious intolerance had already been done away with. "We have called by different names, brothers of the same principle. We are all Republicans. We are all Federalists." Jefferson could not only use such language without danger, but it was unquestionably the best key in which he could have spoken, although the extreme Republicans would have much preferred to listen to a "vae victis." He had asserted as early as the spring of 1796 that the whole landed interest, and therefore a large majority of the people, belonged to the Republican party. There is now little difference of opinion on the point that Jefferson would immediately have followed Washington in the presidential chair if the electors had been nothing but the men of straw into which they afterward degenerated. But even if this could be rightly questioned, it would not yet follow that the majority of the people were then really inclined to the Federal party. The Republicans were far inferior to the Federalists in the numbers and the ability of their leaders, and, moreover, the great moneyed interests of the northern states were the cornerstone of the Federal party. These were the two elements which might very well keep them in power a while longer, even if the majority of the people were in reality more attached to the principles of their antagonists. But they were not a support on which they could establish a lasting rule. In a democratic republic, the political influence of the moneyed interests, when they have not attained the immense proportion as they have in the America of today, is, as a rule, very limited, and that of talent is very frequently still smaller. Hamilton's lead was followed as long as the pressure of necessity was felt, but as long as the most difficult labor of organization was done, his superiority became one of the greatest obstacles which stood in the way of his public activity. Not only did the Federalists put him aside by degrees, but their fault-finding with his actions and omissions began here and there to partake of the tone of the most odious attacks made by the Republicans on his policy. This was a sign of the times which deserved the most earnest consideration. When, in a political party, in a popular state, a breach occurs between its founders and the masses that compose it, its days are, as a rule, numbered. If the breach takes place after the essential idea on which the party was founded has been realized, it will not and cannot be long survived. This one essential idea, which constituted the real spark of vitality in the Federalist party, had been realized before the end of Washington's second term as president, and the existence of the work as well secured as was possible under the circumstances. The force which moved the pendulum in its forward motion was exhausted, and if it did not begin its backward course immediately, but seemed to stand for a moment in suspense, it was because an accidental force acted upon it from without. The prolongation of the supremacy of the Federal party was due mainly to the unhealthy attitude assumed by the anti-Federalists toward France. When the fruits of this began to be reaped in the transactions under the government of the Directory, the power of the Federalists, which was then declining, at once mounted to its zenith. The congressional elections of 1797 were very favorable to them. The value of this success, however, must not be overestimated, as it was owing to a question of external politics. Only in case foreign politics, by the outbreak of war, should be kept most prominently in the foreground, could they hope that their success would obtain a more lasting character. But the quarrel between France and the United States had reached its height with the XYZ affair. Footnote. The XYZ mission, an American embassy to France in 1797, consisting of C.C. Pinckney, John Marshall, and Elbridge Gerry. An attempt was made by 3 French agents, disguised as X, Y, and Z, to bribe them. Editor. End of footnote. And with Gerry's return. When Adams, contrary to a foreign solemn assurance, resolved to send a new embassy to France, the Republicans soon regained the ground they had lost, for the attitude of the people toward questions of home politics remained essentially unaltered. The position of the Federalists in the presidential election of 1801 had been a desperate one. The hopelessness of their situation drove them to the rash and despicable game in the House of Representatives. They would have been deterred from it if they could have ascribed their defeat to accidental and transitory causes. The correspondence of their leaders, however, shows plainly that their faint hope of better success after 4 years was only a hope against their better judgment. The reaction had fairly set in. The Republicans did not dare to touch the essential things which had been accomplished during the 12 years' victory of the Federalists over them, and did not even desire to do so, for the same matter is seen very differently from the point of view of the administration and of the opposition. It might not be expected of them that they would intentionally increase the heritage left them, but if they would not immediately squander it, the capital would bear interest and increase. More was not to be expected. The defeat of the Federalists was a decisive one, for even the citadel of their strength was undermined. While in the Southern states a more temperate feeling prevailed, the Republicans in the New England states began to celebrate triumphs. The decisive point, however, was that they obtained a firm footing in the rural districts, whereas hitherto they had found adherents only among the more mercurial population of the large towns. The choice troops of the Federalists began to waver on every side, and the intrigues of the leaders in the House of Representatives gave the impulse to the complete dissolution of their ranks. Yet neither the sense of honor nor the healthy judgment which drew from Hamilton the declaration that he must renounce a party which had thus soiled its name was wanting among the masses. It was seen at the moment how great was the mistake made. Even during the balloting in the House of Representatives, the Federalists went over in swarms to the enemy. Every vote for Burr was another nail in the coffin of the party. This sudden and violent fall of the Federal party explains the security which the continuance of the Union enjoyed during the 2 following decades. The party which represented particularistic tendencies was in possession of power and had an overwhelming majority. In the next presidential election, Jefferson and Clinton received each 162 electoral votes, while Charles C. Pinckney and Rufus King received only 14 each. And in 1805 there were only 7 Federalists in the Senate. But even if the probability of a disruption was therefore very small, the character of the internal struggle remained the same. This character was even placed in a clearer light by the fact that the parts played by each were changed so far as the question of right was concerned, and that the opposition, spite of its weakness, was not satisfied with wishes and threats of separation, but began in earnest to devise plans of dissolution. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louis Heman, Louisville, Kentucky. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 4, Rise of the Democratic Party in the United States, A.D. 1801, by Thomas Jefferson. Called upon to undertake the duties of the first executive office of our country, I avail myself of the presence of that portion of my fellow citizens which is here assembled, to express my grateful thanks for the favor with which they have been pleased to look toward me, to declare a sincere consciousness that the task is above my talents, and that I approach it with those anxious and awful presentiments which the greatness of the charge and the weakness of my powers so justly inspire. A rising nation, spread over a wide and fruitful land, traversing all the seas with the rich productions of their industry, engaged in commerce with nations who feel power and forget right, advancing rapidly to destinies beyond the reach of mortal eye. When I contemplate these transcendent objects, and see the honor, the happiness, and the hopes of this beloved country committed to the issue and the auspices of this day, I shrink from the contemplation and humble myself before the magnitude of the undertaking. Utterly, indeed, should I despair, did not the presence of many, whom I here see, remind me that in the other high authorities provided by our Constitution, I shall find resources of wisdom, of virtue, and of zeal, on which to rely under all difficulties. To you, then, gentlemen, who are charged with the sovereign functions of legislation, and to those associated with you, I look with encouragement for that guidance and support which may enable us to steer with safety the vessel in which we are all embarked amid the conflicting elements of a troubled world. During the contest of opinion through which we have passed, the animation of discussions and of exertions has sometimes worn an aspect which might impose on strangers unused to think freely, and to speak and to write what they think. But this being now decided by the voice of the nation, announced according to the rules of the Constitution, all will, of course, arrange themselves under the will of the law, and unite in common efforts for the common good. All, too, will bear in mind this sacred principle, that though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will, to be rightful, must be reasonable, that the minority possess their equal rights, which equal law must protect, and to violate would be oppression. Let us then, fellow citizens, unite with one heart and one mind. Let us restore to social intercourse that harmony and affection without which liberty, and even life itself, are but dreary things. And let us reflect that having banished from our land that religious intolerance under which mankind so long bled and suffered, we have yet gained little if we countenance a political intolerance, as despotic, as wicked, and capable of as bitter and bloody persecutions. During the throes and convulsions of the ancient world, during the agonizing spasms of infuriated man, seeking through blood and slaughter his long-lost liberty, it was not wonderful that the agitation of the billows should reach even this distant and peaceful shore, that this should be more felt and feared by some and less by others, and should divide opinions as to measures of safety. But every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. We have called by different names brethren of the same principle. We are all Republicans. We are all Federalists. If there be any among us who would wish to dissolve this Union, or to change its Republican form, let them stand undisturbed as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated, where reason is left free to combat it. I know, indeed, that some honest men fear that a Republican government cannot be strong, that this government is not strong enough. But would the honest patriot, in the full tide of successful experiment, abandon a government which has so far kept us free and firm, on the theoretic and visionary fear that this government, the world's best hope, may, by possibility, want energy to preserve itself? I trust not. I believe this, on the contrary, the strongest government on earth. I believe it is the only one where every man, at the call of the law, would fly to the standard of the law, and would meet invasions of the public order as his own personal concern. Sometimes it is said that man cannot be trusted with the government of himself. Can he then be trusted with the government of others? Or have we found angels in the form of kings to govern him? Let history answer this question. Let us then, with courage and confidence, pursue our own federal and republican principles, our attachment to union and representative government. Kindly separated by nature and a wide ocean from the exterminating havoc of 1/4 of the globe, too high-minded to endure the degradation of the others, possessing a chosen country with room enough for our descendants to the 1,000th generation, entertaining a due sense of our equal right to the use of our own faculties, to the acquisitions of our own industry, to honor and confidence from our fellow citizens, resulting not from birth, but from our actions and their sense of them, enlightened by a benign religion, professed indeed and practiced in various forms, yet all of them inculcating honesty, truth, temperance, gratitude, and the love of man, acknowledging and adoring and overruling providence, which by all its dispensations proves that it delights in the happiness of men here, and his greater happiness hereafter. With all these blessings, what more is necessary to make us a happy and a prosperous people? Still one thing more, fellow citizens, a wise and frugal government, which shall restrain men from injuring one another, shall leave them otherwise free to regulate their own pursuits of industry and improvement, and shall not take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. This is the sum of good government, and this is necessary to close the circle of our felicities. About to enter, fellow citizens, on the exercise of duties which comprehend everything dear and valuable to you, it is proper you should understand what I deem the essential principles of our government, and consequently those which ought to shape its administration. I will compress them within the narrowest compass they will bear, stating the general principle, but not all its limitations. Equal and exact justice to all men, of whatever state or persuasion, religious or political, peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none. The support of the state governments and all their rights, as the most competent administrations for our domestic concerns, and the surest bulwarks against anti-republican tendencies. The preservation of the general government in its whole constitutional vigor as the sheet anchor of our peace at home and safety abroad. A jealous care of the right of election by the people. A mild and safe corrective of abuses which are lopped by the sword of evolution where peaceable remedies are unprovided. Absolute acquiescence in the decisions of the majority, the vital principle of republics, from which is no appeal but to force, the vital principle and immediate parent of despotism. A well-disciplined militia, our best reliance in peace, and for the first moments of war, till regulars may relieve them. The supremacy of the civil over the military authority. Economy in the public expense, that labor may be lightly burdened. The honest payment of our debts and sacred preservation of the public faith. Encouragement of agriculture and of commerce as its handmaid. The diffusion of information and arraignment of all abuses at the bar of the public reason. Freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and freedom of person under the protection of the habeas corpus, and trial by juries impartially selected. These principles form the bright constellation which has gone before us, and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. The wisdom of our sages, and blood of our heroes, have been devoted to their attainment. They should be the creed of our political faith, the text of civic instruction, the touchstone by which to try the services of those we trust, and should we wander from them in moments of error or of alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps, and to regain the road which alone leads to peace, liberty, and safety. I repair, then, fellow citizens, to the post you have assigned me, with experience enough in subordinate offices to have seen the difficulties of this, the greatest of all. I have learned to expect that it will rarely fall to the lot of imperfect man to retire from this station with the reputation and the favor which bring him into it, out pretensions to that high confidence you reposed in our first and greatest revolutionary character, whose preeminent services had entitled him to the first place in his country's love, and destined for him the fairest page in the volume of faithful history. I ask so much confidence only as may give firmness and effect to the legal administration of your affairs. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Louisiana Purchase, A.D. 1803 by Henry S. Randall, Part 1. After the framing and adoption of the federal Constitution, the most important civil event in the history of the United States is the great land acquisition known as the Louisiana Purchase. Already, even before the Declaration of Independence, a movement of population from the eastern shores to the region beyond the Alleghanies had begun, and this advance toward the country's interior had much to do with making conditions favorable to the new expansion when the opportunity for it came. The Ohio and Mississippi rivers were at once seen to be available as great water routes of commerce, and these natural advantages rapidly led to a continued westward migration. To meet the new conditions in the Mississippi Valley, many modifications of Eastern modes and institutions were made, and the increasing complexity of society, together with foreign control of the Mississippi country, rendered the problem of further national expansion in that direction difficult to deal with. It was finally solved without the help of precedents and without serious complications. Toward the end of the 18th century, forces long at work determined events in the direction of American control of the Mississippi Valley, to which the French, old enemies of the British colonists, laid claim. Spain, the earlier claimant, had refused free navigation of the Mississippi to American settlers, but finally in 1794 this was granted. Then in 1800, the country which became known as the Louisiana Purchase, including New Orleans and all the land from the Mississippi to the Rocky Mountains, and between the Gulf of Mexico and British America, was ceded by Spain to France, in which country Napoleon had lately made himself first consul. Here Randall's account takes up the history, in which the next and most important of all changes in the possession of the trans-Mississippi lands gave them into the permanent keeping of the United States. Intelligence of the cession of Louisiana and the Floridas by Spain to France reached the United States. The important changes this event caused in our own foreign relations and the new and decisive line of policy it at once suggested to President Jefferson should be given in his own words. He wrote to Mr. Livingston, the American minister in France, April 18, 1802. The cession of Louisiana and the Floridas by Spain to France works most sorely on the United States. On this subject, the Secretary of State has written to you fully, yet I cannot forbear recurring to it personally, so deep is the impression it makes on my mind. It completely reverses all the political relations of the United States, and will form a new epoch in our political course. Of all nations of any consideration, France is the one which, hitherto, has offered the fewest points on which we could have any conflict of right, and the most points of a communion of interests. From these causes, we have ever looked to her as our natural friend, as one with which we never could have an occasion of difference. Her growth, therefore, we viewed as our own, her misfortunes ours. There is on the globe one single spot, the possessor of which is our natural enemy. It is New Orleans, through which the produce of 3/8 of our territory must pass to market, and from its fertility it will ere long yield more than half of our whole produce and contain more than half of our inhabitants. France, placing herself in that door, assumes to us the attitude of defiance. Spain might have retained it quietly for years. Her pacific dispositions, her feeble state, would induce her to increase our facilities there, so that her possession of the place would be hardly felt by us, and it would not, perhaps, be very long before some circumstance might arise which might make the cession of it to us the price of something of more worth to her. Nor so can it ever be in the hands of France. The impetuosity of her temper, the energy and restlessness of her character, placed in a point of eternal friction with us, and our character, which, though quiet and loving peace in the pursuit of wealth, is high-minded, despising wealth in competition with insult or injury, enterprising and energetic as any nation on earth. These circumstances render it impossible that France and the United States can continue long friends when they meet in so irritable a position. They, as well as we, must be blind if they do not see this, and we must be very improvident if we do not begin to make arrangements on that hypothesis. The day that France takes possession of New Orleans fixes the sentence which is to restrain her forever within her low water mark. It seals the union of two nations, who in conjunction can maintain exclusive possession of the ocean. From that moment, we must marry ourselves to the British fleet and nation. We must turn all our attention to a maritime force, for which our resources place us on a very high ground, and having formed and connected together a power which may render reinforcement of her settlements here impossible to France, makes the first cannon, which shall be fired in Europe to signal for tearing up any settlement she may have made, and for holding the two continents of America in sequestration, for the common purposes of the united British and American nations. This is not a state of things we seek or desire. It is one which this measure, if adopted by France, forces on us, as necessarily as any other clause by the laws of nature brings on its necessary effect. It is not from a fear of France that we deprecate this measure proposed by her, for however greater her force is than ours, compared in the abstract, it is nothing in comparison to ours when to be exerted on our soil, but is from a sincere love of peace and a firm persuasion that, bound to France by the interests and the strong sympathies still existing in the minds of our citizens, and holding relative positions which ensure their continuance, we are secure of a long course of peace, whereas the change of friends, which will be rendered necessary if France changes that position, embarks us necessarily as a belligerent power in the first war of Europe. In that case, France will have held possession of New Orleans during the interval of a peace, long or short, at the end of which it will be wrested from her. Will this short-lived possession have been an equivalent to her for the transfer of such a weight into the scale of her enemy? Will not the amalgamation of a young, thriving nation continue to that enemy the health and force which are at present so evidently on the decline? And will a few years' possession of New Orleans add equally to the strength of France? She may say she needs Louisiana for the supply of her West Indies. She does not need it in a time of peace, and in war she could not depend on them, supplies, because they would be so easily intercepted. I should suppose that all these considerations might, in some proper form, be brought into view of the government of France, though stated by us it ought not to give offense, because we do not bring them forward as a menace, but as consequences not controllable by us, and inevitable from the course of things. We mention them, not as things which we desire by any means, but as things we deprecate, and we beseech a friend to look forward and to prevent them for our common interests. If France considers Louisiana, however, as indispensable for her views, she might perhaps be willing to look about for arrangements which might reconcile it to our interests. If anything could do this, it would be the ceding to us the island of New Orleans and the Floridas. This would certainly, in a great degree, remove the causes of jarring and irritation between us, and perhaps for such a length of time as might produce other means of making the measure permanently conciliatory to our interests and friendships. It would, at any rate, relieve us from the necessity of taking immediate measures for countervailing such an operation by arrangements in another quarter. But still we should consider New Orleans and the Floridas as no equivalent for the risk of a quarrel with France, produced by her vicinage. I have no doubt you have urged these considerations on every proper occasion, with the government where you are. They are such as must have effect, if you can find means of producing through reflection on them by that government. The idea here is that the troops sent to Santo Domingo were to proceed to Louisiana after finishing their work in that island. If this were the arrangement, it will give you time to return again and again to the charge. For the conquest of Santo Domingo will not be a short work. It will take considerable time and wear down a great number of soldiers. Every eye in the United States is now fixed on the affairs of Louisiana. Perhaps nothing since the Revolutionary War has produced more uneasy sensations through the body of the nation. Notwithstanding temporary bickerings have taken place with France, she has still a strong hold on the affections of our citizens generally. I have thought it not amiss, by way of supplement to the letters of the Secretary of State, to write you this private one, to impress you with the importance we affix to this transaction. This letter was sent to M. de Nemours, who was about to proceed from the United States to France, as he did not call for it. The President forwarded it to him open, requesting him to possess himself thoroughly of its contents, and then seal it. His object was thus explained. I wish you to be possessed of the subject, because you may be able to impress on the government of France the inevitable consequences of their taking possession of Louisiana. And though, as I here mentioned, the cession of New Orleans and the Floridas to us would be a palliation, yet I believe it would be no more, and that this measure will cost France, and perhaps not very long hence, a war which will annihilate her on the ocean, and place that element under the despotism of two nations, which I am not reconciled to the more, because my own would be one of them. Add to this the exclusive appropriation of both continents of America as a consequence. I wish the present order of things to continue, and with a view to this I value highly a state of friendship between France and us. You know too well how sincere I have ever been in these dispositions, to doubt them. You know too how much I value peace, and how unwillingly I should see any event take place which would render war a necessary resource, and that all our movements should change their character and object. I am thus open with you, because I trust that you will have it in your power to impress on that government considerations in the scale against which the possession of Louisiana is nothing. In Europe, nothing but Europe is seen, or supposed to have any right in the affairs of nations. But this little event of France's possessing herself of Louisiana, which is thrown in as nothing, as a mere make-weight in the general settlement of accounts. This speck, which now appears as an almost invisible point in the horizon, is the embryo of a tornado, which will burst on the countries on both sides of the Atlantic, and involve in its effects their highest destinies. That it may yet be avoided is my sincere prayer. And if you can be the means of informing the wisdom of Bonaparte of all its consequences, you have deserved well of both countries. Peace and abstinence from European interferences are our objects, and so will continue while the present order of things in America remains uninterrupted. This was a bold experiment on the ruler of France, the first general and one of the least timid statesmen and diplomatists of modern times. The morality of the president's attitude rests on the basis of necessity, the right to do that which is indispensable to self-preservation. The practical consequences involved were the same in a single point, so far as Louisiana was concerned, as those contemplated in Hamilton's Miranda scheme, but the latter made conquest its primary object, and it proposed to fall upon another power because it was weak and defenseless, not because it was dangerously strong. It indeed made some late show of acting for the purpose of guarding against precisely what now had taken place. But if we should assume this to be a sincere ground of action, it would only have put our country in the posture of plundering a weak neighbor to prevent a more dangerous neighbor from plundering it, doing a moral wrong in anticipation, for fear some other power might do that moral wrong. This would be a plea on which nations or individuals could always found a right to rob the weaker. But when France actually obtained a title to these contiguous provinces and proposed to make herself our neighbor, she voluntarily, and by no fault of ours, practically commenced a step which all Americans agreed in considering fraught with the extremest danger to our country. Even then we did not attempt secretly to form confederacies, to wrest her property from her. We went to her frankly and told her our views. We went boldly to the then strongest nation on earth, and informed her that if she persisted in colonizing at a point which gave her the key of our western possessions, she must prepare for war with us, and such friends as we could secure to our alliance. And neither was this made the alternative of her yielding up anything that belonged to her without a rightful equivalent. It was the purpose of our cabinet, the moment it was found France would negotiate on the basis of parting from her newly acquired possession, to offer far more for them than they had cost her. Our cabinet might or might not judge correctly of our danger, But there was nothing dishonorable or immoral in its conduct. There was nothing which required a covering of false pretenses to deceive our people or to draw them into a war on fictitious grounds, when, had they known them, they would have abhorred the true ones. There was nothing in the transaction or any of its connections which would require them to be forgotten or disavowed by chief actors within that brief period in which ordinary memories preserve transactions of very secondary importance. We are not prepared to deny, however, that the President's letter to Livingston showed high diplomatic skill, that it made the most of the circumstances, that it was a shrewd and singularly daring effort to beat the French consul at a game he was himself very fond of playing toward other nations, the further chances of the game, the skill of the players, the end which tests the wisdom of the beginning, are to be hereafter recorded. The French government, however, studiously avoided giving our minister any information of its purchase of Louisiana or its non-purchase of Florida. The reason will presently appear in the dispatch of Livingston. The latter, according to his instructions, attempted as a primary object to prevent the French continental acquisitions, and next, if they took place, to attempt to obtain that portion of them east of the Mississippi, and particularly West Florida, in order to secure the outlets to the Gulf of Mexico furnished by its rivers, especially the Mobile. In this Livingston met with no encouragement. On his hinting at a purchase, the minister told him, none but spendthrifts satisfied their debts by selling their lands. De Montbois, a steady friend of the United States, informed him that the French government considered the acquired possessions an excellent outlet for their turbulent spirits. He soon learned that their colonization was a favorite scheme of the first consul. Some passages in a dispatch of Livingston of January 13, 1802, deserve particular attention. By the secrecy and duplicity practiced relative to this object, it is clear to me that they apprehend some opposition on the part of America to their plans. I have, however, on all occasions declared that as long as France conforms to the existing treaty between us and Spain, the government of the United States does not consider herself as having any interest in opposing the exchange. The evil our country has suffered by their rupture with France is not to be calculated. We have become an object of jealousy both to the government and people. The reluctance we have shown to a renewal of the Treaty of 1778 has created many suspicions, among other absurd ones. They believe seriously that we have an eye to the conquest of their islands. The business of Louisiana also originated in that, and they say expressly that they could have no pretense, so far as related to the Floridas, to make this exchange, had the treaty been renewed, since by the 6th article they were expressly prohibited from touching the Floridas. I own I have always considered this article, and the guarantee of our independence, as more important to us than the guarantee of the islands was to France, and the sacrifices we have made of an immense claim to get rid of it, as a dead loss. By comparing this with Jefferson's letter of April 18, 1802, it will be seen how completely the President's views differed from Mr. Livingston's in regard to the consequences of a French colonization of Louisiana, and in regard to the proper policy to be adopted by the United States if it was attempted. And the further dispatches show that no change took place in the minister's views until he received the letter of the President. The policy which secured the purchase of Louisiana was purely original with the latter. Not a distant hint, not even an analogous idea, was received from any other quarter. The minister again wrote home, March 24th, that the colonization of New Orleans was a darling object of the first consul, that he saw in it a means to gratify his friends and dispose of his enemies, that it was thought that New Orleans must command the trade of our whole western country, that the French had been persuaded that the Indians were attached to France and hated the Americans, that the country was a paradise, etc. The minister then proposed that the United States establish a port at Natchez or elsewhere and give it such advantages as would bring our vessels to it without touching at New Orleans. He wrote April 24th that the French minister would give no answer to any inquiries he made on the subject of Louisiana, that the government was at that moment fitting out an armament to take possession, consisting of between 5,000 and 7,000 men, under the command of General Bernadotte, who would shortly sail for New Orleans, unless the state of affairs in Santo Domingo should change their destination. He declared his information certain, and again pressed his government immediately to take measures to enable Natchez to rival New Orleans. Some other letters passed, which are not necessary to be mentioned. On July 30th, Livingston wrote the Secretary of State that he had received his dispatches of May 1st and 11th, the President's letter through Dupont de Nemours of the preceding April 18, 1802, and that he was preparing a memoir to the French government. The formal instructions of May 1st and 11th fell far short of the scope of decision of the President's private letter, which he had sent to Dupont de Nemours open, expressly and avowedly, to have its contents made known to the French government. The former, however, directed the minister to urge upon France an abandonment of her present purpose. Those of the first directed him to endeavor to ascertain at what price she would relinquish the Floridas. Those of the 11th to employ every effort and address to procure the cession of all territory east of the Mississippi, including New Orleans, and he was authorized, should it become absolutely necessary, in order to secure this, to guarantee the French possessions west of the river. The discrepancy between the instructions and private letter admits of a ready explanation. The one exhibited the official attitude which it was considered prudent to take. The other gave warning of the inner and entire feelings and purposes, in a form which would have its full effect, but which could not be officially recognized and therefore construed into a menace, or made the subject of official discussion and disclosure. The unofficial letter, in effect, converted the propositions of the official ones into ultimata. If France would cede to the United States New Orleans and all the territory east of the Mississippi for an equivalent in money, then the marrying with England would not take place, and France could have the benefit of another American guarantee. But what was a guarantee worth which would fall with the first collision of the parties between whom the predicted friction would not be in the least reduced by the proposed arrangement? What would the remaining territory be worth to France? Never worth a thousandth part, as much to her as to the United States. If the then situation of the world without any navigable approach to the greater portion of it, except through a river of which the United States would hold the absolute control. To accept the President's offer would be to give up the most valuable part of the possession and the key to all the remainder, for the purpose of having the remainder secured from England. Yet, if the reasoning in the President's letter was sound, which enforced the first cession, the rest would inevitably soon follow that cession. In fact, the first cession would render the second more inevitable, and 1,000 times less capable of being forcibly prevented. The President's idea, then, amounted practically to this, that if France would sell us all we then needed of her territory, for either commercial, military, or any other purposes, we would help her, or rather allow her to help us, keep the other part from a more dangerous occupant, until we also had need for that other part. Precisely in this light, the French government viewed this offer. Talleyrand emphatically declared that if the French government gave up what we then asked, what was left was worthless to France. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Louisiana Purchase A.D. 1803 by Henry S. Randall, Part 2. We neither accuse nor suspect Mr. Jefferson of insincerity. There is no doubt he would have respected his guarantee, and that he would have remained adverse to taking any unjust advantage. But he foresaw and clearly and warningly pointed to the train of causes which must inevitably end, sooner or later, in the overthrow of any French power on the Mississippi. Having done this, he took middle ground that would neither disgust France nor mankind by its rapacity, and awaited the result. We have no doubt that having such intellects as Bonaparte's and Talleyrand's to deal with, he was strongly anticipated the result, which finally took place. It was to be ready for this, or some other equivalent or similar proposition, that he sent Monroe to France, with verbal instructions extending to any contingency. The President's views produced no immediate visible change in Bonaparte's plans. Livingston informed his government, November 11th, that the military expedition to New Orleans was about embarking, and he feared no prudence would prevent hostilities ere long. Some of his later dispatches were rather more hopeful in their tenor, but a marked change occurred in the open aspect of things until the news reached France of the war flame that was burning in Congress on account of the proceedings of Morales at New Orleans. The Federalists, who were so vehemently laboring to overthrow the administration on that question, were unconsciously playing into its hands, and as effectually serving one of its great objects, the greatest object of its foreign policy, as if they had been employed expressly for that purpose. When intelligence of war resolutions, vehement speeches in Congress, and of every other apparent indication of a popular ferment, and of a national explosion in the United States, was wafted across the Atlantic, the French consul, used to the fiery energy of democratic legislatures, unable to discern distinctly at such a distance between parties, finding one said openly talking war, and the other only asking for privacy in the deliberations on the question. Observing that all were in favor of firm declarations and provisional warlike preparations, fancied he saw the American scenes of 1798 about to be reenacted. He saw the United States again preparing with the prodigal bravery which distinguishes and arouses democracy to tauntingly defy France to the combat, and he doubtless believed this was the first act of the drama which the President's letter had foreshadowed. It would be something worse than ridiculous to suppose that Bonaparte was intimidated, or that the Directory were intimidated in 1798. But the question was, in commercial phrase, would the contest pay? Was it worthwhile to wage a war with so distant a power, while the marine of France was so inferior to that of England, the sure ally of the enemies of France? Was it worthwhile to attempt to garrison a wilderness, destitute even of provisions, against 5 millions of contiguous people, who could reach it by a large number of navigable rivers? Was it worthwhile to expose the French West India possessions to the attacks of such a neighbor? Was it worthwhile to attempt a partition of all the colonial possessions of France between the United States and England? Was it worthwhile to marry these powers in the bonds of a common interest and induce their allied maritime flags to maintain exclusive possession of the ocean and fix the sentence which was to restrain France forever within her low-water bark? The shattered ships of France bore good testimony whether the menaces of the President in the last particular would prove bagatelles if the policy be threatened was entered upon. The victor of Lodi Aboukir and Marengo, the dictator of southern Europe, could have laughed at the president's threat if nothing but the Rhine or the Pyrenees had separated the domains over which they ruled. But circumstances sometimes more than counterbalance strength. A mountaineer in a pass is more formidable than a battalion on a plain. The United States held the unapproached maritime supremacy of the Western Hemisphere. She held more. Maritime skill and maritime victory were hers by birthright. Never man for man and gun for gun had her flag been struck to Christian or Corsair. And now the Levantine seas were witnessing her avenging chastisement of those to whom Europe paid tribute. United with England, and only given time to build, in the mechanical sense of the term, fleets, and no ocean or sea could float a sail which was not under the protection of their associated flags. But independently of such future results, and looking only to existing facts, Bonaparte was not weak enough in military capacity to suppose for a moment he could hold a level and comparatively unfortified mud bank, inhabited by a few thousand Creoles, and a vast wilderness occupied only by savages, with the Atlantic between it and France, against the fighting men of 5 millions of people, and with England joyfully and eagerly ready to intercept every succor he could send, so that not a regiment would reach America without in part owing it to favoring accidents. The moment, therefore, he believed the president's avowals had been made in earnest, and that the American people were ready to uphold them, ready to fight for the territory. And what could he expect of the American Republicans, the only party that could ever tolerate France, should lead in the war feeling? His strong sagacity at once foresaw that his colonization projects were at an end, that these new domains were worthless to France, and must soon pass entirely from its grasp. Measuring as he always did the sentiment of America toward France by the federal standard, he probably considered any guarantee the latter could receive from the former as a far weaker and more ephemeral engagement than would actually have proved. Necessity would have broken it, but he believed the merest pretext would suffice. It was both for his advantage and credit, then, to get rid of it for the best equivalent he could obtain, before another war should break out between France and England. On April 30th, just 11 days before Lord Whitworth received his passports and left France, a treaty and 2 conventions were entered into between the American and French ministers, by which France ceded the entire province of Louisiana to the United States for the sum of 60 millions of francs to be paid to France, 20 millions to be paid to citizens of the United States due from France for supplies, embargoes, and prizes made at sea, and in further consideration of certain stipulations in favor of the inhabitants of the ceded territory, and certain commercial privileges secured to France. It was provided that the inhabitants of Louisiana should be incorporated into the Union of the United States, and admitted as soon as possible, according to the principles of the Federal Constitution, to the enjoyment of all the rights, advantages, and immunities of citizens of the United States, and in the meantime, they should be maintained and protected in the free enjoyment of their liberty, property, and the religion which they professed. It was provided that French or Spanish ships, coming directly from their own country or any of their colonies, and loaded only with the produce and manufactures thereof, should for the space of 12 years be admitted to any port within the ceded territory, in the same manner and on the same terms with American vessels coming from those places, and for that period no other nation was to have a right to the same privileges in the ports of the ceded territory. But this was not to affect the regulations the United States might make concerning the exportation of their own produce and merchandise, or on any right they might have to make such regulations. After the expiration of the 12 years, and forever, the ships of France were to be treated upon the footing of the most favored nations in the ports of the ceded territory. The financial arrangements were included in the conventions, as France exhibited a sensitive disinclination to have this territorial transfer formally assume its real character of a sale for money. But a careful inspection of the treaties will show that she had much less reason to blush for her conduct on this occasion than nations commonly have which either cede or acquire territory. Her stipulations in behalf of the existing and future population of Louisiana were most humane and noble, and those which affected her American creditors were conceived in the highest spirit of magnanimity and honor. It is curious to speculate what a different air this international compact might have been made to wear had the superseded Talleyrand been the negotiator instead of the austerely virtuous Marbois. And let us not withhold from the consul of France the credit which is due him for approaching and approving the proceedings of such a minister. We think it was Napoleon who said he had noticed that Providence generally favored the heaviest and best disciplined battalions. Fortune wafts on those who seize her at the ebb. The good luck to which it gave the opposition so much consolation to attribute the president's success in the purchase of Louisiana continued. The House of Baring in London offered for a moderate commission at once to take the American stocks, which were created for the purchase money of Louisiana, at their current value in England, and to meet our engagements to France by stipulated monthly installments. It is not at all probable that this offer to furnish so large a sum to an enemy could have been made without an understanding with the British government. Nay, the latter had projected an expedition to capture New Orleans as soon as the war with France should break out. But on being apprised by Mr. King of the measures of the United States toward a purchase, evinced apparent satisfaction with such an arrangement, and on learning the terms of the cession, even George III, if the well-turned diplomatic language of Lord Hawkesbury may be credited, grew gracious and expressed high approbation of their tenor. England had every right to feel gratified. No alliance against her power, no special guarantees against her arms, no injurious discriminations against her navigation had been inserted in the treaties. France was stripped of her American continental possessions and crippled from ever becoming the rival of England in colonial establishments. The ceded territory had gone into the hands of the only power which could hold it safely from all European rivals, and against which it would have been in vain for England herself to contend for its possession. The sum paid into the coffers of France would not approach that which England would save in sending fleets against and in maintaining possession of Louisiana against both France and the United States, without any hope that possession would be permanent. And finally, England could now concentrate all her force without reference to transatlantic efforts or interruptions in her death struggle with that modern Alexander against whom it might soon be necessary to defend even her own shores from invasion. Livingston and Monroe communicated the result of their negotiations to the American government, May 13th. It is to be presumed the paper was drawn up by Livingston and was acquiesced in by Monroe to escape an enclaircissement which would add to existing irritations. It is said that they, the ministers, well knew that an acquisition of so great an extent was not contemplated by their appointment, but they were persuaded that the circumstances and considerations which induced them to make it would justify them in the measure to their government and country. So far as official written instructions were concerned, this was true, but both Livingston's official and Jefferson's unofficial letters showed that it was erroneous view, showed that procuring Louisiana had been contemplated and made the subject of diplomatic correspondence, showed that Jefferson had meditated and resolved on obtaining, if practicable, every foot of the American continental possessions of France, the moment he learned that France had obtained them, showed that he had communicated these views to Livingston, while that minister was expressing to the French government, and no doubt honestly entertaining, a wholly different class of ideas, and there is not a particle of doubt that it was precisely to seize upon a favorable crisis, should it occur, to do exactly what was done, that Monroe was charged with his verbal instructions. As to Madison's reply as Secretary of State to the communication of May 13th was worded with peculiar care, its object being, without giving offense to Mr. Livingston, to dissent from the statement that the ministers had acted contrary to any previous views or wishes of their government, or had taken a step which had not been contemplated by their government, or one which they had not been expected to promptly and eagerly adopt if available. After expressing the unequivocal approbation of the government for the proceedings of the ministers, he said, "This approbation is in no respect precluded by the silence of your commission and instructions. When these were made out, the object of the most sanguine was limited to the establishment of the Mississippi as our boundary. It was not presumed that more could be sought by the United States, either with a chance of success or perhaps without being suspected of a greedy ambition, than the island of New Orleans and the two Floridas, it being little doubted that the latter was, or would be, comprehended in the cession from Spain to France, to the acquisition of New Orleans and the Floridas. The provision was, therefore, accommodated, nor was it to be supposed that in case the French government should be willing to part with more than the territory on one side of the Mississippi, an arrangement with Spain for restoring to her the territory on the other side would not be preferred to a sale of it to the United States. It might be added that the ample views of the subject carried with him by Mr. Monroe, and the confidence felt that your judicious management would make the most of favorable occurrences, lessened the necessity of multiplying provisions for every turn which your negotiations might possibly take. He then very quietly mentioned that it was the tenor of Mr. Livingston's own dispatches which had left no expectation of any arrangement with France, by which an extensive acquisition was to be made, unless in a favorable crisis of which advantage should be taken. Is it asked if we entertain any doubt that Monroe, with his verbal instructions, would have concurred readily in a treaty based on the President's formal and official offer, that is, on the separate acquisition of the Floridas and New Orleans? No such doubt is entertained. No question is made that the President and the American people would have rested satisfied with that acquisition for a generation to come. But it is not probable that the President expected his official demand would be complied with, and no more. If so, he sent Monroe to France for nothing, and much of his letter to him of January 13, 1803, is wholly unmeaning gibberish. Undoubtedly hoped for a more favorable arrangement. Undoubtedly he verbally instructed Monroe to acquire as much territory as practicable. Undoubtedly Monroe would never have signed a treaty which did not obtain more than New Orleans, and France did not, as it proved, own the Floridas. After reading the President's letter to Livingston on April 18, 1802, it would be absurd to declare that he did not contemplate the acquisition of Louisiana, that he did not solely originate the idea, that he did not originate and put in motion the train of causes by which it was accomplished. Monroe, with his customary steady discretion and modesty, kept silent as to his share of the merit of this negotiation. Jefferson's temptation to speak was stronger. The opposition, with its usual variety and diversity of grounds of attack, insisted, first, that the purchase was inexpedient, unconstitutional, and disgraceful in its character. Second, that it was the result of good luck, and was wholly unforeseen and unthought of. Third, that Livingston's energy and tact had broken away from instructions to rescue a feeble and irresolute administration. The President did once or twice hint to very confidential correspondence that if all the facts were before the public, It would be shown that the ministers had not been compelled to take any unauthorized or unexpected responsibility. And he also hinted that Monroe was entitled to a full share of credit for what had been accomplished. Beyond this, he coolly let the newspaper trumpet Blair on and reduce him to a secondary attitude to those who, if they had executed well, had acted only as his instruments. He had conceived the design. He had foreseen the occasion. He had even given the signal to strike when the occasion came. It was no ordinary triumph of which he omitted to claim the glory. When from the beam of the Nix, the flashing eye of Demosthenes glanced from the upturned faces of the people of Athens to the scenes of those heroic achievements which he invoked them to emulate, it looked beyond the Gulf of Salamis and the plain of Marathon. Parnes, in whose rocky gorge stood Phyle, towered before him in the north, and in the south the heights on whose southern bases broke the waves of the Aegean. Almost the whole land of Attica lay under his vision, and near enough to have its great outlines distinguishable. But a world was clustered within that compass. The land of Attica, whose sword shook and whose civilization conquered the world, had the superficial area and about 1/3 the agricultural productiveness of a moderate-sized county in any of the American states which had been erected in the province of French Louisiana. No conqueror who has trod the earth to fill it with desolation and mourning ever conquered and permanently amalgamated with his native kingdom a remote approach to the same extent of territory. But one kingdom in Europe equals the extent of one of its present states. Germany supports a population of 37 millions of people. All Germany has a little more than the area of 2/3 of Nebraska, and acre for acre less tillable land. Louisiana is densely populated in proportion to its natural materials of sustentation, as parts of Europe would be capable of supporting somewhere from 400 to 500 millions of people. The whole United States became capable, by this acquisition, of sustaining a larger population than ever occupied Europe. The purchase secured, independently of territory, several prime national objects. It gave us that homogeneousness, unity, and independence which are derived from the absolute control and disposition of our commerce, trade, and industry in every department, without the hindrance or meddling of any intervening nation between us and any natural element of industry, between us and the sea, or between us and the open market of the world. It gave us ocean boundaries on all exposed sides, for it left Canada exposed to us, and not us to Canada. It made us indisputably and forever the controllers of the Western Hemisphere. It placed our national course, character, civilization, and destiny solely in our own hands. It gave us the certain sources of a not distant numerical strength, to which that of the mightiest empires of the past or present is insignificant. A Gallic Caesar was leading his armies over shattered kingdoms. His armed foot shook the world. He decimated Europe. Millions on millions of mankind perished, and there was scarcely a human habitation from the polar seas to the Mediterranean, where the voice of lamentation was not heard over slaughtered kindred, to swell the conqueror's strength and glory. And the carnage and rapine of war are trifling evils compared with its demoralizations. The rolling tide of conquest subsided. France shrunk back to her ancient limits. Napoleon died a repining captive on the rock of St. Helena. The stupendous tragedy was played out, and no physical results were left behind but decrease, depopulation, and universal loss. A Republican president on a distant continent was also seeking to aggrandize his country. He led no armies. He shed not a solitary drop of human blood. He caused not a tear of human woe. He bent not one toiling back lowered by governmental burdens, strangest of political anomalies, and ludicrous as strange to the representatives of the ideas of the tyrannical and bloody past. He lightened the taxes while he was lightening the debts of a nation, and without interrupting either of these ameliorations for an instant, without imposing a single new exaction on his people, he acquired, peaceably and permanently for his country, more extensive and fertile domains than ever for a moment owned the sway of Napoleon, more extensive ones than his gory plume ever floated over. Which of these victors deserves to be termed glorious? Yet, with that serene and unselfish equanimity which ever preferred his cause to his vanity, this more than conqueror allowed his regal agency in this great achievement to go unexplained to the day of his death, and to be in a good measure attributed to mere accident, taken advantage of quite as much by others as by himself. He wrote no laureled letter. He asked no triumph. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Tripolitan War, A.D. 1804, by J. Fennimore Cooper, Part 1. At the opening of the 19th century, the United States of America were impelled to resist by force the piratical powers known as the Barbary States on the northern coast of Africa. These corsairs had long vexed the Mediterranean countries of Europe. Similar annoyances having been suffered by the United States, that country at last inflicted upon one of the offenders, Tripoli, a punishment which proved to be the beginning of the end in the predatory career of all. During the last years of the 18th century, the Mediterranean was rendered by these African pirates so unsafe that the merchant ships of every nation were in danger of being captured by them, unless protected by an armed convoy or by tribute paid to the Barbary powers. With other countries, the United States had made payments of such tribute, but at last, when an increase of such payments was demanded by Tripoli, the Republic refused to comply. In consequence of this refusal, Tripoli, June 10, 1801, declared war against the United States. The conflict which ensued is known as the Tripolitan War. It had been anticipated by the United States, which had already sent a squadron to the Mediterranean. No serious collision took place until October 1803. Then, while chasing a corsair into the harbor of Tripoli, the United States frigate Philadelphia, Captain William Bainbridge, struck a sunken rock, and, being unable to use her guns, was captured by the Tripolitans. On February 16, 1804, Lieutenant Stephen Decatur, under orders of Commodore Edward Preble, performed what Nelson called the most daring act of the age, which made the young officer one of the most famous among naval heroes. With the captured Tripolitan craft, renamed the Intrepid, and a crew of 75 men, he entered the harbor of Tripoli by night, boarded the Philadelphia, within half gunshot of the Pacha's castle, drove the Tripolitan crew overboard, set the ship on fire, remained alongside until the flames were beyond control, and then withdrew without losing a man, though under the fire of 141 guns. The further operations and end of the war are narrated by Cooper, who, although most widely known by his novels, was himself at one time an officer in the United States Navy, of which he is also one of the best historians. It was July 21, 1804, when Commodore Preble was able to sail from Malta, with all the force he had collected, to join the vessels cruising off Tripoli. The blockade had been kept up with vigor for some months, and the Commodore felt that the season had now arrived for more active operations. He had with him the Constitution, Enterprise, Nautilus, 2 bomb vessels, and 6 gunboats. The bomb vessels were only 30 tons measurement and carried a 13-inch mortar each. In scarcely any respect were they suited for the duty that was expected of them. The gunboats were little better, being shallow, unseaworthy craft of about 25 tons burden, in which long iron 24s had been mounted. Each boat had 1 gun and 35 men, the latter, with the exception of a few Neapolitans, being taken from the different vessels of the squadron. The Tripolitan gunboats were altogether superior, and the duty should have been exactly reversed, in order to suit the qualities of the respective craft. The boats of Tripoli having been built to go on the coast, while those possessed by the Americans were intended solely for harbor defense. In addition to their other bad qualities, these Neapolitan boats were found neither to sail nor to row even tolerably well. It was necessary to tow them by larger vessels the moment they got into rough water, and when it blew heavily there was always danger of dragging them under. In addition to this force, Commodore Preble had obtained 6 long 26-pounders for the upper deck of the Constitution, which were mounted in the waist. When the American commander assembled his whole force before Tripoli on July 25, 1804, it consisted of the Constitution 44 guns, Commodore Preble, Siren 16, Lieutenant Commandant Stewart, Argus 16, Lieutenant Commandant Holne, Scourge 14, Lieutenant Commandant Dent, Vixen 12, Lieutenant Commandant Smith, Nautilus 12, Lieutenant Commandant Somers, Enterprise 12, Lieutenant Commandant Decatur, and 2 bomb vessels and 6 gunboats. In some respects this was a well-appointed force for the duty required, while in others it was lamentably deficient. Another heavy ship in particular was wanted, and the means for bombarding had all the defects that may be anticipated. The 2 heaviest brigs had armaments of 24-pound carronades, the other brig and 2 of the schooners armaments of 18-pound carronades, while the Enterprise retained her original equipment of long 6s in consequence of her ports being unsuited to the new guns. As the Constitution had a gun deck battery of 30 long 24s, with 6 long 26s, and some lighter light guns above, it follows that the Americans could bring 22 24s and 6 26s to bear on the stone walls of the town, in addition to a few light chase guns of the small vessels, and the 12-pounders of the frigate's quarterdeck and forecastle. On the whole, there appears to have been in the squadron 28 heavy long guns, with about 20 lighter, that might be brought to play on the battery simultaneously. Opposed to these means of offense, the Pacha had 115 guns in battery, most of them quite heavy, and 19 gunboats that, of themselves, so far as metal was concerned, were nearly equal to the frigate. Moored in the harbor were also 2 large galleys, 2 schooners, and a brig, all of which were armed and strongly manned. The American squadron was manned by 1,060 persons, all told, while the Pacha had assembled a force that has been estimated as high as 25,000, Arabs and Turks included. The only advantage possessed by the assailants in the warfare that was so soon to follow were those which are dependent on spirit, discipline, and system. The vessels could not anchor until the 28th, when they ran in, with the wind at east-southeast, and came to, by signal, about a league from the town. This was hardly done, however, before the wind came suddenly round to north-northwest, thence north-northeast, and it began to blow strong with the heavy sea setting directly on shore. At 6 p.m. a signal was made for the vessels to weigh and to gain an offing. Fortunately, the wind continued to haul to the eastward, or there would have been great danger of towing the gunboats under, while carrying sail to claw off the land. The gale continued to increase until the 31st, when it blew tremendously. The courses, of the Constitution were blown away. Though reefed, it would have been impossible to save the bomb vessels and gunboats, had not the wind hauled so far to the southward as to give smooth water. Fortunately, the gale ceased the next day. On August 3rd, 1804, the squadron ran in again and got within a league of the town. With a pleasant breeze at the eastward, the enemy's gunboats and galleys had come outside of the rocks and were lying there in two divisions, one near the eastern and the other near the western entrance, or about half a mile apart. At the same time, it was seen that all the batteries were manned, as if an attack was not only expected, but invited. At 12:30 noon, the Constitution wove with her head offshore, and showed a signal for all vessels to come within hail. Each commander, as he came up, was ordered to prepare to attack the shipping and batteries. The bomb vessels and gunboats were immediately manned, and such was the high state of discipline in the squadron that in 1 hour everything was ready for the contemplated service. On this occasion, Commodore Preble made the following distribution of that part of his force, which was manned from the other vessels of his squadron. One bomb ketch was commanded by Lieutenant Commandant Dent of the Scourge. The other bomb ketch was commanded by Mr. Robinson, First Lieutenant of the Constitution. First Division of Gunboats. 1. Lieutenant Commandant Summers of the Nautilus. 2. Lieutenant James Decatur of the Nautilus. 3. Lieutenant Blank of the Argus. Second Division of Gunboats. 4. Lieutenant Commandant Decatur of the Enterprise. 5. Lieutenant Bainbridge of the Enterprise. 6. Lieutenant Tripp of the Vixen. At 1:30 the Constitution wore again, and stood toward the town. At 2, the gunboats were cast off and formed in advance, covered by the brigs and schooners, and half an hour later, the signal was shown to engage. The attack was commenced by the 2 bombards, which began to throw shells into the town. It was followed by the batteries, which were instantly in a blaze, and then the shipping on both sides opened their fire, within reach of grape. The eastern, almost weatherly division of the enemy's gunboats, 9 in number, as being least supported, was the aim of the American gunboats, but the bad qualities of the latter craft were quickly apparent, for as soon as Decatur steered toward the enemy, with an intention to come to close quarters, the division of Summers, which was a little to leeward, found it difficult to sustain him. Every effort was made by the latter officer to get far enough to windward to join in the attack, but finding it impracticable, he bore up and ran down alone on 5 of the enemy to leeward, and engaged them all within pistol shot, throwing showers of grape, canister, and musket balls among them. In order to do this as soon as near enough, the sweeps were got out, and the boat was backed astern to prevent her from drifting in among the enemy. The gunboat, number 3, was closing fast, but a signal of recall being shown from the Constitution, she hauled out of the line to obey, and losing ground kept more aloof, firing at the boats and shipping in the harbor, while number 2, Lieutenant James Decatur, was enabled to join the division to windward. Number 5, Lieutenant Bainbridge, lost her lateened yard, while still in tow of the Siren, but though unable to close, she continued advancing, keeping up a heavy fire, and finally touched on the rocks. By these changes, Lieutenant Commandant Decatur had 3 boats that dashed forward with him, though one belonged to the division of Lieutenant Commandant Summers, viz. Number 4, Number 6, and Number 2. The officers in command of these 3 boats went steadily on until within the smoke of the enemy. Here they delivered their fire, throwing in a terrible discharge of grape and musket balls, and the order was given to board. Up to this moment, the odds had been as 3-1 against the assailants, and they were now, if possible, increased. The brigs and schooners could no longer assist. The Turkish boats were not only the heaviest and the best in every sense, but they were much the strongest manned. The combat now assumed a character of chivalrous effort and of desperate personal prowess that belongs rather to the Middle Ages than to struggles of our time. Its details, indeed, savor more of the tales of romance than of harsh reality, such as we are accustomed to associate with acts of modern warfare. Lieutenant Commandant Decatur took the lead. He had no sooner discharged his volley of musket balls than number 4 was laid alongside of the opposing boat of the enemy. He boarded her, followed by Lieutenant Tom McDonough and all the Americans of his crew. The Tripolitan boat was divided nearly in 2 parts by a long open hatchway, and as the crew of number 4 came in one side, the Turks retreated to the other, making a sort of ditch of the open space. This caused an instant of delay, and perhaps fortunately, for it permitted the assailants to act together. As soon as ready, Decatur charged round each end of the hatchway, and after a short struggle, a part of the Turks were piked and bayoneted, while the rest submitted or leaped into the water. No sooner had Decatur got possession of the boat first assailed, than he took her in tow and bore down on the one next to leeward, running the enemy aboard. As before, he boarded him with most of his officers and men. The captain of the Tripolitan vessel was a large, powerful man, and Decatur charged him with a pike. The weapon, however, was seized by the Turk, wrested from the hands of the assailant, and turned against its owner. The latter parried a thrust, and made a blow with his sword at the pike, with a view to cut off its head. The sword hit the iron and broke at the hilt, and the next instant the Turk made another thrust. The gallant Decatur had nothing to parry the blow but his arm, with which he so far avoided it as to receive the pike only through the flesh of his breast. Tearing the iron from the wound, he sprang within the Turk's guard and grappled his antagonist. The pike fell between the two, and a short trial of strength succeeded, in which the Turk prevailed. As the combatants fell, however, Decatur so far released himself as to lie side by side with his foe on the deck. The Tripolitan now endeavored to reach his poniard, while his hand was firmly held by that of his enemy. At this critical instant, when life or death depended on a moment well employed, or a moment lost, Decatur drew a small pistol from the pocket of his vest, passed the arm that was free round the body of the Turk, pointed the muzzle in, and fired. The ball passed entirely through the body of the Mussulman, and lodged in the clothes of his foe. At the same instant, Decatur felt the grasp that had almost smothered him relax, and he was liberated. He sprang up, and the Tripolitan lay dead at his feet. In such a melee, it cannot be supposed that the struggle of the two leaders would go unnoticed. An enemy raised his saber to cleave the skull of Decatur, while he was occupied with his enemy, and a young man of the Enterprise's crew interposed an arm to save him. The blow was intercepted, but the limb was severed, leaving it hanging only by a bit of skin. Fresh rush was now made upon the enemy, who was overcome without much further resistance. An idea of the desperate nature of the fighting that distinguished this remarkable assault may be gained from the amount of the loss. The two boats captured by Lieutenant Commandant Decatur had about 80 men in them, of whom 52 were known to have been killed and wounded, most of the latter very badly. As only 8 prisoners were made, who were not wounded, and many jumped overboard and swam to the rocks, it is not improbable that the Turks suffered still more severely. Lieutenant Commandant Decatur himself being wounded, he secured his second prize and hauled off to rejoin the squadron, all the rest of the enemy's division that were not taken having by this time run into the harbor by passing through the openings between the rocks. When Lieutenant Commandant Decatur was thus employed to windward, his brother, Lieutenant James Decatur, the first lieutenant of the Nautilus, was nobly emulating his example in number 2. Reserving his fire like number 4, this young officer dashed into the smoke, and was on the point of boarding when he received a musket ball on his forehead. The boats met and rebounded, and in the confusion of the death of the commanding officer of the number 2, the Turk was enabled to escape under heavy fire from the Americans. It was said at the time that the enemy had struck before Lieutenant Decatur fell, though the fact must remain in doubt. It is, however, believed that he sustained a very severe loss. In the meantime, Lieutenant Tripp in No. 6, the last of the 3 boats that were able to reach the weather division, was not idle. Reserving his fire like the others, he delivered with deadly effect when closing, and went aboard his enemy in the smoke. In this instance, the boats also separated by the shock of the collision, leaving Lieutenant Tripp with J.D. Henley and 9 men only on board the Tripolitan. Here, too, the commanders singled each other out, and a fierce personal combat occurred while the work of death was going on around them. The Turk was young and of large athletic build, and soon compelled his slighter but more active foe to fight with caution. Advancing on Lieutenant Tripp, he would strike a blow and receive a thrust in return. In this manner he gave the American commander no less than 8 saber wounds in the head and 2 in the breast. When making a sudden rush, he struck a 9th blow on the lieutenant's head, which brought him down upon one knee. Rallying all his force in a desperate effort, the latter, who still retained the short pike with which he fought, made a thrust that forced the weapon through the body of his gigantic adversary and tumbled him on his back. As soon as the Tripolitan officer fell, the remainder of his crew surrendered. The boat taken by Lieutenant Tripp was one of the largest belonging to the Pacha. The number of her men is not positively known, but living and dead, 36 were found in her, of whom 21 were either killed or wounded. When it is remembered that but 11 Americans boarded her, the achievement must pass for one of the most gallant on record. All this time, the cannonading and bombardment continued without ceasing. Lieutenant Commandant Summers in No. 1, sustained by the brigs and schooners, had forced the remaining boats to retreat, and this resolute officer pressed them so hard as to be compelled to wear within a short distance of a battery of 12 guns close to the mole. Her destruction seemed inevitable. As the boat came slowly round, a shell fell into the battery and most opportunely blew up the platform, driving the enemy out to the last man. Before the guns could be again used, the boat had got in tow of one of the small vessels. There was a division of 5 boats and 2 galleys of the enemy that had been held in reserve within the rocks, and these rallied their retreating countrymen and made 2 efforts to come out and intercept the Americans and their prizes, but they were kept in check by the fire of the frigate and small vessels. The Constitution maintained a very heavy fire and silenced several of the batteries, though they reopened as soon as she had passed. The bombards were covered with the spray of shot, but continued to throw shells to the last. At 4:30, the wind coming round to the northward, a signal was made for the gunboats and bomb catchers to rejoin the small vessels, and another to take them and the prizes in tow. The last order was handsomely executed by the brigs and schooners under the cover of a blaze of fire from the frigate. A quarter of an hour later, the Constitution herself hauled off and ran out of gunshot. Thus terminated the first serious attack that was made on the town and batteries of Tripoli. Its effect on the enemy was of the most salutary kind, the manner in which their gunboats had been taken by boarding, making a deep and lasting impression. The superiority of the Americans in gunnery was generally admitted before, but here was an instance in which the Turks had been overcome by inferior number, hand to hand, a kind of conflict in which they had been thought particularly to excel. Perhaps no instance of more desperate fighting of the sort, without defensive armor, is to be found in the pages of history. 3 gunboats were sunk in the harbor in addition to the 3 that were taken, and the loss of the Tripolitans by shot must have been very heavy. About 50 shells were thrown into the town, but little damage appears to have been done in this way. Very few of the bombs, on account of the imperfect materials that had been furnished exploding. The batteries were considerably damaged, but the town itself suffered no material injury. On the American side, only 14 were killed and wounded in the affair, and all of these, with the exception of one band, belonged to the gunboats. The Constitution, though under fire 2 hours, escaped much better than could have been expected. She received one heavy shot through her mainmast, had a quarterdeck gun injured, and was a good deal cut up aloft. The enemy had calculated his range for a more distant cannonade, and generally overshot the ships. By this mistake, the Constitution had her main royal yard shot away. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Tripolitan War, A.D. 1804 by J. Fennimore Cooper, Part 2. The Prussia now became more disposed than ever to treat, the warfare promising much annoyance with no corresponding benefits. The cannonading did his batteries and vessels great injury, though the town probably suffered less than might have been expected, being in a measure protected by its walls. The shells, too, that had been procured at Messina turned out to be very bad, few exploding when they fell. The case was different with the shot, which did effective work on the different batteries. Some idea may be formed of the spirit of the last attack from the report of Commodore Preble, who stated that 9 guns, one of which was used but a short time, threw 500 heavy shot in the course of little more than 2 hours. Although the delay, caused by the expected arrival of the reinforcement, was used to open a negotiation, it was without effect. The Pacha had lowered his demands 1/2, but he still insisted on a ransom of $500 a man for his prisoners, though he waived the usual claim for tribute in future. These propositions were not received, it being expected that after the arrival of the reinforcement, the treaty might be made on the usual terms of civilized nations. On August 9th, the Argus, Captain Hull, had a narrow escape, that brig having stood in toward the town to reconnoiter, with Commodore Preble on board, one of the heaviest of the shot from the batteries raked her bottom for some distance and cut the planks half through. An inch or two of variation in the direction of the shot would infallibly have sunk the brig, and that probably in a few minutes. No intelligence arriving from the expected vessels, Commodore Preble, about the 16th, began to make his preparations for another attack, sending the Enterprise, Lieutenant Commandant Robinson, to Malta, with orders for the agent to forward transports with water, the vessels being on a short allowance. On the night of the 17th, Captains Decatur and Chauncey were close in boats, and reconnoitered the situation of the enemy. These officers, on their return, reported that the vessels of the Tripolitan flotilla were moored abreast of each other, from a line extending from the mole to the castle, with their heads to the eastward, making a defense directly across the inner harbor or galley mole. A gale, however, compelled the American squadron to stand offshore on the morning of the 18th, causing another delay in the contemplated movements. While lying to in the offing, the vessels met the transports from Malta, and the Enterprise returned bringing no intelligence from the expected reinforcement. On the 24th, the squadron stood in toward the town again, with a light breeze from the eastward. At 8 p.m., the Constitution anchored just out of gunshot of the batteries, but it fell calm, and the boats of the different vessels were sent to tow the bombards to a position favorable for throwing shells. This was thought to have been effected by 2 a.m., when the 2 vessels began to throw their bombs, covered by the gunboats. At daylight, they all retired without having received a shot in return. Commodore Preble appears to have distrusted the results of this bombardment, the first attempted at night, and there is reason to think it had but little effect. The weather proving very fine and the wind favorable, on the 28th, Commodore Preble determined to make a more vigorous assault on the town and batteries than any which had preceded it, and his dispositions were taken accordingly. The gunboats and bombards requiring so many men to manage them, the Constitution and the small vessels had been compelled to go into action, short of hands in the previous affairs. To obviate this difficulty, the John Adams had been kept before the town, and a portion of her officers and crew and nearly all her boats were now put in requisition. Captain Chauncey himself, with about 70 of his people, went on board the flagship, and all the boats of the squadron were hoisted out and manned. The bomb vessels were crippled and could not be brought into service, a circumstance that probably was of no great consequence on account of the poor ammunition they were compelled to use. These 2 vessels, with the Scourge, transports, and John Adams, were anchored well off at sea, not being available in the contemplated cannonading. Everything being prepared, a little after midnight the following gunboats proceeded to the stations, viz. Number 1, Captain Summers, Number 2, Lieutenant Gordon, Number 3, Mr. Brooks, Master of the Argus, Number 4, Captain Decatur, Number 5, Lieutenant Lawrence, Number 6, Lieutenant Wadsworth, Number 7, Lieutenant Crane, Number 9, Lieutenant Thorne. They were divided into 2 divisions as before, Captain Decatur having become a superior officer, however, by his recent promotion. About 3 a.m. the gunboats advanced close to the rocks at the entrance of the harbor, covered by the Siren, Captain Stewart, Argus, Captain Hubble, Vixen, Captain Smith, Nautilus, Lieutenant Commandant Robinson, and accompanied by all the boats of the squadron. Here they anchored, with springs on their cables, and commenced to cannonade on the enemy's shipping castle in town. As soon as the day dawned, the Constitution weighed anchor and stood into it the rocks, under a fire from the batteries, Fort English, and the castle. At this time the enemy's gunboats and galleys, 13 in number, were closely and warmly engaged with the 8 American boats, and the Constitution, ordering the latter to retire by signal, as their ammunition was mostly consumed, delivered a heavy fire of round and grape shot on the former as they came up. One of the enemy's boats was soon sunk. 2 were run ashore to prevent them from meeting a similar fate, and the rest retired. The Constitution now continued to stand on until she had run in within musket shot of them all, when she brought up and opened upon the town, batteries, and castle. Here she lay 3/4 of an hour, pouring in a fierce fire with great effect, until, finding that all the small vessels were out of gunshot, she hauled off. About 700 heavy shot were thrown at the enemy in this attack, besides a good many from the chase guns of the small vessels. The enemy sustained much damage and lost many men. The American brigs and schooners were a good deal injured aloft, as was the Constitution, although the latter ship was so long within reach of grape, many of which shot struck her. She had not a man hurt. Several of her shrouds, backstays, trusses, spring stays, chains, lifts, and a great deal of running rigging was shot away. And yet her hull escaped with very trifling injuries. A boat belonging to the John Adams, under the orders of John Ord Creighton, one of the shipmaster's mates, was sunk by a double-headed shot which killed 3 men and badly wounded a 4th, but the officer and the rest of the boat's crew were saved. In this attack, a heavy shot from the American gunboat struck the castle, passed through a wall, and rebounding from the opposite side of the room fell within 6 inches a Captain Bainbridge, who was in bed at the time, and covered him with stones and mortar. from under which he was taken badly injured by his officers. More harm was done the town in this attack than in either of the others, the shot appearing to have struck many of the houses. From this time to the close of the month, preparations were made to use the bombards again, and to renew the cannonading. Another transport arrived from Malta, but without bringing any intelligence of the vessels under the orders of Commodore Barron. On September 3rd, everything being ready, at 2:30 the signal was given for the small vessels to advance. The enemy had improved the time as well as the Americans. They had raised 3 of their own gunboats that had been sunk in the engagements of August 3rd and 28th. These craft were now added to the rest of their flotilla. The Tripolitans had also changed their mode of fighting. Hitherto, with the exception of the Battle of August 3rd, their galleys and gunboats had lain either behind the rocks in position to fire over them, or at the openings between them, and they consequently found themselves to leeward of the frigate and small American cruisers, the latter invariably choosing easterly winds to advance with, as such would permit crippled vessels more quickly to retire. On August 3rd, the case above accepted, the Turks had been so roughly used when brought to hand-to-hand struggle, when they evidently expected nothing more than a cannonade, that they were not disposed to venture again outside of the harbor. On September 3rd, however, their plan of defense was more judiciously offered. No sooner was it perceived that the American squadron was in motion with the design to attack them, than the gunboats and galleys got under way and worked up to windward until they gained a point on the weather side of the harbor, being directly under the fire of Fort English, as well as of a new battery that had been erected a little to the westward of the latter. This disposition of the enemy's force required a corresponding change on the part of the Americans. The bombards were directed to take stations and to commence throwing their shells, while the gunboats in 2 divisions, commanded as usual by Captains Decatur and Summers, and protected by the guns of the brigs and schooners, assailed the enemy's flotilla. This arrangement separated the battle into 2 distinct parts, leaving the bomb vessels very much exposed to the fire of the Castle, the Mole, Crown, and other batteries. The Tripolitan gunboats and galleys stood the fire of the American flotilla until the latter had got within musketry shot, when they retired. The assailants then separated, some of the gunboats following the enemy and pouring in their fire, while the others with the brigs and schooners cannonaded Fort English. In the meantime, perceiving that the bombards were suffering severely from the continuous fire of the guns to which they were exposed, Commodore Preble ran down the Constitution close to the rocks and the bomb vessels and brought to. Here the frigate opened as warm a fire as probably ever came out of a single-deck ship. She was, moreover, in a position where 70 heavy guns could bear upon her. The whole harbor in the vicinity of the town was glittering with the spray of her shot, and each battery, as usual, was silenced as soon as it drew her attention. After throwing more than 300 round shot, besides grape and canister, the frigate hauled off, having previously ordered the other vessels to retire from action by signal. The gunboats in this affair were 1 hour and 15 minutes engaged, in which they threw 400 round shot, besides grape and canister. Lieutenant Tripp, who had so much distinguished himself and had received so many wounds, on August 3rd, resumed the command of No. 6 for this occasion. Lieutenant Morris of the Argus was in charge of No. 3. As usual, all the small vessels suffered aloft, and the Argus sustained some damage to her hull. The Constitution was so much exposed in the attack that her escape can only be attributed to the effect of her own heavy fire. It had been found in the previous engagements that so long as she could play upon a battery, the Turks could not be kept at its guns, and it was chiefly while she was veering or tacking that she suffered. But after making every allowance for the effect of her own cannonading, and for the imperfect gunnery of the enemy, it was astonishing that a single frigate could lie exposed to the fire of more than double her own number of available guns, and these, too, mostly of heavier metal and protected by stone walls. On this occasion, the frigate was not supported by the gunboats, and was the sole object of the enemy's aim after the bombards had withdrawn. As might have been expected, the Constitution suffered more in this attack than in any of the previous engagements, though she received nothing larger than a grape in her hull. She had 3 shells through her canvas, one of which rendered the main topsail temporarily useless. Her sails, standing and running rigging, were also much cut with shot. Captain Chauncey of the John Adams and a party of her officers and crew served in the Constitution again on this day and were of great service. The command, officers, and crew of the John Adams were always actively employed, although the ship herself could not be brought before the enemy for the want of gun carriages. The bombards, being much exposed, suffered accordingly. Number 1 was so much crippled as to be unable to move without being towed, and was near sinking when she got to the anchorage. Every shroud she had was shot away. Commodore Preble expressed himself satisfied with the good conduct of every man in the squadron. All the vessels appeared to have been well handled and efficient in their several stations. While Commodore Preble was thus actively employed in carrying on the war against the enemy, this last attack being the 5th made on the town within a month, he had been meditating another maneuver, and was now ready to put it into execution. The ketch Intrepid, which had been employed by Decatur in burning the Philadelphia, was still in the squadron, having been used of late as a transport between Tripoli and Malta. This vessel had been converted into an infernal, or to use more intelligible terms, she had been fitted out as a floating mine, with the intention of sending her into the harbor of Tripoli to explode among the enemy's cruisers. Such dangerous work could be confided to none but officers and men of known coolness and courage, of perfect self-possession and of tried spirit. Captain Summers, who had commanded one division of the gunboats in the different attacks on the town, in a manner to excite the respect of all who witnessed his conduct, volunteered to take charge of this enterprise, and Lieutenant Wadsworth of the Constitution, an officer of great merit, offered himself as the second in command. When the Intrepid was last seen by the naked eye, she was not a musket shot from the mole, standing directly for the harbor. One officer on board the nearest vessel, the Nautilus, is said, however, to have never lost sight of her with a night glass, but even he could distinguish no more than her dim outlines. There was a vague rumor that she touched on the rocks, though it did not appear to rest on sufficient authority to be entitled to much credit. To the last moment she appeared to be advancing. About that time the batteries began to fire. Their shots are said to have been directed toward every point where an enemy might be expected, and it is not improbable that some were aimed at the ketch. The period between the time when the Intrepid was last seen and that when most of those who watched without the rocks learned her fate was not long. This was an interval of intense, almost of breathless expectation, and it was interrupted only by the flashes and the roar of the enemy's guns. Various reports exist of what those who gazed into the gloom beheld or fancied they beheld, but one melancholy fact alone would seem to be beyond contradiction. A fierce and sudden light illuminated the scene. A torrent of fire streamed upward, and a concussion followed that made the cruisers in the offing tremble from their trucks to their keels. This sudden blaze of light was followed by a darkness of twofold intensity, and the guns of the battery became viewed as if annihilated. Numerous shells were seen in the air, and some of them descended on the rocks where they were heard to fall. The fuses were burning and a few exploded, but much the greater part were extinguished in the water. The mast, too, had risen perpendicularly with its rigging and canvas blazing, but the descent was veiled in the blackness that followed. So sudden and tremendous was the eruption, and so intense the darkness which succeeded that it was not possible to ascertain the precise position of the ketch at the moment. In the clearing but fleeting light, no person could say that he had noted more than the material circumstance that the Intrepid had not reached the point at which he aimed. The shells had not spread far, and those which fell on the rocks were so many proofs of this important fact. There was nothing else to indicate the precise spot where the ketch exploded. A few cries arose from the town, but the deep silence that followed was more eloquent than any clamor. The whole of Tripoli was like a city of tombs. If every eye had been watchful previous to the explosion, every eye now became doubly vigilant to discover the retreating boats. Men got over the sides of the vessel, holding lights and placing their ears near the water in the hope of detecting the sounds of even muffled oars, and often it was fancied that the gallant adventurers were near. They never reappeared. Hour after hour went by until hope became exhausted. Occasionally, a rocket gleamed in the darkness, or a sullen gun was heard from the frigate as a signal to the boats. But the eyes that should have seen the first were sightless, and the sound of the last fell on the ears of the dead. The 3 vessels assigned to that service hovered around the harbor until the sun rose. A few traces of the Intrepid, and nothing of her devoted crew, could be discovered. The wreck of the mast lay on the rocks near the western entrance, and here and there a fragment was visible near it. One of the largest of the enemy's gunboats was missing, and it was observed that 2 others, which appeared to be shattered, were being hauled upon the shore. The 3 that had lain across the entrance had disappeared. It was erroneously thought that the castle had sustained some injury from the concussion, but on the whole, the Americans left with the melancholy certainty of having met with the serious loss, without obtaining any commensurate advantage. A sad and solemn mystery, after all our conjectures, must forever veil the fate of those fearless officers and their hardy followers. In whatever light we view the affair, they were the victims of that self-devotion which causes the seaman and soldier to hold his life in his hand when the honor or interest of his country demands the sacrifice. The name of Somers has passed into a battle cry in the American Marine, while those of Wadsworth and Israel are associated with all that can ennoble intrepidity, coolness, and daring. The war, in one sense, terminated with this scene of sublime destruction. Commodore Preble had consumed so much of his powder in the previous attacks that it was no longer in his power to cannonade, and the season was fast getting to be dangerous to remain on that exposed coast. The country fully appreciated the services of Commodore Preble. He had united caution and daring in a way to denote the highest military qualities, and his success in general had been in proportion. The attack of the Intrepid, the only material failure in any of his enterprises, was well arranged, and had it succeeded, it would probably have brought peace in 24 hours. As it was, the Pacha was well enough disposed to treat, though he seems to have entered into some calculations in the way of money that induced him to hope that the Americans would yet reduce their policy to the level of his own, and prefer paying ransom to maintaining cruisers so far from home. Commodore Preble and all the officers and men under his orders received the thanks of Congress, and a gold medal was bestowed on him. By the same resolution, Congress expressed the sympathy of the nation in behalf of the relatives of Captain Richard Somers, Lieutenants Henry Wadsworth, James Decatur, James R. Caldwell, Joseph Israel, and John Sword Dorsey, midshipmen, and the officers killed off Tripoli. Negotiations for peace now commenced in earnest. Mr. Lear having arrived off Tripoli for that purpose in the Essex, Captain Barron. After the usual intrigues, delays, and prevarications, a treaty was signed on June 3, 1805. By this treaty, no tribute was to be paid in future, but the sum of $60,000 was given by America for the ransom of the remaining prisoners after exchanging the Tripolitans in her power man for man, thus terminated the war with Tripoli after a duration of 4 years. It is probable that the United States would have retained in service some officers and would have kept up a small force had not this contest occurred. But its influence on the fortunes and character of the Navy was incalculable. It saved the first, in a degree at least, and it may be said to have formed the last. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Coronation of Napoleon, A.D. 1804, by William Hazlitt. The Battle of the Nile left Napoleon and his army practically imprisoned in Egypt, held there by British ships. In their absence, affairs in Europe went badly for France. A fresh coalition was formed against her, in which Russia joined, and Suvaroff, the great Russian general, drove the French from Italy. Napoleon, leaving his army, slipped back secretly to France and was welcomed with intense enthusiasm. He at once undertook a revolution of his own. Appealing to his old comrades of the army, he declared the members of the government inefficient and turned them out of office. A new constitution was established and Bonaparte was made First Consul, an office that practically centered all power in his own hands. 1799. From this time the Republic was practically at an end. Napoleon was the dictator, though the empty forms of republicanism continued for another 5 years. Under the First Consul's direction, the French soldiers re-established their military supremacy. General Moreau won victory after victory in Germany and finally crushed the Austrians at Hohenlinden. Napoleon himself led an army over the Alps and surprised and overthrew the Austrians in Italy. He dictated a peace in which all Europe joined, 1801. Even England for a time abandoned the strife, though she soon renewed it. Napoleon seized the brief respite to establish extensive internal reforms in France and to consolidate his own power. The consulship had first been given to him for 10 years. Then it was made a life office, and in 1804 the conqueror abandoned the last pretense of republicanism and had himself elected hereditary emperor of the French. Hitherto there had never been more than 2 emperors, those of Germany, whose title had descended through 1,000 years, and who were in some sort heirs of the empire of Western Rome, and more recently the emperors of Russia, claiming to carry on the ancient Roman Empire of the East. The Empire of Germany had practically ceased to exist, crushed under Napoleon's blows. His assumption of this title was a suggestion to all Europe of his design to ascend its throne and become the successor of Charlemagne as ruler of a reunited Frankish race. Repeated attempts made against the life of the First Consul gave an excuse for following up the design that had been for some time agitated of raising him to the imperial throne and making the dignity hereditary in his family. Not that indeed this would secure him from personal danger, though it is true that "there's a divinity doth hedge a king," but it lessened the temptation to the enterprise, and allayed a part of the public disquietude by providing a successor. All or the greater part were satisfied, either from reason, indolence, or the fear of worse, with what had been gained by the revolution, and did not wish to see it launch out again from the port in which it had taken shelter, to seek the perils of new storms and quicksands. If prudence had some share in this measure, there can be little doubt that vanity and cowardice had theirs also, or that there was a lurking desire to conform to the Gothic dialect of civilized Europe in forms of speech and titles, and to adorn the steel arm of the Republic with embroidered drapery and gold tissue. The imitation, though probably not without its effect, would look more like a burlesque to those whom it was intended to please, and could hardly flatter the just pride of those by whom it was undertaken. The old Republican party made some stand. The emigrants showed great zeal for it, partly real, partly affected. Fouché canvassed the Senate and the men of the Revolution, and was soon placed in consequence at the head of the police, which was restored, as it was thought that fresh intrigues might break out on the occasion. The army gave the first impulse, as was but natural. To them the change of style from imperator to emperor was but slight. All ranks and classes followed when the example was once set. The most obscure hamlets joined in the addresses. The first consul received wagon loads of them. A register for the reception of votes for or against the question was opened in every parish in France, from Antwerp to Perpignan, from Brest to Mont-Cenis. The procès-verbal of all these votes was laid up in the archives of the Senate, who went in a body from Paris to St. Cloud to present it to the first consul. The second consul, Cambyses, read a speech, concluding with a summary of the number of votes, whereupon he in a loud voice proclaimed Napoleon Bonaparte Emperor of the French. The senators, placed in a line facing him, vied with each other in repeating "Vive l'Empereur," and returned with all the outward signs of joy to Paris, where people were already writing epitaphs on the Republic. Happy they whom epitaphs on the dead consul for the loss of them. This was the time, if ever, when they ought to have opposed him, and prescribed limits to his power and ambition, and not when he returned weather-beaten and winter-flawed from Russia. But it was more in character for these persons to cringe when spirit was wanted, and to show it when it was fatal to him and to themselves. Thus, then the first consul became emperor by a majority of 2 millions, some 100,000 votes, to a few hundreds. The number of votes is complained of by some persons as too small. Probably they may think that if the same number had been against the measure instead of being for it, this would have conferred a right as being in opposition to and in contempt of the choice of the people. What other candidate was there that would have got 100? What other competitor could indeed have come forward on the score of merit? Detur optimo. Birth there was not, but birth supersedes both choice and merit. The day after the inauguration, Bonaparte received the constituted bodies, the learned corporations, etc. The only strife was who should bow the knee the lowest to the new risen sun. The troops, while taking the oath, rent the air with shouts of enthusiasm. The succeeding days witnessed the nomination of the new dignitaries, marshals, and all the usual appendages of a throne, as well with reference to the military appointments as to the high offices of the crown. On July 14th, the first distribution of the crosses of the Legion of Honor took place, and Napoleon set out for Boulogne to review the troops stationed in the neighborhood and distribute the decorations of the Legion of Honor among them, which thenceforth were substituted for weapons of honor, which had been previously awarded ever since the first war in Italy. The emperor arrogated nothing to himself in consequence of the change in his situation. He assumed the mock majesty of kings, and had taken his station among the lords of the earth, but he was still himself, and his throne still stood afar off in the field of battle. He appeared little more conscious of his regal style and title than if he had put on a masquerade dress the evening before, of which he was not ashamed, as it was a thing of custom. He had no reason to be proud, and he applied himself to his different avocations with the same zeal and activity as if nothing extraordinary had happened. He thought much less, it was evident, of all these new honors than of the prosecution of his operations at Boulogne, on which he labored incessantly. The remoteness or doubtfulness of success did not relax his efforts. Having once determined on the attempt, all the intermediate exertions between the will and its accomplishment with him went for nothing, any more than so much holiday recreation. Something more of the vis inertia would have allayed this inordinate importunity of voluntary power, and led to greater security and repose. From Boulogne the emperor went a second time to Belgium, where the empress joined him. They occupied the palace of Laeken near Brussels, which had formerly belonged to the Archduke Charles. He this time extended his journey to the Rhine, and from Mainz he dispatched General Caffarelli to Rome to arrange the visit of the Pope, Pius VII, to Paris. It was from Mainz likewise he sent orders for the departure of the Toulon and Rochefort squadrons as a first step toward carrying into effect the invasion of England. But owing to unforeseen circumstances, it was winter before they sailed. Bonaparte returned from this tour at the end of October. His attention was engaged during the month of November with the preparations for the coronation, the Pope having set out from Rome for the purpose of performing the ceremony. The court was ordered to Fontainebleau to receive him, the palace there, which had fallen into ruins, having been repaired and newly fitted up by Napoleon. He went to meet the Pope at Namur, and to avoid formality, the pretext of a hunting party was made use of, the emperor coming on horseback and in a hunting dress, with his retinue, to the top of the hill where the meeting took place. The Pope's carriage drawing up, he got out at the left door in his white costume. The ground was dirty, and he did not like to tread upon it with his white silk shoes, but he was at last obliged to do so. Napoleon alighted from his horse to receive him. They embraced. The emperor's carriage had been driven up and advanced a few paces as if by accident, but men were posted to hold the two doors open, and at the moment of getting in, the emperor took the right door, and an officer of the court handed the Pope to the left, so that they entered the carriage by the two doors at the same moment. The emperor naturally seated himself on the right, and this first step decided without negotiation upon the etiquette to be observed during the whole time of the Pope's stay in Paris. This interview and Bonaparte's behavior was the very highest act and acme of audacity. It is comparable to nothing but the meeting of Priam and Achilles, or a joining of hands between the youth and the old age of the world. If Pope Pius VII represented the decay of ancient superstition, Bonaparte represented the high and palmy state of modern opinion, yet not insulting over, but propping the fall of the first. There were concessions on both sides, from the oldest power on earth to the newest, which in its turn asserted precedence for the strongest. In point of birth there was no difference, for theocracy stoops to the dregs of earth, as democracy springs from it. But the Pope bowed his head from the ruins of the long-established authority in Christendom. Bonaparte had himself raised the platform of personal elevation on which he stood to meet him. To us, the condescension may seem all on one side, the presumption on the other. But history is a long and gradual ascent, where great actions and characters in time leave borrowed pomp behind and at an immeasurable distance below them. After resting at Fontainebleau, the emperor returned to Paris. The Pope, who set out first and was received with sovereign honors on the road, was escorted to the Tuileries and was treated the whole time of his residence there as if at home. The novelty of his situation and appearance at Paris excited general interest and curiosity, and his deportment, besides its flowing from the natural mildness of his character, was marked by that fine tact and sense of propriety which the air of the ancient mistress of the world is known to inspire. Manners have there half maintained the empire which opinion had lost. The Pope was flattered by his reception and the sentiments of respect and goodwill his presence seemed everywhere to create, and gave very gracious audiences to the religious corporations which were presented to him, and which were at this time but few in number. To meet this imposing display of pomp and ceremony, Bonaparte was in a manner obliged to oppose a host of ecclesiastics, of old and new nobility, and to draw the lines of form and etiquette closer around him, so as to make the access of old friends and opinions less easy. This effect of the new forms and ceremonies was at least complained of, but if they, thus early, kept out his friends, they did not in the end keep out his enemies. The day fixed for the coronation arrived. It was December 2nd, 1804. Notwithstanding the unfavorableness of the weather, the assemblage of the deputations from all the departments, from all the chief towns, and of all the regiments of the army, joined to all the public functionaries of France, to all the generals, and to the whole population of the capital, presented a fine and imposing sight. The interior of the church of Notre Dame had been magnificently embellished. Galleries and pews erected for the occasion were thronged with a prodigious concourse of spectators. The imperial throne was placed at one end of the nave, on a very elevated platform. That of the Pope was in the choir beside the high altar. The Pope set out from the Tuileries, preceded by his chamberlain on an ass, which there was some difficulty in procuring at the moment, who kept his countenance with an admirable gravity through the crowds of observers that lined the streets. The Pope, arriving at the archiepiscopal palace, repaired to the choir of the cathedral by a private entrance. The Emperor set out with the Empress by the carousel. In getting into the carriage, which was open all round and without panels, they at first seated themselves with their backs to the horses, a mistake which, though instantly rectified, was remarked as ominous, and it had all the ominousness which hangs over new power or custom. The procession passed along the Rue Saint-Honoré to that of the Lombards, then to the Pont au Change, the Palace of Justice, the Court of Notre Dame, and the entrance to the Archiepiscopal Palace. Here rooms were prepared for the whole of the attendants, some of whom appeared dressed in their civil costumes, others in full uniform. On the outside of the church had been erected a long wooden gallery from the Archbishop's palace to the entrance of the church. By this gallery came the Emperor's retinue, which presented a truly magnificent sight. They had taunted us with our simplicity and homeliness. Well, then, here was the answer to it. The procession was led by the already numerous body of courtiers. Next came the marshals of the empire wearing their badges of honor, then the dignitaries and high officers of the crown, and lastly the Emperor in a gorgeous state dress. At the moment of his entering the cathedral there was a simultaneous shout, which resembled one vast explosion of "Vive l'Empereur!" The immense quantity of figures to be seen on each side of so vast an edifice formed a tapestry of the most striking kind. The procession passed along the middle of the nave and arrived at the choir facing the high altar. This part of the spectacle was not the least imposing. The galleries round the choir were filled with the handsomest women which France could boast, and most of whom surpassed in the luster of their beauty that of the rich jewels with which they were adorned. His Holiness then went on to meet the Emperor at a desk which had been placed in the middle of the choir. There was another on one side for the Empress. After saying a short prayer there, they returned and seated themselves on the throne at the end of the church facing the choir. There they heard Mass, which was said by the Pope. They went to make the offering and came back. They then descended from the platform of the throne and walked in procession to receive the holy unction. The Emperor and Empress, on reaching the choir, replaced themselves at their desks, where the Pope performed the ceremony. He presented the crown to the Emperor, who received it, put it himself upon his own head, took it off, placed it on that of the Empress, removed it again, and laid it on the cushion where it was at first. A smaller crown was immediately put upon the head of the Empress, who, being surrounded by her ladies, everything was done so quickly that nobody was aware of the substitution that had taken place. The procession moved back to the platform. There the Emperor heard Te Deum. The Pope himself went thither at the conclusion of the service, as if to say, Ite missa est. The testament was presented to the Emperor, who took off his glove and pronounced the oath with his hand upon the sacred book. He went back to the episcopal palace the same way that he had come and entered his carriage. The ceremony was long, the day cold and wet. The Emperor seemed impatient and uneasy a great part of the time, and it was dusk before the cavalcade reached the Tuileries, whither it returned by the Rue Saint-Martin, the Boulevard, the Place de la Concorde, and the Pont Tournant. The distribution of the eagles took place some days afterward. Though the weather was still unfavorable, the throng was prodigious and the enthusiasm at its height. The citizens as well as the soldiers burst into long and repeated acclamations as those warlike bands received from the hands of their renowned leader, not less a soldier for being a king, the pledges of many a well-fought field. The Cisalpine Republic at the same time underwent a change which was easily managed. The emperor was surrounded by men who spared him the trouble of expressing the same wish twice, though many of them afterward pretended that they had sturdily disputed every word and syllable of it, opposing a shadow of resistance to fallen power instead of the substance to the abuse of it, and finding no medium between factious divisions and servile adulation. Lombardy was erected into a kingdom, and the emperor put the iron crown of Charlemagne upon his head. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Lewis and Clark Expedition, A.D. 1804, by James Davie Butler. More and more, as American history is rewritten, importance is added to this great work of discovery at the opening of the 19th century. Next to the purchase of the vast territory called Louisiana, which more than doubled the area of the United States, the most memorable act of President Jefferson was the sending of Meriwether Lewis and William Clark up the Missouri to the great Northwest, where rolls the Oregon, Columbia. These explorers were the first to carry the American flag across the continent. In the very year of the Louisiana Purchase, 1803, this enterprise forerunning the winning of the West was set on foot. It is difficult to realize the tremendous obstacles and hazards attending its prosecution. For over a year, no tidings of the explorers reached the country, and at length they were given up as lost. But their successful work was the real discovery of the Great West, and indeed of America, to an extent beyond the accomplishment of any similar endeavor before or since. Lewis and Clark, according to their instructions, kept journals of the expedition, and these proved to be of the greatest value, not only for official purposes, but also for the use of historians. In this work the two commanders were aided by some of their subordinates. The notebooks, as soon as filled, were soldered in watertight cases, and by such careful preservation were brought back without the loss of a word. Southy, in England, was an interested student of this expedition and of the explorers' journals, of which he wrote and published an account. He quotes the journals frequently in his appreciative narration, given here in connection with that of James D. Butler, a recent American writer on the subject. James Davie Butler. Lewis and Clark were the first men to cross the continent in our zone, the truly golden zone. A dozen years before them, Mackenzie had crossed in British dominions far north, but settlements are even now sparse in that parallel. Still earlier had Mexicans traversed the narrowing continent from the Gulf to the Pacific, but seemed to find little worth discovery. It was otherwise in the zone penetrated by Lewis and Clark. There development began at once, and is now nowhere surpassed. Along their route, 10 states with a census in 1890 of 8.5 millions have arisen in the wilderness. These millions, and more yet unborn, must betake themselves to Lewis and Clark as the discoverers of their dwelling places, as authors of their geographical names, as describers of their aborigines, as well as of native plants, animals, and peculiarities. In all these states the writings of Lewis and Clark must be monumental. In disputes about the ownership of Oregon, when it was urged that the United States could claim only the mouth of the Columbia because Captain Gray had discovered nothing more, footnote, Captain Robert Gray, a Boston trader, visited the mouth of the Columbia, which he so named after one of his vessels, in 1792. Editor, end of footnote. While a British vessel had been first to sail 100 miles up the river, it was answered that the two American captains, Lewis and Clark, had explored it 10 times as far. But they did very much more. They were the first that ever burst through the Rocky Mountain barrier, and they made no impracticable passes. They first opened the gates of the Pacific slope, and hence filled the valley of the Columbia with Americans. We thus obtained possession, which is proverbially 9 points, and that while diplomacy was still vacillating. The credit of our great western discovery is due to Jefferson, though he never crossed the Alleghanies. When Columbus saw the Orinoco rushing into the ocean with irrepressible power and volume, he knew that he had anchored at the mouth of a continental river. So Jefferson, ascertaining that the Missouri, though called a branch, at once changed the color and character of the Mississippi, felt sure that whoever followed it would reach the innermost recesses of our America. Learning afterward that Captain Gray had pushed into the mouth of the Columbia only after 9 days breasting its outward current, he deemed that river a worthy counterpart of the Missouri, and was convinced that their headwaters could not be far apart in longitude. Inaugurated in 1801, before his first presidential term was half over, he had obtained, as sort of a secret service fund, the small sum which sufficed to fit out the expedition. He had also selected his private secretary, Lewis, for its head, and put him in a course of special training. But the actual voyage up the Missouri, purchased April 30th, 1803, was not begun till the middle of May, 1804. 45 persons in 3 boats composed the party. They were good watermen, but navigation was arduous, the river extremely rapid, changeful in channel, and full of eddies and sawyers. The last white settlement was passed within a week, but some meat and corn could be bought of the Indians, though delays were necessary for parleys and even councils with them. Others were occasioned by hunting parties, who were kept out in quest of game. After 171 days, the year's advance ended with October, for the river was ready to freeze. The distance upstream they reckoned at 1,600 miles, or little more than 9 miles a day, a journey now made by railroad in 44 hours. But it is not likely that any other men could then have laid more miles behind them. In addition to detentions already enumerated, rudders, masts, oars were often broken, and replacing them cost time. Boats were swamped or overset, or could be forced onward only with tow lines. Winter quarters were 30 miles above the Bismarck of our day. Here they were frozen in about 5 months. The huts they built and abundant fuel kept them warm. Thanks to their hunters and Indian traffic, food was seldom scarce. Officials of the Hudson Bay Company, who had a post within a week's journey, and many inquisitive natives paid them visits. From all these it was their tireless endeavor to learn everything possible concerning the great unknown of the river beyond. Scarcely one could tell about distant places from personal observation, but some second-hand reports were afterward proved strangely accurate, even as to the great falls, which turned out to be 1,000 miles away. It was not long, however, before they learned that the wife of Charbonneau, whom they had taken as a local interpreter, was a captive whose birth had been in the Rocky Mountains. She, named the Bird Woman, was the only person discoverable after a winter's search who could by any possibility serve them as interpreter and guide among the unknown tongues and labyrinthine fastnesses which they must encounter. Early in April 1805, the explorers, now numbering 32, again began to urge their boats up the river, for their last year's labors had brought them no more than halfway to their first objective, its source. No more Indian purveyors or pilots. Their own rifles were the sole reliance for food. Many a wigwam, but no Indian, was espied for 4 months and 4 days after they left their winter camp. It was through the great lone island that they groped their dark and perilous way. In 20 days after the spring start, they arrived at the Yellowstone, and in 30 more they first sighted the Rocky Mountains. Making the portage at the Great Falls had cost them a month of vexatious delay. Rowing on another month brought them, on August 12th, to a point where one of the men stood with 1 foot each side of the rivulet, and thanked God that he had lived to bestride the Missouri, heretofore deemed endless. They dragged their canoes, however, up the rivulet for 5 days longer. It was 460 days since they had left the mouth of the river, and their mileage on its waters had been 3,096. A mile farther they stood on the Great Divide, and drank of springs which sent their water to the Pacific. But meantime they had been ready to starve in the mountains. Their hunters were of the best, but they found no game. Buffaloes had gone down into the lowlands. The birds of heaven had fled. The edible roots were mostly unknown to them. For more than 4 months they had looked, and lo, there was no man. It was not till August 13th that, surprising a squaw so encumbered with papooses that she could not escape, and winning her heart by the gift of a looking-glass, and painting her cheeks, they formed friendship with her nation, one of whose chiefs proved to be a brother of their bird-woman. Horses were about all they could obtain of these natives. Streams were too full of rapids to be navigable, and no timber fit for canoes was within reach. So the party, subsisting on horseflesh, and afterward on dog meat, toiled on along one of the worst possible routes. Nor was it till October 7th that they were able to embark, in logs they had burned hollow, upon a branch of the Columbia, which, after manifold portages and perils, bore them to its mouth and the goal of their pilgrimage, late in November. Its distance from the starting point, according to their estimate, was 4,134 miles. A winter of disappointment followed, for no whaler or fur trader appeared to supply the wayfarers with food or clothing, or trinkets for the purchase of necessaries on the homeward journey. Game was so scarce that it was possible they would have starved had not a whale been stranded near them, sent, they said, not as to Jonah to swallow him, but for them to swallow. In the spring of 1806, when they turned their despairing faces away from the Pacific, all the beads and gewgaws for presents to savages, and procuring supplies during their home stretch to the Mississippi, might have been tied up in 2 handkerchiefs, if they had had any such articles. Their last tobacco had been consecrated to the celebration of Christmas, and the last whiskey had been drunk on the previous 4th of July. All roads homeward are downhill. A forced march of 6 months brought the discoverers from the ocean to St. Louis, September 23, 1806, though they were obliged to halt a month for mountain snows to melt. From first to last, not a man had perished through accident, wild men or wild beasts, and only one through sickness. Many an episode in this eventful transcontinental march and countermarch will hereafter glorify with romantic associations islands, rivers, rocks, canyons, and mountains all along its track. Among these, none can be more touching than the story of Bird Woman, her divination of routes, her courage when men quailed, her reunion with a long-lost brother, her spreading as good a table with bones as others could with meat, her morsel of bread for an invalid benefactor, her presence with her infant attesting to savages that the expedition could not be hostile. But when bounties in land and money were granted to others, she was unthought of. Statues of her, however, must yet be reared by grateful dwellers in lands she laid open for their happy homes. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 11. The Lewis and Clark Expedition, A.D. 1804, by Robert Southy. On April 7, 1805, the adventurers renewed their journey, sending off at the same time their barges with dispatches to the government, and the subjects in natural history which they had collected as a present for the President. The party now consisted of 32 persons. A French interpreter, by the name of Charbonneau, had been engaged, and it was hoped that his wife would be equally useful, for she was a Snake Indian who had been taken in war by the Minnetarees and sold to her present husband. They went in 2 large pirogues and 6 small canoes. The squaw was found serviceable in a way which had not been foreseen. When they stopped for dinner, she found out the holes of the mice, opened them with a large stick, and supplied the party with wild artichokes of the Jerusalem, girasol kind, which these creatures hoard in great quantities. Summer comes close upon the skirts of winter in these climates. 5 days after they set out, several of the men threw off all their clothes, retaining only something round the waist, a fashion which was found more convenient, because the river was so shallow that in some places they were obliged to wade. The fashion must have been convenient to the mosquitoes also, who now began to annoy them. On the 14th they reached a part of the river beyond which no white man had ever been. The bluffs along the river bore traces of fire, and in some places were actually burning, throwing out much smoke with a strong sulphurous smell. They are composed of a mixture of yellow clay and sand, with many horizontal strata of carbonated wood, resembling pit coal, from 1 to 5 feet in depth, and scattered through the bluff at different elevations, some as high as 80 feet above the water. Great quantities of pumice stone and lava, or rather earth which seemed to have been boiled and then hardened by exposure, being seen in many parts of the hills, where they were broken and washed down into gullies by the rain and melting snow. Captain Clark says in his notebook that there is reason to believe that the strata of coal in the hills caused the fire. It is the fault of the government that there was no naturalist in this expedition, and it is to the credit of the officers who conducted it that they should have examined so carefully all they saw, and recorded it as it appeared to them. We found several stones, they say, which seemed to have been wood, first carbonated and then petrified by the action of the waters of the Missouri, which has the same effect on many vegetable substances. Patrick Gass saw part of a log quite petrified, and of which good whetstones or hones could be made. Salt also is abundantly produced on the surface of the earth. Many of the streams which come from the hills were strongly impregnated with it. Up the White Earth River the salts were so abundant as in some places to whiten the ground. The party were now tormented with sore eyes occasioned by sand, which was driven from the sandbars in such clouds as often to hide from them the view of the opposite bank. The particles of this sand are so fine and light that it floats for miles in the air like a column of thick smoke, and penetrates everything. We were compelled, says the writer, to eat, drink, and breathe it very copiously. On April 26th, they reached the Yellowstone River, which they learned from the Indians rises in the Rocky Mountains near the Missouri and the Platte, and is navigable for canoes almost to its head. The country thus far had presented few striking features. From the mouth of the Missouri to the Platte, about 600 miles, it is described as very rich land with a sufficient quantity of timber. For 1,500 miles, good second-rate land, rather hilly than level, cottonwoods and willows along the course of the streams. The upland almost entirely without trees and spreading into boundless prairies. There are Indian trails along the river, but they do not always follow its windings. There are also paths made by the buffaloes and other animals, the buffalo trail being at least 10 feet wide. The appearances of fire had now ceased. The salts were still seen in the ravines and at the base of the small hills. The general width of the river was now about 200 yards. It had become very rapid with a very perceptible descent. The shoals were more frequent, and the rocky points at the mouth of the gullies more difficult to pass. The tow line, whenever the banks would permit it, had been found the safest mode of ascending the stream, and the most expeditious, except under a sail with a steady breeze, but this seems not to have been foreseen, or not to have been properly provided for, as their ropes were nearly all made of elk skin, and much worn and rotted by exposure to the weather. At this time everything depended on them. We are sometimes, says the journal, obliged to steer the canoes through the points of sharp rocks rising a few inches above the surface of the water, and so near to each other that if our ropes gave way, the force of the current drives the sides of the canoe against them, and must inevitably upset them or dash them to pieces. Several times they gave way, but fortunately always in places where there was room for the canoe to turn without striking the rock. Yet with all our precautions, it was with infinite risk and labor that we passed these points. To add to these difficulties there fell a heavy rain, which made the banks so slippery that the men who drew the towing lines could scarcely keep their footing, and the mud was so adhesive that they could not wear their moccasins. Part of the time they were obliged to be up to their armpits in the cold water, and frequently to walk over sharp fragments of rock. Yet painful as this toil was, they bore it not merely with patience, but with cheerfulness. Earth and stones also were falling from the high bluffs, so that it was dangerous to pass under them. The difficulties of this part of the way were soon rewarded by some of the most extraordinary scenery which any travelers have ever described. The description may best be given in the words of the journal. We came to a high wall of black rock, rising from the water's edge on the south, above the cliffs of the river. This continued about a quarter of a mile, and was succeeded by a high open plain, till 3 miles farther a second wall, 200 feet high, rose on the same side. 3 miles farther a wall of the same kind, about 200 feet high and 12 in thickness, appeared to the north. These hills and river cliffs exhibit a most extraordinary and romantic appearance. They rise in most places almost perpendicularly from the water to the height of between 200 and 300 feet, and are formed of very white sandstone, so soft as to yield readily to the impression of water, in the upper part of which lie embedded 2 or 3 horizontal strata of white freestone, insensible to the rain, and on the top is a dark rich loam, which forms a gradually ascending plain from 1 mile to 1.5 miles in extent, when the hills again rise abruptly to the height of about 300 feet more. In trickling down the cliffs, the water has worn the soft sandstone into 1,000 grotesque figures, among which, with a little fancy, may be discerned elegant ranges of freestone buildings, with columns variously sculptured and supporting long and elegant galleries, while the parapets are adorned with statuary. On a nearer approach they represent every form of elegant ruins, columns, some with pedestals and capitals entire, others mutilated and prostrate, some rising pyramidally over each other till they terminate in a sharp point. These are varied by niches, alcoves, and the customary appearance of desolated magnificence. The illusion was increased by the number of martins, which had built their globular nests in the niches and hovered over these columns, as in our cities they are accustomed to frequent large stone structures. As we advance, there seems no end of the visionary enchantment which surrounds us. In the midst of this fantastic scenery are vast ranges of walls, which seem the productions of art, so regular is the workmanship. They rise perpendicularly from the river, sometimes to the height of 100 feet, varying in thickness from 1 to 12 feet, being equally as broad at the top as below. The stones of which they are formed are black, thick, and durable, and composed of a large portion of earth, intermixed and cemented, with a small quantity of sand, and a considerable portion of talc or quartz. These stones are almost invariably regular parallelepipeds of unequal size in the wall, but equally deep, and laid regularly in ranges over each other like bricks, each breaking and covering the interstice of the two on which it rests. But though the perpendicular interstice be destroyed, the horizontal one extends entirely through the whole work. The stones, too, are proportioned to the thickness of the wall in which they are employed, being largest in the thickest walls. The thinner walls are composed of a single depth of the parallelepiped, while the thicker ones consist of 2 or more depths. These walls pass the river at several places, rising from the water's edge much above the sandstone bluffs, which they seem to penetrate. Thence they cross in a straight line on either side of the river to the plains, over which they tower to the height of from 10 to 70 feet, until they lose themselves in the second range of hills. Sometimes they run parallel in several ranges near to each other, sometimes intersect each other at right angles, and have the appearance of ancient houses or gardens. Gass also in his brief notes expresses his admiration of this scenery. The cliffs, he says, seem as if built by the hand of man, and are so numerous that they appear like the ruins of an ancient city. On the third day after this remarkable pass, they came to a fork in the river which completely perplexed them. For though the Minataries had, as they thought, minutely described the course of the Missouri, or the Amateaza, as they called it, They had said nothing of this junction. The north branch was 200 yards wide, the south 370, but the north was the deepest stream. Its waters had that muddiness which the Missouri bears into the Mississippi, and its air and character, in Captain Clark's phrase, so much resembled the Missouri that almost all the men believed that was the course to be pursued. The two leaders thought otherwise. It was known that the Missouri came from the mountains, and they reasoned that this stream would probably be the clearest of the two. There was too much at stake to allow of their proceeding upon any uncertainty. Captain Lewis, therefore, with 6 men, went to explore the northern river, while Captain Clark and 5 others went upon the same errand up the south. The remainder of the party were left to enjoy needful rest. Their feet had been much bruised and mangled during the last days, and this respite came seasonably. The former, having gone about 60 miles, were convinced that the stream came too far from the north for their route to the Pacific. On their return they were exposed to the greatest dangers. The rain had made the bluffs slippery, which, as they went, gave them risky footing. At a narrow pass, some 30 yards in length, Captain Lewis slipped, and had he not recovered himself quickly, must have fallen over a precipice of about 90 feet into the river. One of the men behind him lost his footing about the middle of the pass, and slipped to the verge, where he lay on his face, his right arm and leg over the precipice, while with the other arm and leg he was with difficulty holding on. Captain Lewis, concealing the fear which he felt, told him he was in no danger, and bade him take his knife out of his belt with his right hand and dig a hole in the side of the bluff for his right foot. With great presence of mind the man did this, and thus raised himself on his knees. He was then directed to take off his moccasins and come forward on hands and knees, holding the knife in one hand and the rifle in the other. In this manner he crawled till he reached a secure spot. The other men who had not attempted this pass were ordered to return and wade the river at the foot of the bluff, where they found it breast high, and the party, finding that any difficulty was preferable to the danger of crossing the slippery heights, continued to proceed along the bottom, sometimes in the mud of the low grounds, sometimes up to their arms in the water, and, when it became too deep to wade, they cut footholds with their knives in the sides of the bank. Captain Clark, meantime, having examined the south branch as far as 45 miles in a straight line, was satisfied that this was the Missouri. The Indians had told him that the falls lay a little to the south of Sunset from them, and that the river was nearly transparent at that place. He thought also that if this, which was the wider stream, was not the Missouri, it was scarcely possible that the Indians should not have mentioned it. But all the men were of a contrary opinion. One of them, who was an experienced waterman on this river, gave it as his decided opinion that the North Fork was the genuine Missouri. Their belief rested upon this, and they said they would willingly follow the captain wherever he pleased to lead, but they feared that the South Fork would soon terminate in the Rocky Mountains and leave them at a great distance from the Columbia. The captains, upon this occasion, with a proper reliance upon their own judgment, and a not less proper respect to the opinions of the men, determined that Captain Lewis should ascend the southern branch by land till he reached either the falls or the mountains, which would decide the question. And here, to lighten the labor as much as possible, they resolved to leave one of the pirogues and all the heavy baggage they could spare, together with some provisions, salt, powder, and tools. The boat was drawn up on the middle of a small island and fastened to the trees. The goods were deposited in a cache, which, like the Moorish Matamore, is a subterraneous magazine, widening as it descends, from a very small aperture, the mouth being a circle of about 20 inches in diameter. In this the goods were laid upon a flooring of dry sticks, which were also placed round the sides. They were covered with a dry skin on which the earth was trodden, and lastly the sod was replaced over the opening, so as not to betray the slightest marks of an excavation, the earth as it was dug up having been carefully removed. On the 3rd day's march, the sound of falling waters was heard, and a spray which seemed driven by the high southwest wind rose above the plain like a column of smoke and vanished in an instant. The sound soon became too tremendous to be mistaken for anything but the great falls of the Missouri, and having traveled 7 miles after first hearing it, he reached a scene which had never before been beheld by civilized man. The river forms a succession of rapids, cataracts, and falls for about 17 miles. At the Great Fall, it is 300 yards wide, for about a third part of which it falls in one smooth, even sheet over a precipice of 87 feet. The other part, being broken by projecting rocks, forms a splendid prospect of perfectly white foam 200 yards in length, with all that glory of refracted light and everlasting sound and infinity of motion which make a great waterfall the most magnificent of all earthly objects. There is another fall of 50 feet, where the river is at least a quarter of a mile in breadth. In the midst of the river, below a third fall of about 26 feet, is a little island well covered with timber, where an eagle had built its nest in a cottonwood tree, amid the eternal mists of the cataract. The Indians had particularly mentioned this striking object. About a mile below the upper fall, and about 25 yards from the river, a spring rises which is said to be perhaps the largest in America, but its size is not otherwise described. The water, which is extremely pure and cold, boils up from among the rocks and with such force near the center that the surface seems higher there than the earth on the sides of the fountain, which is surrounded by a handsome turf of green grass. It falls into the river over some steep, irregular rocks, with a sudden ascent of about 6 feet in one part of its course, and so great is the quantity of water which it pours forth that its bluish cast is distinguishable in the less transparent Missouri for half a mile, notwithstanding the rapidity of the river. They had seen no Indians from the time they left their encampment, but now, upon renewing their way, they came to a very large lodge, which they supposed to be a great council house, differing in construction from any which they had seen. It was a circle of 216 feet in circumference at the base, composed of 16 large cottonwood poles, about 50 feet long, the tops of which met and were fastened in the center. There was no covering, but in the center there were the ashes of a large fire, and round about it the marks of many leathern lodges. 3 days afterward, when they were in sight of the Rocky Mountains, they passed about 40 little huts framed of willow bushes, as a shelter against the sun, and the track of many horses. They judged them to have been deserted about 10 days by the Shoshones, or Snake Indians, of whom they were in search. The same day they came to another lodge, constructed like the former, but only half the dimensions, with the remains of 80 leathern huts, but which seemed to have been built the preceding autumn. On July 17th they reached the place where the Missouri leaves its native mountains. The river was deep, rapid, and more than 70 yards across, the low grounds not more than a few yards wide, but allowing room for an Indian road to wind under the hills. The cliffs were about 800 feet above the water, of a hard black granite, on which were scattered a few dwarf pine and cedar trees. The navigation was now very difficult. Red, purple, yellow, and black currants were growing there in great abundance, and much exceeding in size those in the eastern gardens. The sunflower also grew plentifully. The big-horned animals, as they called them, were seen here in great numbers, bounding among precipices, where it seemed impossible that any animal could stand, and where a single false step would have precipitated them at least 500 feet into the water. The prickly pear, at this time in full bloom, was one of the greatest beauties of the country, but they complained of it, with good reason, as one of the greatest inconveniences also. They were so abundant that it was impossible to avoid them, and the thorns were strong enough to pierce a double sole of dressed doeskin. A species of flax was observed here, which, it was thought, would prove a most valuable plant. 8 or 10 stems sprang from the same root to the height of 2½ or 3 feet, and the root appeared to be perennial. There were young suckers shooting up, though the seeds were not yet ripe, and they inferred that the stems, which were in the best state for producing flax, might be cut without injuring the root. The heat in these defiles was almost insupportable, and whenever they caught a glimpse of the mountain tops they were tantalized with a sight of snow. One tremendous pass they named the Gates of the Rocky Mountains. For nearly 6 miles the river, which was there 350 yards in width, flows between rocks of black granite which rise perpendicularly from its edges to the height of nearly 1,200 feet. Nothing, said they, could be imagined more awful than the darkness of these rocks. During the whole distance the water is very deep, even at the edges, and for the first 3 miles there was not a spot, except one of a few yards, where a man could stand between the water and the wall of rock. Several fine springs burst out from the chasms of the rocks and increased the stream. The current is strong, but they were able to overcome it with their oars, most fortunately, for it would have been impossible to use either the cord or the pole. A great smoke was perceived the next day, as if the country had been set on fire. The Indians had heard a gun, and, believing that their enemies were approaching, made the signal of alarm and fled into the mountains. Captain Lewis, with Charbonneau, the interpreter, and 2 other companions, preceded the party now in search of the Shoshones. On August 10th he came to a fork in the Jefferson, beyond which it was not navigable. The next day he perceived with the greatest delight a man on horseback. But the man, when they were within 100 paces of each other, suddenly wheeled round, though every amicable gesture had been made to him, gave his horse the whip, and presently disappeared. They followed his track till it was lost, and the next day, proceeding up the stream, they came where it was so narrow that one of the men put his foot across it, and thanked God that he had lived to bestride the Missouri. It was not long before they reached its actual source and drank of the fountain, a situation not altogether unworthy of being compared with that of Bruce at the fountain of the Abyssinian or Blue Nile. Leaving this memorable spot, they got upon the ridge which forms the dividing line between the streams that flow into the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, and there they drank of the waters which run to the Columbia or Oregon, the great river of the West. The fears and suspicions of the Shoshones, and the embarrassments of Captain Lewis after he had met them and before his companions were arrived, form a very interesting part of his narrative. The 2 captains went now to the tent of Kamehameha, the chief of this tribe, and sent for Sacagawea to be their interpreter. The accounts which the explorers received of the way before them were most discouraging. To follow the course of the water, Kamehameha said, was impossible, as the river flowed between steep precipices which allowed of no passage along the banks, and it ran with such rapidity among sharp-pointed rocks that as far as the eye could reach it was one line of foam. The mountains were equally inaccessible. Neither man nor beast could pass them, and therefore neither he nor any of his nation had ever attempted it. He had learned from some of the Chopunish or pierced-nose Indians, footnote, the Nez Perce, a tribe of the Shahaptian stock, editor, end of footnote, who resided on the river to the westward, that it ran a great way toward the setting sun, and there lost itself in a lake of ill-tasting water where the white men lived. Captain Clark, not relying upon this report, went with a guide to reconnoiter the country and found it equally impracticable to keep the course of the river or cross the mountains in the same direction. The guide, however, said there was a way to some Indian settlements on another river, which was also a branch of the Oregon, Columbia. The Shoshones all denied this, which was imputed to their desire of keeping among them strangers, so able to protect them and so well stocked with valuable commodities. They sold them, however, horses enough for the party, and the adventurers began their journey on August 30th. They suffered dreadfully from fatigue and hunger. Game was so scarce that they were obliged to feed upon their horses. Their strength began to fail them. Most of the men were now complaining of sickness, and having reached a settlement of the Chopunish on the Kuskuski, they determined to build canoes there. The labor which the men had gone through in the latter part of their way up the Mississippi had made them desirous of traveling on horseback, but they now more gladly returned to their river navigation. September 25th they began to build 8 canoes, and having entrusted their remaining horses to the Chopunish and buried the saddles in a cache, they embarked on October 7th, accompanied by 2 chiefs. On November 2nd they perceived the first tidewater. 4 days afterward they had the pleasure of hearing a few words of English from an Indian who talked of a Mr. Haley, as the principal trader on the coast, and on the 7th a fog clearing off gave them a sight of the ocean. They suffered greatly at the mouth of the river. At one place, where they were confined 2 nights by the wind, the waves broke over them, and large trees which the stream had brought down were drifted upon them, so that with their utmost vigilance they could scarcely save the canoes from being dashed to pieces. Their next haven was still more perilous. The hills rose steep over their heads to the height of 500 feet, and as the rain fell in torrents, the stones upon their crumbling sides loosened and came rolling down upon them. The canoes were in one place at the mercy of the waves, the baggage in another, and the men scattered upon floating logs or sheltering themselves in the crevices of the rocks and hillside. In this situation they had nothing but dried fish for food. This weather and these sufferings continued till their clothes and bedding were rotten. At length they reached the open coast, and having well reconnoitred it, encamped for the winter. This was no very exhilarating prospect. The natives subsisted chiefly on dried fish and roots. The explorers neither liked this diet, nor did there seem enough of it for their supply, nor had they sufficient store of merchandise left to purchase it. They must therefore trust to their hunters for subsistence, and game was not to be found with the same facility here as in the plains of the Missouri. But the sea enabled them to supply themselves with salt, and in about 3 months trading vessels were expected, from which, being well provided with letters of credit, they hoped to procure a supply of trinkets for their route homeward. In national expeditions of this nature, nothing should be spared which can contribute to the safety and comfort of the persons employed. Captains Lewis and Clark should not have been left to the contingency of obtaining supplies. A ship ought certainly to have been sent to meet them. For want of this they suffered great hardships. Game became scarce, and in January nothing but elk was to be seen, which of all others was the most difficult to catch. They could scarcely, they said, have subsisted but for the exertions of one of the party, Dreyer by name, the son of a Canadian Frenchman and an Indian woman, who united in a wonderful degree the dexterous aim of the frontier huntsman with the sagacity of the savage in pursuing the faintest tracks through the forest. During the winter they sought for all the information in their power concerning the country and the inhabitants, and obtained some account of the number of tribes, languages, and population for about 360 miles southward along the coast. Of those in an opposite direction they learned little more than their names, their encampment being on the south of the Oregon, Columbia. Captains Lewis and Clark were very desirous of remaining on the coast till the ships arrived, that they might recruit their almost exhausted stores of merchandise. But though they were expected in April, it was found impossible to wait. The elk, on which they chiefly depended, had retreated to the mountains, and if the Indians could have sold food, they were too poor to purchase it. About the middle of March, therefore, they began their homeward way. The whole stock of goods on which they were to depend, either for the purchase of horses or for food, during a journey of nearly 4,000 miles, being so diminished that it might all be tied in 2 handkerchiefs. But their muskets were in excellent order, and they had plenty of powder and shot. The opinion which they had formed of the natives on their way down the river was not improved on their return. It was soon found that nothing but their numbers saved the explorers from being attacked. On one occasion, when Captain Clark could not obtain food, he took a port-fire match from his pocket, threw a small piece of it into the fire, and at the same time taking his pocket compass and a magnet, made the needle turn round very briskly. As soon as the match began to burn, the Indians were so terrified that they brought a quantity of wapato, footnote, a species of arrowhead root, editor, end footnote, and laid it at his feet, begging him to put out the bad fire. At another place they were compelled to make the Indians understand that whoever stole any of the baggage or insulted any of the men would be immediately shot. After some disputes, which ended, however, without bloodshed and many difficulties, they came to the Chopunish Indians, with whom they had left their horses, and here they had to wait till the mountains should be passable. On June 10th they renewed their journey, but on the 17th they were convinced that it was not yet practicable to cross the mountains, and therefore were, for the first time, compelled to make a retrograde movement. A week afterward they attempted it again. In the course of that time the snow had melted about 4 feet. They had good guides, and it was found better traveling over the snow than over the fallen timber and rocks, which in summer obstructed the way. Having surmounted the difficulties of this passage, the party separated on the mountain. Captain Lewis went with 9 men by the most direct route to the falls of the Missouri, whence he was to ascend Maria River, and ascertain if any branch of it reached as far south as latitude 50 degrees. Captain Clark, with the rest of the party, made for the head of the Jefferson. There they divided again. Sergeant Ordway and 9 men went from there in the canoes down the Missouri, and Captain Clark proceeded to the Yellowstone River at its nearest approach to the 3 forks of the Missouri, and there built canoes to explore that important stream along the whole of its course. The junction of these 2 great rivers was the appointed place of meeting. Captain Lewis's route was much shorter than that which they had taken on their outward journey. He got once more into the land of mosquitoes. The horses suffered so much from these insects that they were obliged to kindle large fires and place the poor animals in the midst of the smoke. In such myriads were they, that they frequently drew them in with their breath, and the very dog howled with the torture they gave him. They came also among their old enemies, the bears. But the abundance of buffaloes after their short commons made amends for all. These animals seemed to prefer pools, which were so strongly impregnated with salt as to be unfit for the use of man, to the water of the river. Captain Lewis proceeded far enough to ascertain that no branch of the Maria extended as far north as 50 degrees, and consequently that it would not make the desired boundary. He fell in with a party of Minataries of the north. The tribe bore a bad character, and these men did not belie it, for after meeting in apparent friendship and encamping together for the night, they endeavored to rob the Americans of their horses and guns. In the scuffle that ensued, one of the Indians was stabbed through the heart, and Captain Lewis shot another in the abdomen. The man, however, rose and fired in return, and Captain Lewis felt the wind of the ball. He was destined to a narrower escape a few days afterward, when one of his own men mistook him for an elk and shot him through the thigh. When they came to the appointed place of meeting, they saw that Captain Clark had been encamped there, but found no letter. These words, however, were traced in the sand. W.C. a few miles farther down on the right-hand side. Captain Clark had not intended to trust to a writing in the sand, but another division of the party arriving before Captain Lewis, and thinking that he had preceded them, removed his letter. Captain Clark, on his part, had reached the Yellowstone a little below the place where it issues from the Rocky Mountains. It now appeared that the communication between these great rivers was short and easy. From the 3 forks of the Missouri to this place was 48 miles, chiefly over a level plain, and from the forks of the eastern branch of the Gallatin, which is there navigable for small canoes, it is only 18, with an excellent road over a high, dry country. The Yellowstone here is a bold, deep, and rapid stream, 120 yards wide. As no large timber could be found, Captain Clark made 2 small canoes and lashed them together. They were 28 feet long, about 18 inches deep, and from 16 to 24 inches wide. Sergeant Pryor, with 2 companions, was then entrusted with the horses, to take them to the Mandans, and the rest of the party began their voyage. The buffaloes were here in such numbers that a herd of them one day crossing the river stopped the canoe for an hour. The river, including an island over which they passed, was a mile in width, and the herd stretched as thick as they could swim from one side to another during the whole of that time. The course of this river, from the point where they reached it till its junction with the Missouri, was computed at more than 800 miles, navigable the whole way, without any falls or any moving sandbars, which are very frequent in the Missouri, and only one ledge of rocks, and that not difficult to pass. The point of junction was considered to be one of the best places for an establishment for the western fur trade. It was impossible to wait here for Captain Lewis because of the mosquitoes. They were in such multitudes that the men could not shoot for them. They could not be kept from the barrel of the rifle long enough for a man to take aim. Pryor and his party soon followed. The horses were stolen from them by some Indians. They then struck for the river, made skin canoes, or rather coracles, such as they had seen among the Mandans and Ricaras. These vessels were perfect basins, 7 feet 3 in diameter, 16 inches deep, made of skins stretched over a wooden skeleton, each capable of carrying 6 or 8 men with their loads. They made 2 that they might divide their guns and ammunition, lest, in case of accident, all should be lost. But in these frail vessels they passed with perfect security all the shoals and rapids of the river, without taking in water even during the highest winds. Where a boat is to be committed to the stream, probably no other shape could be so safe. On August 12th, the whole party were once more collected. They found on their return that great changes had taken place in the bed of the Missouri since they ascended it, so shifting are its sands, and they observed that in the course of 1,000 miles, though it had received above 20 rivers, some of them of considerable width, besides many smaller streams, its waters were not augmented, so great is the evaporation. When they came to the first village, and saw some cows feeding on the bank, the whole party, with an involuntary impulse, raised a shout of joy. Several settlements had been made in this direction during their absence, so fast is the progress of civilization in America, where it is extended by the very eagerness with which men recede from civilized life. On September 22nd they reached the spot from where they had set out, after having traveled nearly 9,000 miles, and performed with equal ability, perseverance, and success one of the most arduous journeys that were ever undertaken. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Battle of Trafalgar, A.D. 1805 by Robert Southy. England becomes mistress of the seas, A.D. 1805. It was impossible for the powers of Europe to submit quietly to increasing exactions of the new emperor, Napoleon, until they had once tried their entire united strength against him in an appeal to arms. What is called the Third Great Coalition was formed against France in 1805 by Austria, Russia, and England. Sweden, Naples, and other lesser kingdoms were also partners to it. Spain and several of the little German states aided Napoleon. The vast plans of the French emperor included an expedition to cross the Channel and crush England, and to accomplish this, he gathered all his available French ships and also those of his ally, Spain. These were intended to protect his army in its passage to England, but Nelson met the French and Spanish fleet off the Spanish coast at Cape Trafalgar, and Britain's empire over the seas was established beyond controversy. It has never since then disputed in any considerable naval battle. Nelson arrived off Cadiz on September 29, 1805, his birthday, fearing that if the enemy knew his force, they might be deterred from venturing to sea. He kept out of sight of land, desired Collingwood to fire no salute and hoist no colors, and wrote to Gibraltar to request that the force of the fleet might not be inserted there in the Gazette. His reception in the Mediterranean fleet was as gratifying as the farewell of his countrymen at Portsmouth. The officers who came on board to welcome him forgot his rank as commander in their joy at seeing him again. On the day of his arrival, Villeneuve received orders to put to sea the first opportunity. Villeneuve, however, hesitated when he heard that Nelson had resumed the command. He called a council of war, and the determination was that it would not be expedient to leave Cadiz until they had reason to believe themselves stronger by 1/3 than the British force. In the public measures of Great Britain, secrecy is seldom practicable and seldom attempted. Here, however, by the precautions of Nelson and the wise measures of the Admiralty, the French were for once kept in ignorance, for as the ships appointed to reinforce the Mediterranean fleet were dispatched singly, each as soon as it was ready. Their collected number was not stated in the newspapers, and their arrival was not known to the enemy. On October 9th, Nelson sent Collingwood what he called in his diary the Nelson touch. "I send you," said he, "my plan of attack, as far as a man dare venture to guess, at the very uncertain position the enemy may be found in. But it is to place you perfectly at ease respecting my intentions, and to give full scope to your judgment for carrying them into effect. We can, my dear Claw, have no little jealousies. We have only one great object in view, that of annihilating our enemies and getting a glorious peace for our country. No man has more confidence in another than I have in you, and no man will render your services more justice than your very old friend, Nelson and Bronte." The order of sailing was to be the order of battle. The fleet in 2 lines, with an advance squadron of 8 of the fastest sailing 2-deckers. The second in command, having the entire direction of his line, was to break through the enemy about the 12th ship from their rear. He would lead them through the center, and the advance squadron was to cut off 3 or 4 ahead of the center. This plan was to be adapted to the strength of the enemy, so that they should always be 1/4 superior to those whom they cut off. Nelson said that his admirals and captains, knowing his precise object to be that of a close and decisive action, would supply any deficiency of signals and act accordingly. In case signals cannot be seen or clearly understood, no captain can do wrong if he places his ship alongside that of an enemy. One of the last orders of this admirable man was that the name and family of every officer, seaman, and marine who might be killed or wounded in the action should be, as soon as possible, returned to him in order to be transmitted to the chairman of the Patriotic Fund, that the case might be taken into consideration for the benefit of the sufferer or his family. On the 21st at daybreak, the combined fleets were distinctly seen from the Victory's deck, formed in a close line of battle ahead, on the starboard tack, about 12 miles to leeward and standing to the south. The English fleet consisted of 27 sail of the line and 4 frigates, the French of 33 and 7 large frigates. The French superiority was more in size and weight of metal than in numbers. They had 4,000 troops on board, and the best riflemen who could be procured, many of them Tyrolese, were dispersed through the ships. Little did the Tyrolese, and little did the Spaniards at that day, imagine what horrors the master whom they served was preparing for their countries. Soon after daylight, Nelson came upon deck. October 21st was a festival in his family, because on that day his uncle, Captain Suckling, in the Dreadnought, with 2 other line of battleships, had beaten off a French squadron of 4 sail of the line and 3 frigates. Nelson, with that sort of superstition from which few persons are entirely exempt, had more than once expressed his persuasion that this was to be the day of his battle also, and he was well pleased at seeing his prediction about to be verified. The wind was now from the west, light breezes with long heavy swell. Signal was made to bear down upon the enemy in 2 lines, and the fleet set all sail. Collingwood, in the Royal Sovereign, led the leeward line on 13 ships. The Victory led the weather line of 14. Having seen that all was as it should be, Nelson retired to his cabin and wrote the following prayer: "May the great God, whom I worship, grant to my country, and for the benefit of Europe in general, a great and glorious victory, and may no misconduct in anyone tarnish it, and may humanity after victory be the predominant feature in the British fleet. For myself individually, I commit my life to him that made me, and may his blessing alight on my endeavors for serving my country faithfully. To him I resign myself, and the just cause which is entrusted to me to defend. Amen, amen, amen. Blackwood went on board the Victory about 6. He found her in good spirits but very calm, not in that exhilaration which he had felt upon entering into battle at Oberkor and Copenhagen. He knew that his own life would be particularly aimed at, and seems to have looked for death with almost as sure an expectation as for victory. His whole attention was fixed upon the enemy. They tacked to the northward, and formed their line on the larboard tack, thus bringing the shoals of Trafalgar and St. Pedro under the lee of the British, and keeping the port of Cadiz open for themselves. This was judiciously done, and Nelson, aware of all the advantages which it gave them, made signal to prepare to anchor. Villeneuve was a skilful seaman, worthy of serving a better master and a better cause. His plan of defense was as well conceived and as original as the plan of attack. He formed the fleet in a double line, every alternate ship being about a cable's length and to windward, of her second ahead and astern. Nelson, certain of a triumphant issue to the day, asked Blackwood what he should consider as a victory. That officer answered that, considering the handsome way in which battle was offered by the enemy, their apparent determination for a fair trial of strength, and the situation of the land, he thought it would be a glorious result if 14 were captured. He replied, "I shall not be satisfied with less than 20. Soon afterwards he asked him if he did not think there was a signal wanting. Captain Blackwood made answer that he thought the whole fleet seemed very clearly to understand what they were about. These words were scarcely spoken before that signal was made, which will be remembered as long as the language or even the memory of England shall endure. Nelson's last signal. England expects every man to do his duty. It was received throughout the fleet with a shout of answering acclamation, made sublime by the spirit which it breathed and the feeling which it expressed. "Now," said Lord Nelson, "I can do no more. We must trust to the great disposer of all events and the justice of our cause. I thank God for this great opportunity of doing my duty." He wore that day, as usual, his admiral's frock coat, bearing on the left breast 4 stars of the different orders with which he was invested. Ornaments which rendered him so conspicuous a mark for the enemy were beheld with ominous apprehension by his officers. It was known that there were riflemen on board the French ships, and it could not be doubted but that his life would be particularly aimed at. They communicated their fears to each other, and the surgeon, Mr. Beatty, spoke to the chaplain, Dr. Scott, and to Mr. Scott, the private secretary, desiring that some person would entreat him to change his dress to cover the stars. But they knew that such a request would highly displease him. "In honor I gained them," he had said, when such a thing had been hinted to him formerly, "and in honor I will die with them." A long swell was setting into the Bay of Cadiz. Our ships, crowding all sail, moved majestically before it with light winds from the southwest. The sun shone on the sails of the enemy, and their well-formed line, with their numerous 3-deckers, made an appearance which any other assailants would have thought formidable. But the British sailors only admired the beauty and the splendor of the spectacle, and in full confidence of winning what they saw, remarked to each other, "What a fine sight yonder ships would make at Spithead." The French admiral from the Bucentaure beheld the new manner in which his enemy was advancing, Nelson and Collingwood each leading his line, and pointing them out to his officers. He is said to have exclaimed that such conduct could not fail to be successful. Yet Villeneuve had made his own dispositions with the utmost skill, and the fleets under his command waited for the attack with perfect coolness. Nelson's column was steered about 2 points more to the north than Collingwood's, in order to cut off the enemy's escape into Cadiz. The lee line, therefore, was first engaged. "See," cried Nelson, pointing to the Royal Sovereign, as she steered right for the center of the enemy's line. cut through the stern of the Santa Ana, a three-decker, and engaged her at the muzzle of her guns on the starboard side. See how that noble fellow, Collingwood, carries his ship into action. Collingwood, delighted at being first in the heat of the fire, and knowing the feelings of his commander and old friend, turned to his captain and exclaimed, "Rotherham, what would Nelson give to be here?" The enemy continued to fire a gun at a time at the Victory, till they saw that a shot had passed through her main topgallant sail. Then they opened their broadsides, aiming chiefly at her rigging in the hope of disabling her before she could close with them. Nelson, as usual, had hoisted several flags, lest one should be shot away. The enemy showed no colors till late in the action, when they began to feel the necessity of having them to strike. For this reason, the Santissima Trinidad, Nelson's old acquaintance, as he used to call her, was distinguishable only by her 4 decks, and to the bow of this opponent he ordered the Victory to be steered. Meantime, an incessant raking fire was kept up upon the Victory. The Admiral's secretary was one of the first who fell. He was killed by a cannon shot while conversing with Hardy. Captain Adair of the Marines, with the help of a sailor, endeavored to remove the body from Nelson's sight, who had a great regard for Mr. Scott. But he anxiously asked, "Is that poor Scott that's gone?" And being informed that it was indeed so, exclaimed, "Poor fellow!" Presently a double-headed shot struck a party of Marines who were drawn up on the poop, and killed 8 of them, upon which Nelson immediately desired Captain Adair to disperse his men round the ship, that they might not suffer so much from being together. A few minutes afterwards a shot struck the 4 brace spits on the quarter-deck, and passed between Nelson and Hardy, a splinter from the bit tearing off Hardy's buckle and bruising his foot. Both stopped and looked anxiously at each other, each supposing the other to be wounded. Nelson then smiled and said, "This is too warm work, Hardy, to last long." The Victory had not yet returned a single gun. 50 of her men had by this time killed or wounded, and her main topmast, with all her studding sails and their booms, shot away. Nelson declared that in all his battles he had seen nothing which had surpassed the cool courage of his crew on this occasion. At 4 minutes after 12, the Victory opened fire from both sides of her deck. It was impossible to break the enemy's line without running aboard one of their ships. Hardy informed him of this and asked him which he would prefer. Nelson replied, "Take your choice, Hardy. It does not signify much." The master was ordered to put the helm to port, and the Victory ran aboard the Redoubtable, just as her tiller ropes were shot away. The French ship received her with a broadside that instantly let down her lower deck ports for fear of being boarded through them, and never afterward fired a great gun during the action. Her tops, like those of all the French ships, were filled with riflemen. Nelson never placed musketry in his tops. He had a strong dislike to the practice, not merely because it endangers setting fire to the sails, but also because it is a murderous sort of warfare, by which individuals may suffer and a commander now and then be picked off, though it never can decide the fate of a general engagement. Captain Harvey, in the Temeraire, fell aboard the Redoubtable on the other side. Another enemy was in like manner aboard the Temeraire, so that these 4 ships formed as compact a tier as if they had been moored together, their heads lying all the same way. The lieutenants of the Victory, seeing this, depressed their guns of the middle and lower decks, and fired with a diminished charge, lest the shot should pass through and injure the Tenerife. And because there was a danger that the Redoubtable might take fire from the lower deck guns, the muzzles of which touched her side when they were run out, the fireman of each gun stood ready with a bucket of water, which, as soon as the gun was discharged, he dashed into the hole made by the shot. An incessant fire was kept up from the Victory from both sides, her larboard guns playing upon the broken tower and the huge Santissima Trinidad. It had been part of Nelson's prayer that the British fleet might be distinguished by humanity, in the victory which he expected. Setting an example himself, he twice gave orders to cease firing upon the Redoubtable, supposing that she had struck, because her great guns were silent, for as she carried no flag, there was no means of instantly ascertaining the fact. From this ship, which he had thus twice spared, he received his death. A ball fired from a mizzen top, which in the then situation of the two vessels was not more than 15 yards from that part of the deck where he was standing, struck the epaulet of his left shoulder about 1:15, just in the heat of action. He fell upon his face on the spot which was covered with his poor secretary's blood. Hardy, who was a few steps from him, turning round, saw 3 men raising him up. "They have done for me at last, Hardy," said he. "I hope not," cried Hardy. "Yes," he replied, "my backbone is shot through." Yet even now, not for a moment losing his presence of mind, he observed as they were carrying him down the ladder that the tiller ropes, which had been shot away, were not yet replaced, in order that no one should be rove immediately. Then, that he might not be seen by the crew, he took out his handkerchief and covered his face and his stars. Had he but concealed these badges of honor from the enemy, England perhaps would not have had cause to receive with sorrow the news of the Battle of Trafalgar. The cockpit was crowded with wounded and dying men, over whose bodies he was with some difficulty conveyed, and laid upon a pallet in the midshipman's berth. It was soon perceived, upon examination, that the wound was mortal. This, however, was concealed from all except Captain Hardy, the chaplain, and the medical attendants, he himself being certain from the sensation in his back, and the gush of blood he felt momentarily within his breast, that no human care could avail him, insisted that the surgeon should leave him and attend to those to whom he might be useful. "For," said he, "you can do nothing for me." All that could be done was to fan him with paper, and frequently to give him lemonade to alleviate his intense thirst. He was in great pain, and expressed much anxiety for the event of the action, which now began to declare itself. As often as a ship struck, the crew of the Victory hurrahed, and at every hurrah a visible expression of joy gleamed in the eye and marked the countenance of the dying hero. But he became impatient to see Captain Hardy, and as that officer, though often sent for, could not leave the deck, Nelson feared that some fatal cause prevented him, and repeatedly cried, "Will no one bring Hardy to me? He must be killed. He is surely dead." An hour and 10 minutes elapsed from the time when Nelson received his wound before Hardy could come to him. They shook hands in silence, Hardy in vain struggling to suppress the feelings of that most painful and yet sublimest moment. "Well, Hardy," said Nelson, "how goes the day with us?" "Very well," replied Hardy. 10 ships have struck, but 5 of the van have tacked, and show an intention to bear down upon the Victory. I have called 2 or 3 of our fresh ships round, and have no doubt of giving them a drubbing." "I hope," said Nelson, "none of our ships have struck." Hardy answered, "There is no fear of that." Then, as not till then, Nelson spoke of himself. "I am a dead man, Hardy," said he. "I am going fast. It will be all over with me soon. Come nearer to me. Let my dear Lady Hamilton have my hair and all other things belonging to me." Hardy observed that he hoped Mr. Beatty could yet hold on some prospect of life. "Oh, no," he replied, "it is impossible. My back is shot through. Beatty will tell you so." Captain Hardy then once more shook hands with him, and with the heart almost bursting, hastened upon deck. By this time all feeling below the breast was gone, and Nelson, having made the surgeon ascertain this, said to him, "You know I am gone. I know it. I feel something rising in my breast," putting his hand on his left side, "which tells me so." And on Beatty's inquiring whether his pain was great, he said it was so great that he wished he was dead. "Yet," said he in a lower voice, "one would like to live a little longer too." And after a few minutes, In the same undertone, he added, "What would become of poor Lady Hamilton if she knew my situation?" Next to his country, she occupied his thoughts. Captain Hardy, some 50 minutes after he left the cockpit, returned, and again taking the hand of his dying friend and commander, congratulated him on having gained a complete victory. How many of the enemy were taken he did not know, as it was impossible to perceive them distinctly, but 14 or 15 at least. "That's well," cried Nelson, "but I bargained for 20. And then, in a stronger voice, he said, "Anchor, Hardy, anchor." Hardy, upon this, hinted that Admiral Collingwood would take upon himself the direction of affairs. "Not while I live, Hardy," said the dying Nelson, ineffectually endeavored to raise himself from his bed. "Do you anchor." His previous order for preparing to anchor had shown how clearly he foresaw the necessity of this. Presently, calling Hardy back, he said to him in a low voice, "Don't throw me overboard," and he desired that he might be buried by his parents, unless it should please the king to order otherwise. Then, reverting to private feelings, "Take care of my poor Lady Hamilton." "Kiss me, Hardy," said he. Hardy knelt down and kissed his cheek, and Nelson said, "Now I am satisfied. Thank God I have done my duty." Hardy stood over him in silence for a moment or two, then knelt again and kissed his forehead. "Who is that?" said Nelson. And being informed, he replied, "God bless you, Hardy." And Hardy then left him forever. Nelson now desired to be turned upon his right side and said, "I wish I had not left the deck, for I shall soon be gone." Death was indeed rapidly approaching. He said to the chaplain, "Doctor, I have not been a great sinner." And after a short pause, "Remember that I leave Lady Hamilton and my daughter Horatia as a legacy to my country." His articulation now became difficult, but he was distinctly heard to say, "Thank God, I have done my duty." These words he repeatedly pronounced, and they were the last words which he uttered. He expired at 30 minutes after 4, 3 hours and a quarter after he had received his wound. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Battle of Austerlitz, A.D. 1805 by Pierre, Lanfrey. While England was sweeping the French navy from the coast to Trafalgar, the other members of the Third Coalition, Austria and Russia, were attempting to defend themselves against Napoleon on land. They had meant to attack him, but his promptitude and irresistible energy turned the tables upon them, and after a brief campaign, accounted the most brilliant of even Napoleon's brilliant career. The First Austrian Army surrendered at Ulm, October 20th, the day before Trafalgar. This victory gave the French possession of Vienna, the proud capital against whose walls the Turks had so often surged in vain. The Austrian ruler was Francis II, who still retained his title of Emperor of Germany, and who had also begun to call himself Emperor of Austria, a title as incongruous as Napoleon's own. He was resolved to fight to the bitter end, and with all his remaining forces he joined the Russian Emperor Alexander I, who was advancing to his aid. Thus the 3 emperors of Europe were present in person at the most triumphant battle of Napoleon's career. His masterly maneuvers made Austerlitz a fitting crown to his most celebrated campaign. The setting sun of Austerlitz saw Europe helpless at the conqueror's feet. While the youthful Russian emperor was in nominal command of his own forces, their real director was General Kutuzov, who, with a smaller army, had been retreating before Napoleon and had made a junction with Alexander. Prussia was also thinking of joining the coalition against France, but had not yet taken action. All these preliminaries are noted in the following account by Lanfrey, the most recent of French scholars to write on this theme, so fascinating to Frenchmen. Lanfrey is, however, no admirer of Napoleon. In fact, his Life of the Emperor is generally regarded as having given the final blow to the worship of Napoleon, even in France. The first act of Napoleon's Austrian campaign had been marked by the thunderstroke of Ulm, and the second by the occupation of Vienna. He had left this capital in the middle of November and advanced into Moravia as far as Rouen, a strong place of great importance, but undefended, which he was able to occupy without striking a blow, thanks to the carelessness and want of foresight of the Austrians. The army of the Allies was massed 15 leagues from there, near Olmütz. It formed, according to the official statements, a total number of 82,000 men, of whom 14,000 only were Austrians. It was composed of good troops, in no way demoralized, but Kurzakov, though forced to retreat before forces of an overwhelming superiority, had resisted the French at Amstetten, at Dürrenstein, and at Hollabrunn, with a firmness that did him the greatest honor. This army had so much interest in gaining time before they attacked Napoleon that their operations are still an enigma. Important reinforcements under the commander, General Benningsen, were marching to rejoin them. The month at the term of which Prussia was to bring her armies into the field was on the eve of expiring, and this was 120,000 men more for the coalition. The Anglo-Swedish army was about to march from Hanover into Holland, which was undefended. The Archduke Charles had arrived in Hungary, where he was repairing his losses and preparing to take up the offensive. Lastly, Napoleon, in presence of the imminent danger to which these eventualities exposed him, had suspended his forward march, feeling that his position, at so great a distance from his base of operations, was already very dangerous. In all probability, a simple temporization on the part of the Austro-Russians would in a very short time have constrained him to retire, under the double necessity of concentrating his troops and preserving his line of retreat. The struggle being renewed under these new conditions, his destruction was almost inevitable, for he was about to find himself enclosed between 3 considerable armies, with reduced forces, and if 2 of these armies had joined hands in Hungary, as Kutuzov proposed, they would have presented a mass difficulty for him to cut through. These were urgent reasons for avoiding all meeting with Napoleon before the expected events had taken place. It is not easy, even now, to explain the motives that induced the Allies to act when they had everything to gain by waiting. It has been stated, it is true, that the Austro-Russian army wanted provisions at Olmütz, but it was easy to procure them elsewhere, and nothing obliged them to keep this position. They had even an interest in falling back upon Hungary to join 80,000 men of the Archduke Charles. Alexander had committed a first fault in coming, in spite of the remonstrances of his wisest friends, in the midst of his army, where his presence would naturally paralyze brave but servile generals, and moreover, he was surrounded by young men full of ardor, courage, and illusions, impatient to distinguish themselves in the eyes of their sovereign, who spoke with the utmost profound contempt of the dilatory system proposed by Kuznetsov, by the Emperor of Austria, and by the most experienced chiefs of the army. Grave discords that had arisen between the Austrians and the Russians in consequence of the unfortunate opening of the campaign also contributed to make both desire a prompt renewal of hostilities, in which each hoped to find his justification. Napoleon was aware of this state of things and turned it to account with marvelous skill. He had just received with a great deal of haughtiness Messrs. de Stadion and Guillet, whom the Emperor of Austria had sent to his camp to make overtures to him. He almost immediately afterwards regretted this, on learning that Prussia was on the point of joining his adversaries, and he became as communicative as he had hitherto been haughty and suspicious. On November 25th, he dispatched Savary to the camp of the Allies, with a complimentary letter to Emperor Alexander, and with a secret mission to observe attentively the army of the enemy while he felt the ground for a negotiation. Savary was received with courtesy, but very coldly. He only brought back to his master a curt and evasive letter, which was addressed not to the emperor, but to the chef du gouvernement français. Napoleon, who was so sensitive upon this point, took no offense. He wanted to show that he was superior to the trifles of a vain etiquette, and only became more complacent. Savary immediately returned to Austerlitz to propose an interview between Napoleon and to confiding Alexander. At the same time, he was to complete his studies on the Austro-Russian army. Savary, who had the eyes and ears of a future minister of police, observed the size and disposition of the army. He got into conversation with the aides-de-camp and took note of the rash confidence of the young officers. Alexander refused the interview, but he consented to send to Napoleon his aide-de-camp, the Prince Dolgorouki. Napoleon took care not to give the prince the same opportunity for making observations that Savary had had with Alexander. He received him at his advanced post, and only let him see just enough of his army to deceive him. A few days before, a squadron of his advance guard had been separated and taken prisoner at Vichau. Dolgorouki found the French troops falling back upon all points in order to concentrate themselves on the positions studied long beforehand, towards which Napoleon wished to draw the Austro-Russian army. Crowded in a narrow space still separated from Bernadotte's corps and Friant's division, which were only to arrive at the last moment, ostensibly occupied in raising entrenchments upon different points, as if they feared to be attacked. They could only strike the prince by the apparent weakness of their force and by their timid and constrained attitude. After the usual compliments, Dolgorouki went to the object of his mission without any more oratorical precautions. Napoleon has reported the interview with his habitual untruthfulness, seasoning his account with the usual insults toward all men in whom he met with any firmness. He has related in his bulletins that this puppy, Frouliquet, went so far as to propose to him the cession of Belgium. It had never been contemplated to demand Belgium from France, and the time would have been badly chosen to put forward such a proposition. Dolgorouki made no proposal of this kind. Alexander had agreed upon a program when he allied himself to Austria and Prussia, and it was this program, already discussed 100 times, that his aide-de-camp submitted to Napoleon. Dolgorouki's report of this interview bears the stamp of truth, and strikingly reminds us of the famous account of Whitworth's interview with Napoleon. As usual, Napoleon speaks as a tempter when he cannot speak as a master. What do they want of me? Why does the Emperor Alexander make war on me? What does he require? Is he jealous of the aggrandizement of France? Well, let him extend his frontiers at the expense of his neighbors, by way of Turkey, and all quarrels will be terminated. And as Dolgorouki replied that Russia did not care to increase her territory, but wanted to maintain the independence of Europe, to secure the evacuation of Holland and Switzerland, the indemnity that she had never ceased to claim for the King of Sardinia, Napoleon flew into a violent passion and exclaimed that he would cede nothing in Italy, not even if the Russians were encamped upon the heights of Montmartre, an exclamation that is so much the more probable than we find it textually a few days later in one of his bulletins. These words put an end to a negotiation that had been on the part of Napoleon only a ruse of war intended to embolden his enemies, and both sides now thought nothing but battle. The positions that Napoleon had occupied to await the collision with the armies were admirably chosen, both for attack and for defense, backed by the citadel of Bryden, which would, if it were necessary, ensure the retreat into Bohemia, covered on their left by hills thickly wooded, on their front by a deep stream which at certain distances formed large ponds. His troops were entrenched in the right angle made by the two high roads, which run from Bryden, one to Vienna and the other to Olmütz. They occupied all the villages situated along the stream, from Kurtzikowitz to Telnitz, where the ponds begin. Opposite to their center, on the other side of the stream, rose the plateau of Pratzen, a commanding and advanced position beyond which appeared at some distance the village and chateau of Austerlitz, which the army of the last two emperors already occupied. Napoleon had posted at his left, round a knoll to which the soldiers had given the name of the Saint-Anne, Land's Corps d'Armée, on both sides of the Olmütz road. At his right, from Telnitz to Koblenz, he had placed Soult's corps. At his center, near Kurtzikowitz, that of Bernadotte, which had arrived the day before from the Bohemian frontier, and with him Murat's cavalry. He himself formed the reserve with his guard in 10 battalions, commanded by Oudinot. Behind his extreme right, at Regan, in a position far removed from his center, he detached Davie, with Friant's division and a division of cavalry, in order to bring them down at the decisive moment upon the left of the Russians. The whole of these troops amounted, notwithstanding all that has been said, to a total of at least equal to that of the Allies, but the 3 corps d'armée of Soult, Bernadotte, and Lannes, however reduced we may suppose them to have been by their losses and detachments, could not have numbered less than from 15 to 20,000 men each. The Guard and Murat's cavalry formed at least 20,000 men, and Davot's detachment counted 8,000. This position, almost unassailable in front, was calculated to suggest to the Allies the idea of cutting off Napoleon from the route to Vienna, by turning his right, and thus separating him from the rest of his army, which had remained quartered in the neighborhood of the capital. But this operation, hazardous enough if it were undertaken even at a distance by a series of strategical movements, with forces only equal to his own, became an act of the most foolish temerity the moment it was attempted, under the eyes of so formidable an enemy, within reach of his cannon, and upon the field of battle that he had chosen. Such was, however, the plan which Weyerhaeuser ventured to adopt, encouraged no doubt by the apparent and calculated weakness of the detachments of the right near Telnitz, and the approaches of the road to Vienna. In order to entice him more and more into this perilous path, Napoleon had not only withdrawn the troops from his right, but had not even occupied the plateau of Pratzen, a kind of elevated promontory which advanced toward the center of the two armies, and from the top of which he would have been able to render the turning movement of the Austro-Russian army very difficult. The Allies established themselves upon this plateau, but with insufficient forces, without suspecting the importance of the position and the part that it was to play in the coming battle. On the evening of December 1st, the Russians commenced their flank march, keeping along the Frenchmen's line at 2 gunshots' distance for about 4 leagues, in order to turn their right. Napoleon, from his bivouac, saw them rushing to their ruin with a transport of joy. He allowed them to effect their movement without putting any obstacle in their way, as if he recognized the impossibility of opposing it. Only one small corps of French cavalry showed itself on the plain, and immediately retired as if intimidated by the forces of the enemy. Napoleon quickly understood by this commencement that his efforts to draw the attack upon his right were going to be crowned with success. His conviction in this respect was so firm that the same evening in the proclamation that he addressed to his soldiers, he did not hesitate to announce to them the maneuver that the enemy would make on the morrow at his proper risk and peril. The positions which we now occupy, he said, are formidable, and while they are marching to turn my right, they will present their flank to me. Soldiers, I shall myself direct your battalions. I shall keep out of the fire if with your usual bravery you throw disorder and confusion into the enemy's ranks. But if the victory should be, for a moment, uncertain, you will see your emperor the foremost to expose himself to danger. This prediction, made with so much assurance, greatly contributed to gain credit for a report that is still very generally believed in Russia, that Weyerth's plan had been treacherously made known to Napoleon. There is nothing implausible in this fact, for although Weyerth's plan was only communicated to the Allied generals very late in the night of December 1st, it was certainly known earlier to a part of the staff. But Napoleon had no need of such a communication to discover a fault, of which he had himself suggested the idea by his own dispositions, and of which he had seen all the preliminary developments with his own eyes. This story is then but of slight importance, and could only be admitted upon formal proofs, which have not hitherto been given. After having inspected the advanced post, Napoleon resolved to visit the bivouacs. Being recognized by the soldiers, he was immediately surrounded and cheered. They wished to fete the anniversary of his coronation. Bundles of straw were hoisted blazing on poles for an impromptu illumination, and an immense train of light along the French line made the Allies believe that Napoleon was trying to steal away, by means of a stratagem borrowed from a Hannibal or a Frederick. An old grenadier approached and addressed him in the name of his fellow soldiers. I promise thee, he said, that tomorrow we will bring thee the colors and cannon of the Russian army to fete the anniversary of thy coronation. A characteristic harangue which showed that in spite of everything the Republican spirit still subsisted in the lower ranks of the army, and that the soldiers regarded Napoleon less as a master than as a former equal, in whom, even in crowning him, they thought they were personifying their own grandeur. The next morning, December 2nd, 1805, the rising sun gradually dispelled the fog that covered the country, and showed the two armies ready for the conflict. The Russians had almost entirely evacuated the plateau of Pratzen, and in the valley beneath their columns were distinctly seen advancing in the direction of Telnitz and Solkonitz. It was there that they hoped to turn the enemy's right, after having forced the Legrand division, which alone held this defile. The execution of this principal maneuver of Weyerth's plan had been confided to clumsy Buxhoden, a brave general, but of no ability, who had under his orders a corps of 30,000 men, and Generals Langerin, Doktorov, and Przewalski. They were to be supported by Kolarov, who still occupied a part of the plateau. The Russian right, commanded by Bagration, faced lands in front of the Santon. In the center near Austerlitz were the two emperors with their guard and the corps d'armée of Prince Liechtenstein. Kuznetsov, discouraged and disheartened by the kind of fetishism that this sacred person of the Tsar, Alexander I, inspired in the Russians, followed his master, lamenting beforehand the misfortunes which he foresaw, but without doing anything to ward them off. Bagration himself, on reading in the morning Weyerth's plan, had exclaimed, "The battle is lost." The Allied army thus formed an immense semicircle, which extended from Holowitz to Telnitz and closed the angle of which the French occupied the center. Lying in wait at the bottom of this sort of funnel, concentrated in a narrow space, attentive, motionless, and crouching like a lion preparing to spring upon its prey, the French army was waiting in formidable silence, the signal for rushing on the enemy. When the whole of the left of the Allies had reached the ponds and were beginning to attack at Telnitz, Legrand's division, which was soon to be supported by Davie's corps, recalled from Raygun. Napoleon, who had hitherto kept back his troops, gave the signal, and Soult's divisions rushed to the assault of the heights of Bryden. There they found Colerath's column, marching to rejoin Buxhoden. In an instant they attacked it in flank and overturned it. Immediately after they found the infantry of Miller-Rodovich, which was drawn up in a second line to support it. Van Dam's and St. Hilaire's divisions, seconded by Thibault's and Moran's brigades, threw themselves with the bayonet upon the Russian battalions. These stopped short in the middle of their movement, finding no reserve to support them, attacked in the rear when they were marching to assail the enemy in front, were driven down the slopes of the plateau under the eyes of the Emperor Alexander, surprised and dismayed at the unforeseen catastrophe which had just routed his center. While Napoleon was striking with his accustomed rapidity this decisive blow, which at the beginning of the battle cut the Russian army in two at its very center, his own corps d'armée, boldly deploying by a simultaneous forward march, were performing with almost equal success the task that had been assigned to them. At the extreme right of the French army, it is true, Legrand's division, overwhelmed by quadruple forces, had at first been driven beyond Telnitz and Solkonitz, but Davie had soon come to his assistance with Friant's and Broussier's divisions, so that Legrand's retrograde movement had proved an advantage rather than otherwise, since it had drawn the Russian left deeper and deeper into the snare in which it was taken. From the center, Bernadotte had marched upon Blatziewicz. He had attacked the Russian Guard and Prince Liechtenstein's corps, while Lanz, who formed the right, took Holowitz, in spite of Bagratión's efforts to dispute him this position. This double eruption prevented the Russians from reinforcing their troops at Pratzen. Liechtenstein's magnificent cavalry, composed of 82 squadrons, called on one side to succor their center and charged on the other to support Bagration, could not act with the harmony that was necessary to the impulse of such an irresistible mass. One part of his squadrons engaged with Constantine's Uhlans in the pursuit of Kellerman's light horse in the middle of the French infantry, which crushed it with their fire. The other charged more successfully Murat's cavalry, but being unsupported, it soon fell back. At Pratzen, Kamensky's brigade, brought from the Russian left to the relief of the center of Prince Volkonsky, had rallied the remnants of Kolyarath's and Milo-Randovich's divisions, and for a moment renewed the combat. Alexander at length understood the importance of the possession of the plateau, but it was impossible for his corps d'armée, engaged so far from this position, which is the first of the whole battle, to send reinforcements in time. Only Kurzakov, wounded in the head, saw with despair the realization of his fears, and on being asked if his wound was dangerous, exclaimed, extending his hands toward Pratzen, there is the mortal wound. Assailed in front of and flanked by all Soult's divisions, Kamensky's brigade heroically resisted their attacks, but soon overwhelmed by numbers and reduced to half, it was forced down into the bottoms of the side of Bierbaum. It was 1 o'clock. The center of the Allies was annihilated. Their two wings fought still, but without communication, without means of rejoining. In this critical moment, the Russian Guard, of which the greater part had hitherto remained in reserve, advanced toward the French center to drive it back and attempted to retake the heights of Pratzen. One of the French battalions was surprised and overturned by its cuirassiers, but Napoleon's guard rushed up in its turn. The two cavalries charged with fury in a desperate conflict. A hand-to-hand fight began between these choice troops, but terminated in favor of the French. The Russian horse guards, cut to pieces by the enemy's horsemen, fell back in disorder, and Rapp took Prince Rapine prisoner. At the same time, a general movement of the Guard and Bernadotte's corps broke the Russian line, which was driven back in the direction of Austerlitz after a frightful slaughter. Napoleon hastened to join the part of these troops to those of Soult in order to make a general attack under Buxhoden's corps d'armée. This general, blindly pursuing his movement round the French right, had not only passed by Telnitz and the defiles that formed the ponds, but had advanced as far as Touras, situated in the enemy's rear, always fighting more or less successfully against Davout's and Legrand's divisions, and without paying any attention to what was taking place in the center. Recalled by the most peremptory orders, he was now obliged to regain this dangerous route under the fire of all Soult's divisions. Przybylski's division, which he had left at Solkonitz, was surrounded and forced to surrender. He succeeded in bringing back Doktorov's column as far as Agutz, but at the moment that he was debauching from it, Van Damme fell upon him from the heights of Pratzen and cut his column in two, a portion of which only was able to continue the route to rejoin Kuznetsov. The rest of Doktorov's column and the whole of Langren's, with Kienmeyer's cavalry, were driven over the ponds. Their artillery passed on to a bridge which broke under it. These troops rushed onto the pond of Telnitz, which had been frozen for 2 or 3 days, but Napoleon immediately directed the fire of his batteries upon these unfortunates. The ice was broken by the cannonballs, and by the weight of so great a mass of men. It suddenly gave way, and several thousand soldiers were engulfed in the water. On the morrow their cries and groans were still heard. There remained no other means of escape for Doktorov and Kienmeyer than a narrow road between the 2 ponds of Melnitz and Telnitz, and it was by this route, under the crossfire of the French artillery, that these generals executed their retreat with admirable firmness, but sustaining immense losses. Such were the mournful scenes upon which the sun of Austerlitz shone. These scenes had doubtless their grandeur, as have all those in which courage and genius have been displayed, but nothing could henceforth efface the horror of them, for one thing alone has the privilege of purifying and ennobling a field of battle, and that is the triumph of a great idea. Here it was not a principle that was involved, but a man. The Austro-Russian army had retreated, not to Olmütz, as Napoleon had supposed on the evening of the Battle of Austerlitz, but into Hungary, which in all probability saved it from a still greater disaster. The Russians had lost 21,000 men, dead and wounded. The Austrians nearly 6,000, 133 guns, and an immense number of flags that remained in the victors' hands. The French had lost on their side, according to the most probable estimates, about 8,500 men, but the calculation contained in the Emperor's bulletin of 800 killed and 1,500 wounded can only be regarded as a most puerile falsehood. Never had Napoleon before carried off such an overwhelming victory. Never either had he been so much aided by the faults of his adversaries. But to lead the enemy to commit faults is half the genius of war, and it was in this that he excelled. The victory of Rivoli had been as brilliant by the shortness and precision of the maneuvers, but the results were far from equaling those of Austerlitz. Its immediate consequences were equivalent to the almost complete destruction of the European coalition, which was for a long time reduced to powerlessness. With regard to its future results, they might have been still more satisfactory if a detestable policy had not incessantly called in question the successes obtained by prodigious military genius. But to the end of his career, Napoleon proved by his own example that there is an art still rarer and more difficult than the art of using victory. It is the secret of not abusing it. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The British Acquisition of Cape Colony, A.D. 1806, by Henry A. Bryden. When the British established themselves in Cape Colony, they took a step which eventually led to an important extension of their vast empire. After the Portuguese discovery of the Cape of Good Hope, near the end of the 15th century, no permanent settlement was made there for many years, the Portuguese themselves using the Cape merely as a supply station on the way to India. In 1620, a company of Englishmen landed there and took possession in the name of King James I. But nothing came of this proceeding, and although the Dutch arrived in 1595, they did not stay. But in 1652, the Dutch made a settlement on the Cape, and in 1658 they had a company of 360 souls, more than half, however, being Negro slaves. The evil effects of this slavery have ever since been felt, although it was long ago extinguished. Throughout the last half of the 17th and the whole of the 18th century, the Dutch settlement made gradual progress. In 1687, there was a French immigration. The conditions preceding the first British occupation, that event itself, the restoration to the Dutch, and the history of the final acquisition of the Cape by England are shown by Bryden in a clear light. His account is of special value in view of the subsequent course of events in that quarter of the world. Toward the end of the 18th century, the Dutch settlers had spread far over the Cape country. Their eastern limits were bounded by the Great Fish River. Their western boundary, toward the mouth of the Orange, was the Cossey, afterward known as the Buffalo River, and they had settled themselves firmly in the country about the Sneeuwberg Mountains, where the new town and Drosdy of Graaf Reinet had been established. Zwellendam had been established as a town and magistracy since 1746. The country northward to the Orange River had been explored, and the mouth of the Orange located by Colonel Gordon, a Scottish officer in the service of the Dutch, and so far back as 1761, Hendrik Hopp, an enterprising and determined colonist, had crossed the Orange itself and penetrated into Great Nabaqua land. In pushing to the eastward, the colonists had come in contact with the Amakosa Kaffirs, a fine, athletic, pastoral, and warlike people, whom they found very different neighbors from the slothful and easily managed Hottentots. In 1779, after various raids, negotiations, and recriminations, the Kaffirs were attacked by the Dutch farmers and their Hottentots, and after some fighting were driven by them beyond the Fish River. It is curious to note that the Hottentots from early times took readily to firearms and horses. They are to this day excellent rifle shots and horsemen, and, whether serving under Dutch or British, have almost invariably proved themselves valuable fighting men. The Kaffirs and Zulus, on the other hand, never showed the same inclination for firearms, preferring rather to trust to their strong arms and sharp assegais. Even at the present time, the bulk of the Kaffirs and Zulus and the Matabele are by no means expert gunners or riders. The Vicunas and Basutos take to horses and rifles more readily, and many good horsemen and fair rifle shots are found among them. In 1789, the Second Kaffir War broke out. The Amakosas suddenly invaded the colony west of the Fish River, and after desultory operations during 4 years, were still, thanks chiefly to the rapidly decaying Dutch government, unexpelled from the colonial limits. The gravest dissatisfaction, amounting indeed to disaffection, prevailed among the Zwellendam and Graaf Reinet settlers at this period toward their own rulers. Considering that they had lost over 60,000 head of cattle, they had strong reasons for their annoyance. Proclamations from the seat of government were openly scoffed at, and although the settlers had been long forbidden, on pain of corporal or capital punishment and confiscation, to quit their farms and penetrate into the interior, they moved whithersoever it pleased them in search of game, trade, ivory, and fresh pastures. Their warfare with the Bushmen, who dwelt in the mountains, chiefly toward the northern parts of the colony, had been bloody and unceasing for many years past. The Bushmen objected to the white men invading their hunting grounds and carried off their cattle and sheep. The boys looked upon the Bushmen as nothing better than apes and vermin, and shot them down wherever possible. And the Bushmen in turn defended themselves with poisoned arrows and occasionally descended upon lone farmhouses when the men were absent, killing women and children, and destroying and driving away stock. It was said of the Sneeuwburg Boers in 1797 that they dared not venture 500 yards from their own dwellings. As time went on, the reprisals inflicted by either side were distinguished by increasing savagery. The Bushmen, of course, suffered by far the more severely. A Boer thought no more of killing a Bushman than of shooting a Cape partridge, and talked of his feat with as much nonchalance. Commandos were called out constantly, and the impish Bushmen were hunted down and harried among their fastnesses. The men were invariably killed, and the women and children were made slaves of. In the district of Graaf-Reinet alone, between 1786 and 1794, more than 200 Dutch people and their servants were slain by Bushmen, while of the latter they were shot by the farmers on commando. During that period, no fewer than 2,500. The government at the Cape could, by its very remoteness, exercise no sort of control over these hostilities. In the year 1781, Great Britain, for the first time in the history of the Dutch settlement, cast an eye upon the Cape Peninsula. England had at this time plenty upon her hands. The revolted American colonists had been joined by the French, and Holland, as an ally of France, had involved herself in the struggle. England's conquest in India and her trade with the East had greatly increased, and the Cape, if it could be captured, offered many attractions as a port of call, a halfway house, a sanitarium, and a place of arms. An English fleet, therefore, under Commodore Johnstone, was dispatched with secret orders to seize Cape Town. But thanks to a smart spy, one Delamotte, the French got wind of the project and in their turn quietly sent out a fleet under Admiral de Suffren to checkmate British designs. The two fleets by mere accident met at Porto-Praya in the Cape Verde Islands, and after a sharp engagement the French, who were beaten off after severely mishandling the English, got clear away, reached Simon's Bay before their rivals, and threw a strong force into Cape Town. Johnstone, after patching up his crippled vessels, pursued his way to the Cape, where, however, he found the allied French and Dutch forces quite ready for him. Realizing the impossibility of taking the place, he drew off, looking into the snug Saldana Bay. A little to the north of the Cape, he found there a rich fleet of the Netherlands Company's Indiamen, homeward bound. With this capture, he enriched himself and went his way. The once rich and famous Dutch East India Company had about this period been falling upon evil times. Its ancient prosperity had been slowly departing, and various causes now combined to complete the dry rot which had set in among the foundations of that great enterprise. Corruption and misgovernment among its rich islands in the Indies were answerable for some portion of this decay. The war with England and the many losses incurred during the struggle may too have contributed to hasten the company's downfall. But in truth, the Netherlands East India Company had wrought much of its own ruin. Its absurd and hidebound trade restrictions, with laws and regulations far more fitted for the Middle Ages than for a modern undertaking, these, coupled with ill-chosen servants and rank corruption, contributed to the downfall of this once powerful company. Even at the perilous time of 1781, when the company was known to be steadily losing £25,000 a year, by its Cape possessions when war had been declared between British and Dutch, and an English fleet was on its way to the Cape. The company's officials could permit themselves to indulge in such insensate folly as the granting of deeds of burghership under such restrictions as the following. The one application was one Gauss, a tailor, formerly a soldier, who was graciously allowed to practice his craft as a tailor, but shall not be allowed to abandon the same or adopt any other mode of living, but, when it may be deemed necessary, is to go back into his old capacity and pay, and be transported thence if thought fit. Under such galling fetters, it is small wonder that the Cape colonists of that period were becoming sick of the company's rule. In spite of approaching ruin and of the fact that repeated demands were being made by deputations of the colonists for a free commerce, the reform of abuses among the officials, and less tyrannous laws, the company managed to keep afloat much in the old way until 1792. By that time it had come to the end of its resources, and disaster was imminent. In 1792, commissioners were appointed by the stadtholder of the Netherlands to make full inquiry at the Cape, reform abuses, and inaugurate, if possible, a new era of prosperity. The commissioners did what they could. They reduced establishments, rearranged taxation, opened a loan bank, passed new fiscal and trade regulations, and presently departed, leaving the control of affairs to a council of regency, with Commissary General Sluiskin at its head. But troubles came thicker and faster. The backcountry colonists of Sveldenham and Graaf Reinet refused to pay their taxes, declaring that as the government could no longer give them aid, they would help to maintain it no further. In 1795, the wild frontier boys of Bruhintus hoped. Among them, some of the most turbulent and restless spirits in the colony, fine border fighters and forayers, hunters of lions, elephants, and bushmen, met at Graaf Reinet, expelled the Landthrust, or magistrate, declared themselves independent, and appointed Adrian van Jaarsveld, a noted fighting man among the Kaffirs, as commandant of the new republic. 4 months later, in June 1795, the Landthrust of Spellendam was expelled in the same manner, and the boys of that wide district appointed for themselves a national assembly and a new magistrate. Looking at the state of general dissatisfaction spreading throughout the colony, it is more than doubtful whether the Dutch authorities at the Cape, even if they had had the opportunity, could ever again have restored order or regained authority among the burghers. As it turned out, deliverance from an almost impossible situation was left to quite other and unexpected hands. Great Britain suddenly appeared upon the scene. The French Revolution had been creating mighty changes in Europe. Its people were aflame. In Holland, a considerable party were in favor of the French and their new principles, and against their stadtholder, the Prince of Orange. In 1793, the French declared war upon England, and upon the government of Holland at that time in alliance with Great Britain. During the hard winter of 1794 to 1795, the Prince of Orange was compelled to fly to England. It was recognized that the seizure of the Cape by a power hostile to Great Britain would be fatal to her position in India and her trade with the East. The stadtholder, fully recognizing the weakness of the Cape garrison, was willing that England should take hold of the place, and gave written orders to the Cape Town authorities to hand over the castle and fortification to his allies. Armed with this authorization, the fleet and military forces under Admiral Elphinstone and General Craig were rapidly fitted out and dispatched to the Cape. In June 1795, the British fleet sailed into Simon's Bay and dropped anchor, and as speedily as possible the stadtholder's letter of command was presented to the acting governor of the Cape, Commissary Sluiskin. Sluiskin was in an extremely awkward position. Personally, it is probable that he and certain members of his council would have preferred to obey the stadtholder's mandate, but the Prince of Orange was in exile, and Sluiskin and his council had already received orders from the Chamber of 17, representing the Netherlands East India Company, to oppose any landing such as the British proposed to make. Elphinstone and Craig acted with extraordinary forbearance, considering the nature of the times and the chances of a French descent, and actually waited 18 days before taking action. Finally, Sluiskin and his council hardened their hearts, declared themselves determined to oppose any invasion, and took measures of defense. They withdrew their forces from Simonstown and stationed all the troops and burghers they had been able to muster at Muizenberg, where a strong and easily defended position, which has been compared with the pass at Thermopylae, guarded the road to Cape Town. Still, the British, who expected reinforcements, were very leisurely in their movements. A fortnight after the Dutch had withdrawn from Simonstown, Craig landed 1,800 men and took possession of the quarters abandoned by Sluiskin and his military advisors, General Delisle and Colonel Gordon. Sluiskin had made a call to arms, and notwithstanding the disaffection existing throughout much of the colony, had got together 1,600 burghers of the Cape and Stallensbach districts, who, with the Dutch troops stationed at the Cape and a small commando of Hottentots, brought up his available forces to 3,000 men. The pass of Muizenberg was strengthened by a battery of artillery, and the formidable heights looking over the serene waters of False Bay were covered with burgher marksmen. On August 17th, General Craig, with 1,600 men, quitted Simonstown and marched along the seashore for Muizenberg. His force consisted of 450 men of the 78th Regiment, 350 Marines, and 800 seamen landed from the fleet, under the command of Captains Spranger and Hardy of the Rattlesnake and Echo. Seldom has a British battle been fought amid more picturesque surroundings. False Bay, with its grand mountains, its sea of glorious blue, and the splendid curve of its shores, stands almost peerless along the African coast. From Muizenberg, the mountain of mice, as you look across the bay, the towering sierras of the mainland are rayed by turns in lovely hues of purple, blue, and brown, terminating the bold and jutting cape called Hang's Cliff. Southward, beyond Simonstown, stretches the rugged mountain backbone of the Cape Peninsula, which terminates a score of miles away, at its very extremity, in the Cape of Good Hope, fearful to early mariners as the Cape of Storms. As the British general advanced to the attack, he was supported by a heavy fire from the British fleet, which had taken up a position commanding the Dutch encampment. The Dutch, notwithstanding the strength of their position, made but a poor stand. It is probable that internal doubts and dissensions had something to do with the matter. Delisle, who was in command of the Cape forces, threw out mounted skirmishers and opened with his artillery. The skirmishers were quickly driven back. The mountainside commanding the pass was seized by the Naval Brigade and part of the 78th Regiment, and the Dutch were quickly in flight. The artillery was silenced with no great difficulty. Its position was won, and the whole Dutch force, abandoning camps, stores, guns, and ammunition, retreated toward Cape Town. The entire British loss in this action amounted to no more than 19 killed and wounded. Craig forthwith encamped at Muizenberg and awaited reinforcements. Early in September, an English fleet, bound for India with troops, came into Simon's Bay. 3,000 soldiers were diverted for the completion of South African operations, and on the 14th, General Craig, with nearly 5,000 men, marched upon Cape Town. The enemy made little further stand. The burgher skirmishers fired at the troops on the march and inflicted some slight loss, but the main Dutch force, stationed at Winburg, exhibited but a faint show of resistance. Cape Town lay at Craig's mercy, and within 24 hours was formally surrendered. The capitulation was completed at Brodensburg. The long rule of the Netherlands East India Company had come to an end. From 1795 to 1803, The Cape was held by the British. During this period, the colonists enjoyed an unwanted measure of prosperity. The Dutch restrictions and monopolies were largely removed. Trade, so long fettered, at once revived and flourished. At Cape Town, a garrison of 5,000 men was maintained, and British money flowed lavishly. And 4 years after the occupation, property had been raised to double its former value. The paper currency, which had depreciated 40%, was at par. Plenty of silver. Latterly, a rarity indeed reappeared. 2 millions of species were dispatched from England and set in circulation. The farmer obtained 3 rix dollars for his sheep, where a little while before he had obtained but 1. Exports and imports expanded rapidly. By the year 1801, the revenue had increased threefold, and then amounted to £90,000 annually. It is worthy of note that in 1795, when the British captured the Cape, the total exports from the colony amounted to no more than £15,000 per annum. The total white population at this period was less than 25,000 souls. In August 1796, Admiral Elphinstone, who lay with a force of 12 warships in Simon's Bay, received news that a Dutch fleet had left Europe and was then probably near the Cape. The admiral at once put to sea and came presently upon the Dutch force in Southy Bay. Admiral Lucas, the Dutch commander, had under his command 9 vessels and about 2,000 troops, destined for the recapture of the Cape. As the British stood in Southy Bay, the Dutch believed them to be Frenchmen and allies, and cries of pleasure went up. The Hollanders had no chance of escape. General Craig, with a strong force, awaited them on land. Elphinstone covered the mouth of the bay. They thought of destroying their ships, but Craig sent word that in that case no quarter would be given. Lucas had nothing for it but to surrender at discretion, which he did on August 18th. In 1797, Earl Macartney, a veteran public servant whose name long remained famous for his great embassy to China, became governor at the Cape. In the country districts, the Boers were still troublesome and unsettled. Van Jaarsveld, one of their leaders, was arrested for an illegal act, and his neighbors, having risen in insurrection, rescued him from his captors. The insurgents thereupon marched to Graaf Reinet and seized the town. Troops under General Vandeleur were at once dispatched to Algoa Bay and hurried up to Graaf Reinet. The rebellious farmers retired to Bortishoogte, where they presently yielded. Some 20 of the leaders were condemned to death. Others underwent the penalty of kneeling blindfold and having a sword waved on their bare heads. None, as a matter of fact, suffered the extreme penalty, but 1 was flogged and banished while 2 died in prison. At this time, larger numbers of Hottentots in the eastern part of the country had been disarmed of weapons which they had seized from Boer houses during the Troubles. They resented this deeply, and joining themselves with the Amakosa Kaffirs, who were raiding the country toward Sunday River, ravaged a vast district as far as Laga Kloof and the Gantoos River, plundering, murdering, and burning. The Dutch farmers suffered very severely. Some 30 of them and their families were slain, and a whole province lay in ruins. The subsequent settlement, patched up by General Vandeleur, was unsatisfactory, and the Kaffirs and Hottentots escaped practically unpunished. In 1802 was signed the Peace of Amiens. By Great Britain agreed to restore the Cape to the Batavian Republic. Early in 1803, General Dundas, the acting governor of Cape Town, handed over the colony to the Dutch commissioner, and the British retired from the scene of their 7.5 years' labors. General Janssens was at once formally installed governor of the colony, which was now divided into 6 districts instead of 4, Tulbagh and Wittenhagen being added to the Cape, Stellenbosch, Svelenta, and Graaf Reinet. Janssens was a capable officer and an administrator of excellent intentions. He visited the disturbed eastern districts, pacified the Kaffirs, restored the Hottentots, from a debasing slavery to the position of freemen, and in other directions did what he could to further the interest of the colony. But he could not affect impossibilities. The Batavian Republic itself was in low water. The people of the Cape were starved, and the departure of the moneyed English was severely felt. Jansen's, during his short governorship, seems to have been overcome with despondency at the prospect before him. In reply to a memorial presented to him, he made this doleful speech: "With regard to your inclination to strengthen the Cape with a new settlement, we must, to our sorrow, but with all sincerity, declare that we cannot perceive any means whereby more people could find a subsistence here, whether by farming or otherwise. When we contemplate the number of children growing up, we frequently ask ourselves not only how they could find other means of subsistence, but also what it is to end in at last, and what they can lay hands on to procure bread." Jansen's despairing cry may be said to represent the death knell of the Batavian power in South Africa. Far different were his sentiments from those of the British administrators, who had already had experience of the Cape. Whether the Batavian Republic could have supported the colony much longer, or whether, as some statesmen advised, it would have been abandoned, it is now impossible to say. Other developments were close at hand. The Peace of Amiens lasted but 3 short months, and Europe was again in the grip of war. For 2 years, Jansen was expecting an English descent. He had been preparing as best he might, strengthening his corps of Hottentots, Pandors, they were sometimes called, to the number of 600, gathering in stores and arming and drilling the burghers. The blow fell at last. On a beautiful evening, January 4th, 1806, a great English fleet, numbering with transports 63 sail, stood in past Robben Island, the Isle of Seals, which guards the entrance to Table Bay. Ship after ship came to anchor opposite the majestic range of Blauberg, that rugged chain which, viewed from Cape Town, stands a hazy blue or soft purple in the distance. Sir Howe Poppin commanded the fleet, while the land forces destined for the assault of the Cape numbered between 6,000 and 7,000 men. These were under the leadership of Major General Sir David Beard, a tried and veteran officer, whose merits had already been tested in India, Egypt, and other parts of the world. Beard had served at the Cape during the British occupation, and had excellent knowledge of the opposition he might expect to meet. By midday on the 6th, the British general's preparations for a landing were complete. 4 warships, the Diadem, Leader, Encounter, and Protector, had moved inshore so as to command the heights above the Blauberg strand, the glittering shore of silvery white sand where the landing was to be made. The sea was rough and the disembarkation by no means an easy one. A few Dutch sharpshooters were posted above the hillside, but the heavy guns of the British warships effectually did their work, and in the whole of the landing no more than 4 soldiers were wounded and 1 killed by the enemy's fire. 1 boat, however, was swamped, and 30 soldiers of the 93rd Highlanders were unfortunately drowned. On this day was landed the Highland Brigade, under Brigadier General Ferguson, consisting of the 71st, 72nd, and 93rd Regiments. On the 7th, a 2nd Brigade, comprising the 24th, 59th, and the 83rd Regiments, was safely disembarked. Next morning, the 2 brigades began their march for Cape Town, which lay about 18 miles distant. Beard had under his command 4,000 men, most of them veteran troops, as well as 500 seamen. He was but moderately provided with artillery. The Dutch had the advantage of him in this respect, bringing into action 16 guns as against his 8 cannon. General Jansen's, to oppose the British advance, had collected a mixed force, variously estimated at from 4,000 to 5,000 men. Of these, some were troops of the Batavian Republic. Many were mounted burghers, good shots and hardy men of the veldt. Some were German mercenaries, other French seamen and marines, the crews of 2 wrecked vessels, the Atlanta and Napoleon. Besides these white troops, he had excellent regiment of 600 Hottentots and a number of trained Malay gunners. Before dawn on the morning of January 8th, the British troops were in motion. A cloud of Dutch skirmishers and sharpshooters were driven back on their main body, and at 6 o'clock in the morning, rounding the spur of the Blauberg, Sir David Pierre saw before him the formidable-looking Dutch array. To prevent the possibility of being outflanked, Pierre now extended his lines and ordered the Highland Brigade, composing his left wing, to advance. The engagement opened with hot artillery fire upon both sides, followed by musketry. The Dutch stood their ground boldly and answered shot for shot. The Highlanders were, however, as usual, not to be denied, and getting to close quarters and charging with the bayonet, the army broke and fled. The Waldeck battalion of Dutch regular troops being the first to give way. The battle was won, and the victorious British, looking across to the white houses and citadel of Cape Town, saw before them the first fruits of their victory. Beard and his men had indeed done a good day's work for England. Never since that January morning of 1806 has the British flag failed to flutter over the Cape Peninsula. The losses of the Dutch in this engagement, the Battle of Blauberg, as it is called, were heavy. Some writers have put the number of killed, wounded, and missing as low as 337. Others have placed it as high as 700. Probably the actual number lies between these two computations. Upon the British side, 212 were killed, wounded, and missing. General Janssens had, after his defeat, retreated to the mountains of Hottentots, Holland, eastward of Cape Town, where he had accumulated magazines and stores. He had now no real chance of success, however, and he knew it. On the day following the battle, Beard resumed his march and occupied a fort on the outskirts of Cape Town. Upon the following day, articles were signed that the town was formally delivered up by the officer commanding. Janssens himself capitulated 8 days later, and under terms of the agreement was, with his troops and most of the Dutch civil servants, embarked in British vessels during the month of March for Holland. The last semblance of Batavian authority at the Cape had thenceforth disappeared. In 1813, the Prince of Orange returned from exile and was reinstated in Holland. At the conclusion of the Napoleonic struggle, the Prince, now King of the Netherlands, in consideration of the sum of £6 million sterling, formally ceded the Cape of Good Hope, together with other trifling settlements, to the British. By this time, the Cape Dutch were becoming resigned to their new masters, more especially in the vicinity of the Cape, where the richer and better class of colonists resided. Here the two races mingled, and even married freely, one with the other. In the back country, where the colonists, the real Boers of South Africa, were of a much ruder and more primitive type, intercourse with the British was necessarily far more restricted. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Prussia crushed by Napoleon, A.D. 1806, by Sir Walter Scott, Part 1. Austerlitz put an end to the Third Great Coalition against France. The Russians retreated to their own country. Austria sued humbly for peace. Prussia had been threatening to join the coalition. Now, bewildered by its sudden downfall, her ministers scarce knew where to turn. They signed a hurried treaty with Napoleon, yielding him some German territory and joining him in alliance against England. The English monarch's German duchy of Hanover was thereupon handed over to Prussia. From this moment, Napoleon treated Prussia with insolence, if not contempt. Some historians have believed that he deliberately planned to force Prussia into war at this moment, when she would have no allies to join her, when even England was enraged against her because of Hanover. For a dozen years, Prussia had kept carefully out of all the French wars. Her king, Frederick William III, was wisely pacific. He had even certain sympathies with the aroused French people, but there had always been a war party at Berlin headed by the heroic Queen Louise. Prussians, remembering the days of Frederick the Great, died 1786, believed themselves invincible in arms. Their king found himself forced at last into a declaration of war. The people of Prussia at large were clamorous for war. They, too, were sensible that the late, versatile conduct of their cabinet had exposed them to the censure and even the scorn of Europe, and that Bonaparte, seeing the crisis ended in which the firmness of Prussia might have preserved the balance of Europe, retained no longer any respect for those whom he made his dupes, but treated with total disregard the remonstrances which, before the advantages obtained at Ulm and Austerlitz, he must have listened to with respect and deference. Another circumstance of a very exasperating character took place at this time. One Palm, a bookseller at Nuremberg, had exposed to sale a pamphlet containing remarks on the conduct of Napoleon, in which the emperor and his policy were treated with considerable severity. The bookseller was seized upon for this offense by the French gendarme and transferred to Braunau, where he was brought before a military commission, tried for a libel on the Emperor of France, found guilty, and shot to death in terms of his sentence. The murder of this poor man, for such it literally was, whether immediately flowing from Bonaparte's mandate or the effect of the furious zeal of some of his officers, excited deep and general indignation. The constitution of many of the states in Germany was despotic, but nevertheless the number of independent principalities and the privileges of the free towns have always ensured to the nation at large the blessings of a free press, which, much addicted as they are to literature, the Germans value as it deserves. The cruel effort now made to fetter this unshackled expression of opinion was, of course, most unfavorable to his authority by whom it had been commanded. The 1,000 presses of Germany continued on every possible opportunity to dwell on the fate of Palm, and at the distance of 6 or 7 years from his death, it might be reckoned among the leading causes which ultimately determined the popular opinion against Napoleon. It had not less effect at the time when the crime was committed, and the eyes of all Germany were turned upon Prussia as the only member of the late Holy Roman League, by which the progress of the public enemy of the liberties of Europe could be arrested in its course. Amid the general ferment of the public mind, Alexander once more appeared in person at the court of Berlin, and more successful than on the former occasion, prevailed on the King of Prussia at length to unsheath his sword. The support of the powerful host of Russia was promised, and defeated by the fatal field of Austerlitz, in his attempt to preserve the southeast of Germany from French influence. Alexander now stood forth to assist Prussia as the champion of the North. An attempt had indeed been made through means of Dubril, a Russian envoy at Paris, to obtain a general peace for Europe, in concurrence with that which Lord Lauderdale was endeavoring to negotiate on the part of Britain. But the treaty entirely miscarried. While Russia thus declared herself the enemy of France, it seemed to follow as a matter of course that she should become once more the friend of Britain, and indeed that power lost no time in manifesting an amicable disposition on her part by recalling the order which blockaded the Prussian ports and annihilated her commerce. But the cabinet of Berlin evinced, in the moment when about to commence hostilities, the same selfish insincerity which had dictated all their previous conduct. While sufficiently desirous of obtaining British money to maintain the approaching war, it showed great reluctance to part with Hanover, an acquisition made in a manner so unworthy, and the Prussian minister, Luchesini, did not hesitate to tell the British ambassador, Lord Morpeth, that the fate of the electorate would depend upon the events of arms. Little good could be augured from the interposition of a power that, pretending to arm in behalf of the rights of nations, refused to part with an acquisition which she herself had made contrary to all the rules of justice and good faith. Still less was a favorable event to be hoped for when the management of the war was entrusted to the same incapable or faithless ministers who had allowed every opportunity to escape of asserting the rights of Prussia, when, perhaps, her assuming a firm attitude might have prevented the necessity of war altogether. But the resolution which had been delayed, when so many favorable occasions were suffered to escape unemployed, was at length adopted with an imprudent precipitation which left Prussia neither time to adopt the wisest warlike measures nor to look out for those statesmen and generals by whom such measures could have been most effectually executed. About the middle of August, Prussia began to arm. Perhaps there are few examples of a war declared with almost unanimous consent of a great and warlike people, which was brought to an earlier and more unhappy termination. On October 1st, Nobelsdorf, the Prussian envoy, was called upon by Talleyrand to explain the cause of the martial attitude assumed by his state. In reply, a paper was delivered containing 3 propositions, or rather demands. First, that the French troops which had entered the German territory should instantly recross the Rhine. Second, that France should desist from presenting obstacles to the formation of a league in the northern part of Germany, to comprehend all the states without exception, which had not been included in the Confederation of the Rhine. Third, the negotiation should be immediately commenced for the purpose of detaching the fortress of Basel from the French Empire, and for the restitution of 3 abbeys, which Merst had chosen to seize upon as a part of his duchy, or burg. With this manifesto was delivered a long explanatory letter, containing severe remarks on the system of encroachment which France had acted upon. Such a text and commentary, considering their peremptory tone, and the pride and power of him to whom they were addressed in such unqualified terms, must have been understood to amount to a declaration of war. And yet, although Prussia, in common with all Europe, had just reason to complain of the encroachments of France and her rapid strides to universal empire, it would appear that the 2 first articles in the King's Declaration were subjects rather of negotiation than grounds of an absolute declaration of war, and that the fortress of Basel and the 3 abbeys were scarce of importance enough to plunge the whole empire into blood for the sake of them. Prussia, indeed, was less actually aggrieved than she was mortified and offended. She saw she had been outwitted by Bonaparte in the negotiation of Vienna, that he was juggling with her in the matter of Hanover, that she was in danger of beholding Saxony and Hesse withdrawn from her protection, to be placed under that of France, and under a general sense of these injuries, though rather apprehended than really sustained, she hurried to the field. If negotiations could have been protracted till the advance of the Russian armies, it might have given a different face to the war. But in the warlike ardor which possessed the Prussians, they were desirous to secure the advantages which, in military affairs, belonged to the assailants, without weighing the circumstances which, in their situation, rendered such precipitation fatal. Besides, such advantages were not easily to be obtained over Bonaparte, who was not a man to be amused by words when the moment of action arrived. 4 days before the delivery of the Prussian note to his minister, Bonaparte had left Paris and was personally in the field collecting his own immense forces and urging the contribution of those contingents which the Confederate princes of the Rhine were bound to supply. His answer to the hostile note of the King of Prussia was addressed, not to that monarch, but to his own soldiers. They have dared to demand, he said, that we should retreat at the first sight of their army. Fools! Could they not reflect how impossible they found it to destroy Paris, a task incomparably more easy than to tarnish the honor of the great nation? Let the Prussian army expect the same fate which they encountered 14 years ago, since experience has not taught them that while it is easy to acquire additional dominions and increase the power by the friendship of France, her enmity, on the contrary, which will only be provoked by those who are totally destitute of sense and reason, is more terrible than the tempest of the ocean. The King of Prussia had again placed at the head of his armies the Duke of Brunswick. In his youth, this general had gained renown under his uncle, Prince Ferdinand, but had been lost in the retreat from Champagne in 1792, where he had suffered himself to be outmaneuvered by Dumonsier and his army of conscripts. He was 72 years old, and is said to have added the obstinacy of age to other of the infirmities which naturally attend it. He was not communicative, nor accessible to any of the other generals, excepting Maulincourt. This generated a discussion of councils in the Prussian camp, and the personal dislike of the army to him by whom it was commanded. The plan of the campaign formed by this ill-fated prince seems to have been singularly injudicious, and the more so as it is censurable on exactly the same grounds as that of Austria in the late war. Prussia could not expect to have the advantage of numbers in the contest. It was therefore her obvious policy to procrastinate and lengthen out negotiation until she could have the advantage of the Russian forces. Instead of this, it was determined to rush forward toward Franconia and oppose the Prussian army alone to the whole force of France, commanded by their renowned emperor. The motive, too, was similar to that which had determined Austria to advance as far as the banks of the Iller. Saxony was in the present campaign as Bavaria in the former, desirous of remaining neuter, and the hasty advance of the Prussian armies was designed to compel the Elector, Augustus, to embrace their cause. It succeeded accordingly, and the sovereign of Saxony united his forces, though reluctantly, with the left wing of the Prussians under Prince Hohenlohe. The conduct of the Prussians toward the Saxons bore the same ominous resemblance to that of the Austrians to the Bavarians. Their troops behaved in the country of Saxony more as if they were in that land of a tributary than an ally, and while the assistance of the good and peaceable prince was sternly exacted, no efforts were made to conciliate his goodwill or soothe the pride of his subjects. In their behavior to the Saxons in general, the Prussians showed too much of the haughty spirit that goes before a fall. The united force of the Prussian army, with its auxiliaries, amounted to 150,000 men, confident in their own courage, in the rigid discipline which continued to distinguish their service, and in the animating recollections of the victorious career of the great Frederick. There were many generals and soldiers in their ranks who had served under him, but among that troop of veterans, Blucher alone was destined to do distinguished honor to the school. Notwithstanding these practical errors, the address of the Prussian king to his army was in better taste than the vaunted proclamation of Bonaparte, and concluded with a passage which, though its accomplishment was long delayed, nevertheless proved at last prophetic. "We go," said Frederick William, "to encounter an enemy who has vanquished numerous armies, humiliated monarchs, destroyed constitutions, and deprived more than one state of its independence, and even of its very name. He has threatened a similar fate to Prussia, and proposes to reduce us to the dominion of a strange people, who would suppress the very name of Germans. The fate of armies and of nations is in the hands of the Almighty, but constant victory and durable prosperity are never granted, save to the cause of justice. While Bonaparte assembled in Franconia an army considerably superior in number to that of the Prussians, the latter occupied the country in the vicinity of the River Saale, and seemed in doing so to renounce all the advantage of making the attack on the enemy ere he had collected his forces. Yet to make such an attack was, and must have been, the principal motive of their hasty and precipitate advance, especially after they had secured its primary object, the accession of Saxony to the campaign. The position which the Duke of Brunswick occupied was indeed very strong as a defensive one, but the means of supporting so large an army were not easily to be obtained in such a barren country as that about Weimar, and their magazines and depots of provisions were injudiciously placed, not close to the rear of the army, but at Naumburg and other places upon their extreme left, and where they were exposed to the risk of being separated from them. It might be partly owing to the difficulty of obtaining forage and subsistence that the Prussian army was extended upon a line by far too much prolonged to admit of mutual support. Indeed, they may be considered rather as disposed in cantonments than as occupying a military position, and as they remained strictly on the defensive, an opportunity was gratuitously offered to Bonaparte to attack their divisions in detail, of which he did not fail to avail himself with his usual talent. The headquarters of the Prussians, wherewith the King and Duke of Brunswick were at Weimar. Their left under Prince Hohenlohe was at Schleiz, and their right extended as far as Mulhausen, leaving thus a space of 90 miles between the extreme flanks of their line. Bonaparte, in the meantime, commenced the campaign, according to his custom, by a series of partial actions fought on different points, in which his usual combinations obtained his usual success, the whole tending to straighten the Prussians in their position, to interrupt their communications, separate them from their supplies, and compel them to fight a decisive battle from necessity, not choice, in which dispirited troops, often baffled and outwitted generals, were to encounter soldiers who had already obtained a foretaste of victory, and who fought under the most renowned commanders, the combined efforts of the whole being directed by the master spirit of the age. Upon October 8th, Bonaparte gave vent to his resentment in a bulletin in which he complained of having received a letter of 20 pages, signed by the King of Prussia, being, as he alleged, a sort of wretched pamphlet, such as England engaged hireling authors to compose at the rate of £500 a year. I am sorry, he said, for my brother, who does not understand the French language, and has certainly never read that rhapsody. The same publication contained much in ridicule of the Queen and Prince Louis. It bears evident marks of Napoleon's own composition, which was as singular though not so felicitous as his mode of fighting, but it was of little use to censure either the style or the reasoning of the lord of so many legions. His arms soon made the impression which he desired upon the position of the enemy. The French advanced in 3 divisions upon the dislocated and extended disposition of the large but ill-arranged Prussian army. It was a primary and irretrievable fault of the Duke of Brunswick that his magazines and reserves of artillery and ammunition were placed at Naumburg, instead of being close in the rear of his army and under the protection of his main body. This ill-timed separation rendered it easy for the French to interpose between the Prussians and their supplies, providing they were able to clear the course of the Saale. With this view, the French right wing, commanded by Soult and Ney, marched upon Hof. The center was under Bernadotte and Davie, with the guard commanded by Murat. They moved on Salzburg and Schleiz. The left wing was led by Augereau against Coburg and Saalfeld. It was the object of this grand combined movement to overwhelm the Prussian left wing, which was extended farther than prudence permitted, and having beaten this part of the army, to turn their whole position and possess themselves of their magazines. After some previous skirmishes, a serious action took place at Saalfeld, where Prince Louis of Prussia commanded the advanced guard of the Prussian left wing. In the ardor and inexperience of youth, the brave prince, instead of being contented with defending the bridge on the Saal, quitted that advantageous position to advance with unequal forces against Lanz, who was marching upon him from Goffenthal. If bravery could have atoned for imprudence, the Battle of Saalfeld would not have been lost. Prince Louis showed the utmost gallantry in leading his men when they advanced, and in rallying them when they fled. He was killed fighting hand to hand with a French subaltern, who required him to surrender and, receiving a saber wound for reply, plunged his sword into the prince's body. Several of his staff fell around him. The victory of Saalfeld opened the course of the Saal to the French, who instantly advanced on Naumburg. Bonaparte was at Gera, within half a day's journey from the latter city, whence he sent a letter to the King of Prussia, couched in the language of a victor. But victorious he already felt himself by his numbers and position, and seasoned with the irony of a successful foe. He regretted his good brother had been made to sign the wretched pamphlet which had borne his name, but which he protested he did not impute to him as his composition. Had Prussia asked any practicable favor of him, he said he would have granted it, but she had asked his dishonor, and ought to have known there could be but one answer. In consideration of their former friendship, Napoleon stated himself to be ready to restore peace to Prussia and her monarch, and advising his good brother to dismiss such counselors as recommended the present war and that of 1792. He bade him heartily farewell. Bonaparte neither expected nor received any answer to this missive, which was written under the exulting sensations experienced by the angler when he feels the fish is hooked and about to become his secure prey. Naumburg and its magazines were consigned to the flames, which first announced to the Prussians that the French army had gotten completely into their rear, and destroyed their magazines, and being now interposed between them and Saxony, left them no alternative, save that of battle, which was to be waged at the greatest disadvantage, with an alert enemy, to whom their supineness had already given the choice of time and place for it. There was also this ominous consideration that, in case of disaster, the Prussians had neither principle nor order nor line of retreat. The enemy were between them and Magdeburg, which ought to have been their rallying point, and the army of the great Frederick was, it must be owned, brought to combat with as little reflection of military science as a herd of schoolboys might have displayed in a mutiny. Too late determined to make such exertion to clear their communications to the rear, the Duke of Brunswick, with the King of Prussia in person, marched with great part of their army to the recovery of Naumburg. Here Davout, who had taken the place, remained at the head of a division of 36,000 men, with whom he was to oppose nearly double the number. The march of the Duke of Brunswick was so slow as to lose the advantage of this superiority. He paused on the evening of the 12th on the heights of Auerstedt, and gave Davout time to reinforce the troops with which he occupied the strong defile of Coronation. The next morning Davout, with strong reinforcements but still unequal in numbers to the Prussians, marched toward the enemy, whose columns were already in motion. The vanguard of both armies met, without previously knowing that they were so closely approaching each other. So thick lay the mist upon the ground. End of section 15.